We're online. Good time. We do the usual link the stream everywhere. Been too fast for YouTube. Excellent. Could be too fast and too slow. I'm getting a lot of subs on YouTube. Promotions. Should be everywhere that matters. Need more places to post at. Whatever. Hey Fox. Thanks for lurking. Good luck with the game. Fantasy RoboCop. The Darklings, they need to be put. Yes, they do. They've broken the law. You are the law. I think that's actually Judge Dredd. You can be like Fantasy Judge Dredd RoboCop. There we go. Exciting. So I fixed the problems with 5.5. So now when I opened up, there's no longer a million messages. Did it in the incredibly clever way of just opening up the 5.4 version, removing the various assets from the files that were affected, and then copying them over. I have to rename a couple of the ones over here, so this way nothing is currently associated with it. Well, I guess the old files are. I hadn't changed them. It was just the NPC and kind of about it. There wasn't much else. There was very little. So hopefully I'm going to do a couple more tests to make sure I really fixed everything. Mostly with the few characters that had the problems, but I didn't see a problem show up. So as long as there's no problems, golden. Mostly I'm just clicking compile on them because if they can compile without the thing there, then it's fine. It came from the DPNPC anyway, which is their parent. So I'm assuming that by deleting that from the NPC and then moving it over, I won't have that problem anymore. But just in case, I will recompile each of these 3 blueprints that actually had a dialogue. Make certain they do not break, and then from there I will be able to continue. Yes, yes indeed. The other one's called Booseberry, that's right. Which chat's favorite? Oh. Why does it say I have 42 viewers suddenly? Did I get rated? A crazy way to start a stream. I mean, it'd be cool. Bad about it. So, I believe that fixed all the problems. Because I was a little concerned about that when I switched to 5.5 and there was like 58 errors when I booted it up. It's like, oh look, 58 errors. Excellent, excellent, perfect. Until it works because 58 errors. Let me bring the big chat up. YouTube and that. Oh yeah, I was messing with the clock, wasn't I? Where's the landmine? Isn't there a landmine here? There most certainly is a landmine there. And now it says I have 2 viewers. Okay, well, plus 40 minus 40? Great. Okay, yeah, here it is. We got this working. I gotta replace some of my lamps with this one because these lamps are better, and I can also go out of my way to fix some things, so. But mostly I can target anywhere on them. I'm gonna turn them though. I thought about it and I realized if you were gonna make a lamp like this, first off I'm gonna slow this down. You would probably make it so that the little spinning thing is somewhere between the arms, so you aren't trying to reach over this arm. What's the point in making custom stuff? You know, you don't make good custom stuff, right? Up to 4 viewers. Cool. Like viewers. Alright, so let's do this here. It's just this, actually, that's all these pipes down here, isn't it? I don't want to move all those pipes. I want to move the 3-way and, move the 3. We'll tilt it like at 45 degrees here. And this is the cylinder here. We'll tilt that just 135, right? And we just move it. Not like this. And that seems a little weird. Yeah, I was gonna say it just doesn't need to be like 445. It's dumb. Yeah, it'd just be 90. We're obviously gonna have to do some copying here to make it work, but whatever. Kind of awkward that 45 degrees is not enough to move it when the other things move 45 degrees. Actually, maybe 45 degrees was perfect. That makes sense then. That makes way more sense. It should be this. And this. Back to a better location, maybe like that. Now with 4590, the thingies here, I can just change those numbers over here. Just to double check this. If I rotate this, it only moves the one. But eventually it was the other, I think. Oh, did it? It just moves the one. Okay. So 0, 4590. Like 359. Yeah, 359. 5, 0, 45. All this just because it makes more sense that way. That's way better. It also looks like a monster. Technically, I could make monsters like this. It might happen. Currently, the hands... It is moving, but it's not moving the right way. I was gonna work on the clock thing. That was what I was working on when I did that. So I'm making cool clocks. But I'm gonna replace the other lamps with this one. This is the new lamp. These are okay, I guess, but you gotta click directly on the bulb. It's really tedious. Unless I want to add the other thing there. I don't really know if I want to do that or not. I might actually. They are more my lamp, you know? Like, the other one's not my lamp. I want steampunky lamps. I mean, I want the game to be steampunky. I want it to have its own flavor that's just, you know, uniquely mine. So, it will have that. Refuse to be boring. Especially in art design. Seriously. Imagine being boring in art design. Crazy tough. I guess to be fair, I could move all these over a little bit. Tiny bit. That's true. It isn't actually centered. One moment. Try to see how obnoxious this thing is by not being centered. I can fix that. You can kind of see where it's actually at. That open or this one or this one. I'll probably keep Poppet open because you never know. Yeah, you can see how far off it is. So bizarre to me, but I don't all move at the same time though. Hi, Addison. This whole scene can be moved around, right? Putting it closer to the center point. Then I want to be able to hit like shift end and have it drop to where it's supposed to be. So basically that, right? Now if I paste one in the world, it'll actually place in the right location. I might have to fix all of them, of course. Fine, so paste here. Well, a default size, man. Wild. Questions? All kinds of stuff. Way up there now. That did not work at all. So much went wrong with what I just did. I was just hoping to make the thing up a little higher, but seems like I'm gonna have to manually place it. Weird, but can I at least move it up? Now it's like a Titan. Technically, I can actually adjust the numbers on this one because it's like, part of a thing, so special. Hmm. It's normal size, I guess. Is that the right size? I don't even know. No, it's still way off of the thing. Like I was trying to get it to fit the location of where its moving thing is. Point. So when I paste it, it's lands where it's supposed to, and I don't gotta keep moving them up. That, and then the over fraction. Then now it rotates like normal, and I don't gotta stuff isn't way off. I don't hate it. Got the right size though compared against the old lamps, I guess. And now these lamps are up in the air, but that's okay. I want to be able to hit do the shift end and have it land on the table. Because repositioning it manually sucks. Ain't nobody like that. Literal nobody. How big is this one versus the others? Actually the right size. Perfect. I'm gonna play with the construction script a bit so it actually turns it off. Alright, there's light on, light off, and it's still got the bulb thingy. Gotta make my game look good, yo. Make it look good. Not that many people wandered from the Discord today, apparently. Fair enough. If I stream too early. A lot of people, well, actually, no, there's 20 people on in the Discord right now. Of 44, or actually 45, so I mean, it doesn't seem like the wrong time to stream. They could all be busy too. I mean, not really truly on. I guess there's a bunch. Want to see. So for some reason, when I turn it off in the game, it actually turns off. That I need. I'm doing that. I'm gonna keep clicking on Poppet. I need to click over on. Just so I have a better indicator that it's actually off instead of what it's doing now, where, you know, great, doing that. Doing this twice for no reason. There is your chat. Hey, zombie. You know, I just like doing what I do. I just keep working on things, you know? How games get done. I didn't like doing it. Keep doing it. It's like the ultimate game, like an endless puzzle where you do any amount of art and make any mechanics you need and basically do anything. The ultimate building game. As a result, I really can't play a lot of other games because they're, boring now by comparison to having Unreal Engine, but I'm just saying, the thing. Thing. How's your night going? Or day, or whatever it is for you. I forget there's normal people out there with normal schedules. Hey Mike, how's it going? 2 people on YouTube before like a bunch of people on Twitch. Damn. Crazy world we live. Crazy world we live in. Crazy, crazy. I'm trying to figure out why this doesn't actually turn off this portion of the light. Like, this stays on, but in the game, using the same code, it turns this glowing light off. A better day though? Really? What's going on? I'm glad your day's going well, Mike. Yeah, see, it's off in this, but in the editor it's not off, which is bizarre. Yep, I made steampunky lights. I make a steampunky clock, though I'm gonna not make these glow. Yoink. This. Miss you with the drawers. Bookshelf with drawers. Okay. Look at bookshelf with drawers. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, zombie. At least your dog lived a long life. That's hopefully a good life. 17 years, that's real. And hopefully, hopefully they only went and then quietly, in his sleep or something, not in a terrible way. Then that would just be sad. Well, that's good. Chance to actually, say goodbye. Hey, Lepus, how's it going? I'm investigating a mystery. It's saying one of these had a non-movable root, but the problem is they all have a movable root, so error just shows up randomly. Don't know. Some errors are just so random. I don't even know if they're a real error, if it's just you being horrific. Don't know what happened to him. I'm sorry to hear that. That's no good. Dog goes out in a horrific way. Jeez. Damn. Say that. Sorry. Oh, that's just you're at home trying to figure out what you're gonna do with your life. Really, what happened there? Make rev share viable. Oh. Teach the class, please. the class could use some rev share, if you know what I'm saying. I think we can all agree that we could all use a little rev share in our lives. Or maybe a lot of rev share in our lives. A lot of rev share in our lives. No more crappy lamps. Only monstrosity lamps. Only monstrosity lamps. Only. I'm just replacing all these, honestly. I'd rather have something unique. Is unique better? What I'm going with. I guess there's no fire in this fireplace. There could be. Oh. Well, yeah, if you sell things on itch, they will do a rev share with you. They're not ogres. They kind of are. I remember once long ago I put some things in there and they like a couple of them actually sold over time, and I think I have like $19 there or something. Should be making asset packs, you know. Could have probably made like taken all those 2D assets I made for like, you know, and Remember Tomorrow and turn them into pretty cool asset packs, but instead I didn't do that because I'm dumb. No other explanation than just I'm dumb. Oh geez. Damn zombie, that's wow. I'll puncture in his throat. How's that even happen? I mean, at least we live to a ripe old age, but that sounds like a terrible way to go. Damn. Now, hopefully hanging out with us can help make it a little better. Well, probably a very small consolation. But there you go. In loving memory. Put him in the game, dedicate some things to him. Huh. That's tough to do. I guess I can put one of these in the Poppet box. Or do I just leave a little? Oh, I hate these lamps. I got rid of all that crap because I didn't need it. Take a little nightstand here and add it right to this fine beastie. All the stats up for earlier, so it's time to celebrate the service you gave to humans. Yeah. Yeah. Not dead as long as you know you keep them in your heart, right? For boy. Lepis says, "You're thinking of forming a team and having projects around that bundle thing? It's not a bad plan. Got life here because Alice wants to be paid for my work now." Yeah, don't we all? I'm finding clients to work for someone. I didn't really feel it right now. Yeah, everybody wants a side gig that makes the ducats. That's fair, zombie. The dogs don't tend to outlive humans. It's true. They're good boys, but they're good companions, but they don't always make it that long. No. I mean, hopefully we outlive them because they really don't live very long at all. Terrible otherwise. They're replacing that lamp with this one. Yay! Now she has a tiny version. How exciting is the tiny version of the lamp? I might want to default it on. I had a separate one for um previously for this very reason. It mostly was just, you know, on and Has some slightly different rules to it, so it fit in Poppet's little thing. Toy box. I still gotta deck these out. I actually should put the words in front of it too. Poppet. Never get mastiffs again. Full set. Yeah, full life like 7 years. Like that's the downside of big dogs. You gotta say to them goodbye to them pretty fast. Not a world I want to live in. I think I'm beginning to do this. Or I could just turn them all on and then turn off the ones I don't want. Probably easier to just have one that's specifically for. No easy replace option, huh? There. Remember that nav mesh, so I gotta reload every time I do this. Poppet boxes are quite a few places, what with them being the save points. This one here is, I think the only difference is largely it's just gonna always be on. Or default on, so you don't gotta put up with it. Otherwise, it might be kind of tedious. Oh, wait. That's not what I want. I want this. Attach it to a table. This could go on this table. Doesn't super matter where it is as long as it's here so it can act as a protective thing for the box. Very important. We'll turn it the right way. How's that look? Bad hips and everything like that. Almost killed by coons or the dogs many times. Jeez. You're right, done. Might have what happened to him. You know, finally a little too old and picked one too many fights from the sound of it. Glad to hear it, Lepus. You're in a former team like that. Be like the, the Asset Pack Avengers or something like that. You'll get the right team together and be able to face the vials that is itch.io. Evils that they do. Make the best packs possible. Hey, Trollbar Tavern, how's it going? Mm-hmm. We're just in time to be just in. I'm replacing my lights with weird steampunky lights instead. And this light in here, which looks a little weird in here, I think. Kinda. Pretty much Lepus gonna conquer the world. Yeah, yeah. Asset Pack team, I believe in you. I mean, as they say, it's like the gold rush, really. Selling the shovel is more valuable than looking for the gold. So making a game where you, making a game is not very valuable. Okay, that's awkward. Why did you rotate? That one didn't rotate. Some of them. I guess I gave you the tour. haven't seen the game before, I'm probably do this thing. Put a bounds volume around here somewhere. Enemies can't move without it. Have it. Important. Certain this door is open, so because I don't have this key, but I can run through all doors if I do. I'm gonna get the tour where I can literally just go through everything I need to do. Technically, I could play the game for a pretty good distance. Anyway. Go over the tour. Going in, the game's called Poppet Quest. 1 second here, I'm gonna turn this down in my ears because it's very loud in my ears. The Intel Poppet Quest, you play as Poppet. She's a woman who was killed and her soul was put into a doll. She's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store. Alright, click there. The main mechanic of the game is that if you're in the darkness, you gain more of this curse that powers everything, all the toys in the building. However, I'm using it up by doing the dash. However, you lose your sanity. If your sanity ever hits 0, you die because the curse takes you over. If you go back to the light, you no longer gain curse back, but you gain your sanity back. So you have to bounce between the dark and the light in order to use your abilities. She uses tarot cards for abilities. This is the Fool. It's a squeaky toy. It's the most far along of all the things. When you miss it, makes whip misses, and you hit, it makes bonks and things. It's, you know, a funny weapon. Oh, thank you. I generally enjoy the pumpkins. About pumpkins doing cocaine. I mean, listen, nothing wrong with pumpkins doing cocaine, I guess. I mean, I don't know how they do it, but they can find a way. I believe in them. This is the star. It trades sanity for health, and later on can trade health for sanity. It's not as far along as the other weapon. But, you know, you get an idea. Guess I'll pick this up even though I don't need it, but that's okay. Actually, I need to get my sanity back real fast. 1 second. Ooh. I didn't realize it was running out so fast. There's a light right above me, which is why I'm standing over here. I probably need to position the light so it's a little more visible. I'm being taunted by this one. I'm right on top of now. Back. Okay. Right, you know what you did. The menu takes screenshots of whatever you're currently doing. I'll make it so you can save them later. So, the Empress grows plants and also shrinks them. Evidenced by that. I like to ride them up just because it's fun. This is the bouncy couch. It exists just to bounce. This is fun. He saves by jumping into toy boxes. I'll bounce in the couch. Wing! I have the load distance set really low, so you can't see the full city at the moment. I'll show you the city in a second. After that tour. The magician manipulates objects such as opening windows or moving drawers, picking up stuff, you know, good things. You don't have to ride the plants up, but I can't stop myself from doing it. So it does kind of mess with the light a bit. I haven't changed this light yet. No, this light is ugly by comparison because I didn't make it. I half made it. Boing, boing. He's kind of tiny. If you have the key to a door, you can actually open the door. For the magician. You get pumpkins doing cocaine. You will Put that light on here. Strength is just double jump at the moment. Okay, but yeah. Pumpkin's doing cocaine. Look at how happy he is to do that cocaine. It's like a power-up for him. Insane. Family-friendly game, folks. It's not a family-friendly. I guess it could kind of be. It's definitely going to be at least a teen game. I mean, there's no way it's anything less than that. I just came up here because I wanted to. Oh. Give me 1 second. I'm going to disable that notification thingy over and over because it's annoying. Wait, I tapped over here. Oh, wait, I could have just disabled all screen messages. I'm dumb. 1 second. I'm just going to disable all screen messages and save myself time. I want this key for afterwards for the tour. My bad. I forgot there's just a command to do this, so. Grab the key real fast. Disable all screen messages. Good. Stop that. Dummy. Pumpkin party with the year after it, you every Halloween? Yeah, fair. I mean, listen, you know, that sounds like a pumpkin party. So. Show you the first of the bosses. We're currently working on him here. Well, I use DAS to make my characters. I didn't make Patrick. I make some of the things in Unreal. Just depends if I can make it out of geometry shapes and combining meshes. Why can't you pick this up? The magician can also pick up objects and throw them. He beat me up. Try to bite me. He got some new attacks. Hey Fox, how's it going? Giving the YouTube people the tour. Also getting beat up by Patrick because I guess he has way more attacks now. I mean, I did upgrade his attacks. To be fair, I did do this thing. Yeah, you just started using Blender? No? My knowledge of Blender consists of Blender exists. Like, I've opened it before, but it didn't really work out very well. I tried to do things in it and it crashed my computer. I was like, yep, that sounds about right. I was like, I'm gonna optimize my dad's models. Then use his other attacks here. A donut and half a character. Well, the secret is to combine the donut with the half character and make a full character. And thus the living donut was born. Hero of the people, but afraid of all police officers everywhere and security guards, for obvious reasons. It's right. Donut Man. Can't wait until he joins the Justice League. Or the Avengers, whichever, comic book universe we're talking about here. Or both, why not? Crossovers. Always getting glazed in the comment section? Exactly. Watch, she has like a frosting gun. Bonus points if it's white frosting, just, so it can be even disturbing in other ways. You're like, there are fates worse than death. I see it now. Triple damage makes him die much faster. I still have no real health bar though. He died. Bye bye, Patrick. You know what you did. How's watching? Right. Why'd I open that door? Oh man, I opened the wrong door. Another toy maze key. It's on the other side. Well, we'll just cheat and go to the other one then. I forgot. I actually could have. If I'm gonna do the full tour, I could close this door. That's not a problem. It would have been this door I'd have to open because I didn't have the key. Because you get it from you get this key from a room ahead. Okay, I'll just show various things off anyway. Is Ghetto Naruto different than just Naruto? I thought they were like the same. Oh, Naruto might be pretty cool. Who knows? Let's disable those screen messages. I don't want to see that. You can use a magician to also do things like open drawers. Access platforms. Boing, boing. Or slightly too high. Yeah, so basically just Naruto, right? I'll fix that thing there. You see, I can also break things with the Fool. I'm gonna jump down here. I could have gone all the way around, but I just want to fight these things now. Just wander around. How are you sliding around? I have questions. And this is where we say the game is like not even like maybe 20% done in the best world. I'm being really generous with myself, probably lying outright. Red stuff's my yellow paint, so you know what you can grab. There were a whole bunch of girls who were killed. They were all put into dolls except for one whose soul ended up in paintings instead. And she lets you travel through paintings to get to like this liminal space, this painting world that connects all the paintings. You can also rescue some toys by throwing them into the painting world. I'm making my own custom books so I can make whatever I want for lore. This is Tinka. She's Discord's favorite, which reminds me I gotta put the Discord link in. Put it on the screen while I put the Discord link up. It does go a little slow when I'm clicked off the thing. Because all the people are gonna... When I go to test it, I'm just gonna pull from the Discord, so... Maybe people will want to help? Maybe not. In the Discord. I'm going pretty fast, actually. I'm rather surprised. Pin it to the top of both so I don't forget. Top of two. I like to at least inspire people by doing by just kind of working on things, you know? Let them see my progress and see that they can do it too. I mean, all it is time, right? And experimentation helps too. Yeah, whenever you rescue a toy, they appear in here and they often open little shops. This is my Amazon reference. For some reason, her head doesn't count as being out. I always forget that's a bug in this pushing between levels. Yep, she's hiding her. I haven't put anything in her shop yet, but that's gonna eventually happen. Other mechanics here. Random errors. Whatever. I'll resolve that error later. And I'll show off like a few of the other abilities. The actual full tour probably takes 40 minutes, so there's so much that's gotten done since then. Especially now that I have what? Now that I'm in 5.5 with Megalights, I can really make things look like I want them to look and not like the garbage it was doing. Yeah, this is the Hierophant room. There's these possessed objects. You try to mess with them, it won't let you do anything. But the Hierophant's active. They work as usable platforms. They become temporarily unpossessed, I guess. Best way to put it. Boing, boing, ooh. I gotta make artwork for the Hierophant cards since I'm making all my own custom tarot cards now. In the game. Actually in the engine. Because, you know, well, sort of in the engine. The renders for the cards are from Daz, but... Oh yeah, it'll be on Steam eventually. I'm trying to release it next October. Maybe the demo sometime in spring. Earlier if I can pull it off, but... It's the largest project I've ever worked on, so we will see how long it takes. I definitely have some breakpoints I can go to reduce the scope if I need to. Let's put it that way. Some ambitious extras that only make it after everything else is done. Yep, I'm gonna put that on there. I'm gonna put it on the Epic Store as well because, well, stupid not to. Oh, actually, let me show off the other release. If you put it on the Epic Store as well, then and you make over $1 million, then they only take 3.5%. Otherwise, then it's, you know, otherwise they take 5% if it's over $1 million. So, like, it's 5% of anything over the $1 million. So, you know, and this is the Hierophant. It bubbles things. I need to make the bubbles bigger for these enemies, but works on these ones here. This weapon's not even close to production ready. It's the concept weapon. Most of these are in concept thing. Only the Fool is truly probably close to production ready. I'm gonna give the other ones a glow up in a bit. And the concept for the Chariot is currently a blimp that fires things. Might get changed. Currently the projectiles for it are terrible. They don't hit very well, but I might change it to something else. I don't even know. But you're still gonna fight blimps either way, so I'll make it cool one way or another. But flying in any Metroidvania game shows up so late that I'm not too worried about it anytime soon, you know? And for an all-important photo bomb. Very important. You just got to take pictures of explosions. Those are my favorite enemy at the end of the day. How could you not like them? I mean, they make a huge explosion. It's so fun. I just grabbed the key to here as I pull my hat out. You can open goodie boxes too. Huh. Friendly landmines. Launch myself into a save box, very important. You can do things like go through pipes. You get to weird places. I don't want to jump out there yet. Some of the pipes are more complicated than others. This one's just a long run, but I'm going to put enemies in to fight. I haven't yet, though. This is a random storage room. Running out of sanity, no. Turn on light. And you mean trying to get the blimp better? If I play at the offsets, see around at a time, eventually do something else, like that would be fun. That's fair. I mean, I'll probably give it decals and things, like, you know, big huge bombs that make explosion thingies. Maybe I'll just use the sound effects for everything, because they're kind of funny. Like, they're so dorky. Like, you know, where, like this, where even on the missing, they're just funny and stupid, and so I almost want to use them for everything, but they fit the Fool, obviously, because the Fool is, you know, like that, but, yeah, like, probably do something like that, add a bunch of extra weird pipes and, like, flames or whatever, I just, oh, things that are just, you know, weird. I need to get my curse back, I'm out. The curse regen is kind of slow, though. I don't know how I feel about this. But, this is where the part where I say it's only like maybe 20% at best, because there's lots of things that are just going on that aren't quite there yet, you know? Like they're sort of there, but they're not really there. Boing, boing, ooh. Oh, apparently I'm gonna fall. No, why? That's okay. All the storage rooms are going to be sinister, just cause. Like everything else, there'll be like plenty of areas that aren't sinister because it's mostly a working toy store, with the top part being where you start at, and it's, you know, reserved for the creepy things that should not be. It's not for the public. What key is even in here? Library key? Oh, okay, that's fair. Kind of a weird key to have in here, but sure. Oh yeah. Well, I'll have to basically move the camera intentionally doing it. Apparently I'm running out of curse again. I have to move the camera intentionally doing it to a different location, probably. Maybe off to the side a bit, potentially, too. So I had to do that with Poppet, too. Like, I don't want to put the reticle right behind her, because then you can't see. So it's usually off to the right. And, you'll see that a lot. Then go into this Wonderland room. I'm changing this to Wonderland for the Safari thing. The second biome is a Wonderland area as you go down. You're trying to get down this factory, so. I haven't put a lot of enemies here like that. I can do that anytime. I'll see you put collectibles in, so. This is the only room in the Wonderland biome that you're gonna visit in the demo. Can I not grab this? Okay. I just want to grab it. Apparently there's lights close enough to me that I'm not actually suffering the effects of that. The secret to get through this area is right down here, actually. This is important. This is Twitch chat's fault. Someone in Twitch chat, I think, you know, suggested this, not the Empress. But for those people keeping track, I have to put an achievement in for this. Oh, thanks, Tropo. It is the size that counts, especially in the case of a hammer. So anyway, someone in chat explained that I need to be able to eat the baby turtle because, you know, have you ever seen the Lion King meme where, you know, like he's like holding up Simba and all that, but then the meme pictures where he throws Simba. So, you know, I have this giant turtle thing, and you can take its baby. And in fact, you can yeet the baby. Because you know what? It knows what it did. There will be an achievement for yeeting the baby. It has to happen. Don't question. Turtles or dogs? That's fair. I mean, you're probably not wrong. I don't know. I need to make the growing things in these bigger. Oh no! Apparently I suck at my own game. Well, water kills you, by the way. 10 out of 10. Water kills you, by the way. The Emperor protects you from water. Thanks for following, Tropo. Yes, yes indeed. Thank you, thank you. I'm showcasing stuff. Random things. Yeah, if you have the Emperor, like in the, it's actually like a few rooms into the Wonderland room, I think. They'll actually have areas underwater you can go to, so you'll come back later and there's secret levels under the water, every point where I had water. Some larger than others, of course, but you know. And of course, these bridges are basically platforming in disguise. Out there, perfect, perfect. As you can see, she could actually just fit through the holes in this, so this is actually a platforming bridge, believe it or not. I hide platforming amongst human-sized thingies all the time. There's also doll-sized thingies too. Also, wee. Can I land on it? Hell yeah. That's right. All be loaded at the same time. What do you mean all? What are we talking about all? Like all the rooms? Because the rooms are connected at all times, as long as you have the key. Oh yeah. If you have the stuff, it's all loaded. There's an H load going on, you know? So, well, there might be, you know, 4,134 actors. There aren't that many actors actually, you know, loaded at any given time. Yeah, actually, I'll just show you how many actors are currently loaded. You can see it in the engine here. It'll tell you. I'm working on changing the H load to what I, you know, want it to be. You know, I don't know exactly the best thing for it to be is, but wait, it's not showing them all. Okay, usually in 5.4 it used to show all of them. Huh. Okay, I guess you can't, unless there's some sort of thing to do it. Huh. We used to do that. I don't know now. 5.5 is an all new beast. Yeah, everything's perpetually loaded. It's just H load, so you can see the H load at least. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, what I have set up like this, because it's open world, well, it's on an open world map. Let me bring up the H load stuff here. I can show you the preview the grid here, right? So what it's doing is you see these white lines everywhere. These are the grid points. Each grid is like 3,200. The cell size is right that. And the loading range is essentially 3 of them. So it's really only loading stuff 3 of those away. And then every other one way out here, it's not loading them. So you won't see super far. I need to fix that for some of the stuff out here. Like, I don't know if I want this stuff in the H load or I might do something different. Yeah. Also, let me turn the camera speed up. Yeah, you'll learn a lot about game dev around here if you hang out. I'm happy to tell people things. This is my world. I made a city like that. You're still in the toy store the whole time, so you're not really going to be out in this per se. But every time you walk by a window or out on these pipes, because you can't leave the building, but as long as you're attached to something on the building, you're fine. There's a curse that will powers you only if you're in the building. So yeah, I made everything you could see from any direction in the building. If you can't see it, well, you know. Okay. Yep, this is my Whimsy Wonders toy store. And you start in the 5th. Actually, you start technically in the toy maker's laboratory with all manner of goodies going on. Okay, that clock thingy is so annoying. I was working on the clock, but the message is there. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I decided I needed stuff for a steampunk lab, so I made Tesla coils. They're pretty and shiny. And goo vats. Ooh, goo. Hey. Pumps. Pump the goo. Very important. They're working on the heart thingy for it. I had one that I had from some other asset pack, but then they want more money to use it, and I don't want to pay them money. They already sold to me. I don't want to deal with that problem. I'm still working on the big red button thingy. Doesn't work right. And my steampunk clock. Important. Oh yeah, it's great. I'm making a grandfather clock too that spins the hands because the grandfather clock didn't have working hands. So, oh yeah, I'm adding more steampunk stuff in general this game, because, you know, it's a steampunky world. I have goodie boxes. This one says freebies. I can change what's on them. There's a ghost girl who runs the place, and she puts funny things on there. Yep. Can't have them now. Sucks to be you. I will show off another fight. I mean, the nav mesh even reaches her. I might have to change that around. See if I can find the right room. Do I know the layout of my own game? Yes, I do. This fight's quite buggy, so if it breaks in the middle of it or whatever, you know, how it is. Let me make certain I have it set up to do the full fight and not a partial fight, because I was showing off that earlier. Blah, 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 blah. I have the partial fight set on. So the major bosses of the games are the other victims of the serial killer who put everyone's souls into dolls. And, well, they've all been driven crazy by this curse. And you're trying to collect their souls to put them back in their bodies so you can all get out of there. But they're clearly not going to let you do that because they're crazy and the curse is, you know, powering them. So you're going to have to, you're going to have to beat some face, basically. It's going to have to happen. Their nav mesh? Not big enough. Bigger, better. Titanic nav mesh. Calculate the biggest nav mesh ever. Still calculating. And calculating. Still calculating. The time to stretch. Wait for it to calculate. The time, so I'll calculate it. Starting to turn off the thingy so I don't gotta look at it the whole time. Push the button, receive the bacon, maybe? Maybe? Disable that screen message. I will go back to working on that clock eventually. Alright. So yeah, for if you don't know Tropa, the main mechanic of the game is the curse. So when you're in the darkness, you gain curse power, which lets you use abilities, but you lose your sanity slowly. Which, if your sanity ever hits 0, you die. Go back to the light though, you get your sanity back. So you just gotta bounce between the two in order to do things. And she uses tarot cards as weapons. Still working on this character, but her main mechanic is she summons a voodoo doll of you. And the voodoo doll of you, whenever it takes damage, you take the damage. So you have to protect the voodoo doll of you. She has other mechanics too, but I need to work on the AI for the voodoo doll of you because it's just so stupid. I have triple damage on, so this shouldn't take incredibly long to showcase. The star here trades sanity for health, or just acts as a heal if you just happen to be in the light. Oh, beating on my voodoo doll. Stop that. It's gonna be hard balancing the voodoo doll aspect of this fight. If you get too far away from her, and so is the voodoo doll, then she will summon it back. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. You definitely end up hugging lamps a lot. The only difference is in this, you gain a lot of abilities and will probably gain like more sanity and stats over time, so you'll be able to not have to be near it as much, you know? Basically, you're going to be fighting in this. and doing a lot of platforming, because, you know, Metroidvanias are all about, you know, exploring and then finding new abilities so you can explore new areas you couldn't get to previously, so you have to backtrack to find them. The whole double jump theory all over again. You're just gonna run away, aren't you? You suck. No. I'll trade the hit. Why not? That launch is obnoxious. Also, landing on her head was not a good choice. Oh, she plays that now. It's weird. Oh. Yeah, in the third phase, like of her fight there, she has a shield that she'll bring up, and she summons 5 minions, and as long as those 5 minions are alive, you can't hurt her. It's a little oogie boogie looking enemies. She summons other minions too, but apparently they're not even moving. They're just kind of standing there. They should move. Also, she spins the battlefield, so it's really hard to go in one direction. I mean, the battlefield will move to you, but you're not really able to move in that direction, so you have to follow the battlefield during the fight. Oh yeah. The Fool's a lot of fun. It's like the most production-ready weapon I have so far at the moment. Sometimes a good clock just sends them flying. Like, yep. So obnoxious. Oh. Come back. But she managed to pull me too. I've never even seen that bug. Oh, apparently I'm caught. Exactly. I'm trying to go for like a childlike glee a lot of times in this, just a lot of fun, so... All the things are basically interactable, so you can just do dumb things like bounce on couches and beds, just for reasons. Turn on lamps. The candles don't currently interact much, but... Eventually I might have ways so you can light and unlight them. Like, I think the devil might involve fire. Because, you know, I'm doing all 22 of the major arcana, and the devil's one of them. There's actually a guy in the, who shows up in the chat thread who's working on one. The steampunk one, when I suggested it. So, I'm definitely going to have one way or another. I want to be able to run across those. I want that in my game. Okay. Doesn't have a death animation yet. Triple damage plus that makes it much easier to kill her. Takes forever to vanish. I don't know why her death animation is broken. It just is. Yeah. Then you have to take your voodoo doll to safety, because your voodoo doll is still there. You take her to the painting world and throw her in there, and she becomes a minion for later. Yeah, that's right. T-pose power. Yep. Yep. Currently working on that one. Eventually it'll just be showing the tour over and over. That'll be the whole stream. Just play my own game over and over and over. That would not be the worst thing in the world. I am the only one who has this game. In order to see it, you must literally watch just me stream. Ha 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 ha. You know. This stream shows a bunch of mechanics, so I'll just do it real fast. Well, we'll say that's the bouncy couch in the end. Actually, did you see the... Were you here for the turtle thing? Okay, so you don't need to see the Empress then. There you go, yeah. You don't need to see no Empress. You've seen the Empress. Well, then I will run through this room. It shows like a brief version of a couple of the mechanics, so you can save yourself some watching all of it. I keep changing up the tour a little bit because, well, I'm getting more and more rooms. Friendly landmines, very important. Yeah, so the magician turns on stuff. So he manipulates objects. I made the lamp. Very excited by the lamp. Working on it last stream. I also can do things like manipulate drawers. You can also pick up small objects and throw them too. Such as your voodoo doll or small blocks. Ah, there's still one of the profane old lights that I don't like much. Dispossessed objects in the game. They won't let you jump on them unless you use the Hierophant, then they'll behave, otherwise they'll just throw you. Wing, wing. The Fool can break things too. Some of the things will probably be able to break stuff too. Not just the Fool, but... you know, we'll get to that. Woohoo! It goes through the wall. Yeah, whatever. Some things are just gonna have to be, you know? Oh. I made little toy checkers with emoji faces. And chess pieces too. There's a black and white tile board, black and white tile floor that they worship as the Great Board, and it's basically the first floor of the building, but I just made these as concepts. Well, the chess piece, I just put things in there. That's right, yep. One of the girls is a chess piece, so... yeah, you can pick up small objects and throw them, like, such as these blocks here. Apparently, if they're in the way, I can't, but yeah. Pick them up? Can I pick them up? Okay. That's embarrassing. For some reason, it doesn't want to pick them up. I don't know what's wrong with them. You should be able to pick them up. Oh, and I have no curse. There you go. That's why. I forgot that can run out. I usually don't run long periods of the game. I just will do rooms. Yeah, I'm gonna have the ones where the little ones can jump on top of each other to, you know, king themselves to make a bigger one. Maybe a continuous one there just because it's funny, but they're pretty far in the game, so don't need them right now. I have a lot of concept stuff already made. Now I should be able to pick them up, right? There you go. Yep. You can kill things that way. They're basically the Roombas of the Toy Factory. That's what I decided. Yeah, I have pictures of the... is that weird? Pictures of the Queen. That's right. Might as well be Roombas. I mean, they're checkers, you know, like, checkers basically like a little Roomba for all intents and purposes. I mean, they look like a Roomba. I'll probably make them jump or something, I don't know. See. Probably will. Yeah, but I made the Red Queen, who is like the leader of the chess pieces. Went back, she's just a giant chess piece. She has her model and everything like that. I just haven't put her in the game yet. Don't need her right now. There'll be plenty of problems with her. There always are. But yeah, that's kind of about where I'm at. I mean, yeah. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna increase the bubble size in these things. I do this test all the time. And these guys get bubbled. Hey Bailey's. Gameplay ability system on this? I mean, the abilities are based on tarot cards. When the whenever you get, like, there's unlockables for the tarot cards by finding the better version of each of the tarot cards. Like you find the Fool number 2 and it gets you like, you know, a giant version of the Fool, like when you use the super for it. I'm probably gonna use some sort of crystals you collect in order to upgrade their actual like damage to greater levels. This way you can gain damage along the way. Oh, no. I don't like plugins very much. I'll use some if I have no choice, but I try to avoid them pretty much. Lots of problems with them. Had a dialogue plugin. Built a bunch of stuff on it. Dialogue plugin they pushed an update that broke it. And then from that point on, they never update it, and they're like, I'm just going to stop making it now. And I'm like, thanks. And there's no 5.5 version either. That's the thing, whenever you upgrade versions of the engine too, you have to wait for all the plugins to upgrade too, or you can't use your project. Also fun, I had to wait like 2 weeks for Unity 5.5 just so I get the critical plugins updated for it. My advice is usually don't use plugins. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure with tarot cards? I mean, that's fair. I heard JoJo mentioned a couple times with this, so makes sense. Makes sense indeed. Hanged Man Sphere. I'm gonna increase the size of this sphere because I'm tired of seeing these things not be imprisoned in one. Oh, let me activate here. What? Which is not visible, okay. Because, you know, gotta imprison him in a bubble. Maybe not. Well, that might be a bad size for the bubble. We're gonna test it out real quick here. Not visible. See, what happens is that there's the Hangman fires a projectile, and when the projectile actually impacts them, it turns this on, so it looks like they got bubbled. Yes, I might as well improve this weapon since I keep showing it off in the test. Yeah, I'm so annoyed at the I put these print strings on for something. I'm no longer working on that thing right now, but I have to always turn it off because I keep reading about it. So yeah, annoyed at the fact I keep forgetting to turn that off. We'll do this one here. About 9.5 months. Yeah, so this is the Hanged Man. It fires bubbles. And now it imprisons them in bubbles. It's not like production ready, so this weapon needs a lot of work. It's not. I don't need it for the demo though, so it's pretty low priority. But I test it all the time to show it to people. Yeah, it's just a bubble one. I gotta make pictures for their event. Yep. That's like the second major weapon you get. It doesn't do anything else besides the bubbles at the moment, but I'm really thinking I might start putting the various words as, you know, funny things to just say whenever things happen, because it's just so comedically stupid. Like the Fool has. Oh, apparently I didn't select it very well here. But you know, when this hits things, like when it misses, well, like the comedically stupid words are kind of funny. I almost wonder if I want other things to do them too, but maybe it could just be the Fool does them. Like, what if I just made it very comic booky, you know? It hits him, it's like bubble, and it's like, okay. And then when the bubble breaks, it's like pop. That might be pretty interesting. I don't know. I'm tempted to make that a reality. Oh no, running out of sandy. Bad, bad. Yeah. Might be fun. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. This was just a mechanic that like I'll come home from my 8-hour workday and then I'll like, you know, crash out for like an hour, maybe hour and a half, and then come stream and then crash out for like 5 hours after the stream. And I was just like laying there in bed and I was thinking this would be funny, and yeah, it goes pew pew. Like maybe that's the thing that needs to happen. Because it's really easy to do this. I could see that. Because like you have a little chariot here, and the chariot could go pew. Let me switch on to it. Like if it just goes pew pew pew. This thing is so rough. Not even sure it's going to be in there, but I might just use it as an enemy too. Fly around and shoot things at you. Put, woohoo! He needs to drop bombs on things. That'd be way more fun, I think. Probably have like a down view and it's like... Problem I have right now is the model's in the way. I don't really like that, but... You know what? I'm also going to fix another bug with the tour. Yeah, you know, you're really selling me on the idea. I'm going to bring up my notes so I can add this here, because... You know. Why not, right? Turret makes a burr comic sound effect. Do comic sound effects. I mean, I can see it. I'm liking this idea. Because I mean, it's just silly, and I do want some fun things. I mean, there's bad things going on in the game. You know, like not everything is like the best thing in the world. I mean, you did get murdered, so clearly things aren't always the best. But you know. It's also fun to have a little bit of stupidity in the game too, you know? Just a little bit of, why would you do that? This ledge was ungrabbable. Yeah. Okay, you can grab it now. Over and over and over, I've been grabbing this ledge or trying to, and it's failed every time. And I haven't fixed it forever. Don't move the ledge, move the whole thing, thank you. No, the whole thing. I believe in your ability to move the whole thing. Or not. Undo. Undo. Like it's grabbing this little ledge instead of moving everything. There we go. Now it's moving everything. Maybe 5.5 is a little weird. But yeah, that's kind of what I've been thinking about doing. I gotta replace this or put a thing on top of it because can't grab it. Guess I'll do that right now. I think I want to replace these though because you can't open them, so they kind of suck. You know? Like I made this one here so you could open it. Goodie boxes. I need something to go in these that can be open, because if you can't open it, it's just lame. Like I just hate it. But that's a different thing. Right now I was making a clock. I mean, I can't put like, you know, Chucky itself, but you know, I just would put things like that. I mean, I have Annabelle reference in here, but not actually Annabelle. Like I have this box here which has the Annabelle warning on it. The warning positively do not open. But the doll is called Bugaboo, which is its own different doll. This came from a game jam, and she was originally the last boss of the game jam game. This is only a render of her. I have the model, I just haven't put her in yet. But the game's, you know, basically Victorian steampunk, though actually more like 1928 or so, about when it happened. So probably closer to Bioshock Infinite for time purposes. And yeah, it's I don't know if Chucky would fit terribly well, but I could make, I could make an allusion to Chucky, like it's kind of a thing. Like let's see, I believe her name in the actual things is well, they can't copyright the word Annabelle anyway, because Annabelle is a name. Yeah, like they have like Annabelle is like the actual name of the character. I have a character. I went a little more amusing on the reference. Name is Anna, a last name Bell, as a joke. So because Anna's a normal first name, and so is Bell as a normal last name. So you can't copyright the name like that. It's just people's names. So even though technically I could get away with probably having it literally be Annabelle, because Annabelle is just an actual name, but I think it's funnier this way. I do have a character for her, but I don't need her yet. The demo is going to be this this floor here. So this will be like the last fight of the demo. So I only need basically the 5th floor and the Toy Maker's Workshop and part of the 4th floor for this room. That's it for the demo. Probably takes about an hour. Yeah. And the best part is Anna and Belle are both names that are, common for the era too. So I was like, perfect. Yeah, that's kind of the plan. I was trying to make this rotate correctly, because I made the hands really bright so you could see them. They're not going to be this bright normally, but I want to see them. So the second hand is this incredibly bright white here. And when I start it up, it's rotating the wrong way. Yes. Yes, it is the wrong way. My plan is to take I created a little cylinder that was the second cylinder, and then I stuck a thing out of it. And all I'm doing is rotating the cylinder in time with the seconds. Wow, I mean, thanks. I haven't really looked very far into his Twisted Tower. I mean, I think I've seen some brief mentions of it. Like I've seen a few of his videos. He actually really helped with my game dev document ideas. So I've seen a little bit of his Twisted Tower stuff, but not super large amounts about it. But take the compliment. Definitely show more stuff. Funny, I do the tour, and the tour takes like 20 to 30 minutes. And then like halfway through the tour, someone else shows up. So then the tour gets extended. And then like halfway through that, someone shows up and it gets extended. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I don't mind. This is hilarious to me. It's like, look, the tour keeps going. Okay. Like I've got like my own amusement park going on here like that, and it's literally just, I'm like one of the little workers there, and this is my little like ride that I send people on. Just little Mickey Mouse ears or something like that. I guess little steampunk Mickey Mouse ears. You wear them too. Funny. Like, all right, get in line. Are you tall enough for the tour? Okay, good. Actually, I guess it's how you're old enough for the tour. Yes, yes, indeed. I'm gonna change. Let me look at this here, right? Oompa Loompas walking around in Tour Factory? Pretty much, yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with being Oompa Loompa. Who doesn't want to be an Oompa Loompa, right? I mean, you get to live off chocolate, apparently, or perpetually, and this is the one that should be rotating. It's weird. Move this up to here. It doesn't need to be attached to the clock, I think. Well, I mean, it should rotate just fine either way. Huh. Sometimes the rotation's weird. Undo. Undo. I'm watching this number over here. Oh, it's just fully blueprints. We don't need no stinking C++. Gross. Imagine using C++ unironically. Weird. Typing out code. I know I did a bunch of JavaScript, so I know JavaScript. I have typed out lots of code. I just am rebelling against the empire. I mean, listen, Epic's just like, you can make a blueprint project. In order to use C++, you have to open Visual Studio. Even they don't think it's worth using C++ in your blueprint project. I don't like the C++ either because it's often hard to reference the stuff inside it either. Like if it's a blueprint, it's easy to reference everything. With C++, like people will have their little like things made in C++ that like, they've converted into blueprints, and this leads to so many problems. Don't get me wrong, sometimes they make really good stuff, but I'm very leery of it. Let's put it that way. Because, you know, anything I can't control is something I am not very excited about. What I'm saying. Well, this would be a loop rotator. This is. Oh wait, I just got rid of that entirely because I just want to see if it would actually rotate at all. Let's see what it does. I'm going to stand on my table to watch. I want like the ability to manipulate the clock too in order to have some sort of a puzzle thing, but the clock I had like didn't have working hands on it. Yeah, it just goes somewhere else, and it's got like 0, -90, 0, 90, yeah. Okay. One of those things doesn't make a huge amount of sense because, well, originally I had it as this. This made sense. Sometimes the rotation thingies are so weird. Like UE5's got some bizarreness, or 5.5 has some bizarreness to it. Now this one's at -90. But how? Right? Because the rotation, I'm printing the string here of time span, sure. This here, get world rotation of, actually world rotation of the, of seconds, yeah. So somehow this is getting a world rotation of -90 on this. Drag and drop menu? I mean, it helps if it works. That makes no sense. X, Y, and Z there, and you know, it should be, this should be at 90, this should be the one that changes the pitch, and the yaw should be. But immediately upon doing this, it says -90. And the, it's also changing the other one too. It's changing the Z now too. What? How is that even possible? We can try set relative. Because it's supposed to be setting it to this exact number. Right? That's the whole point. Like if it's not setting it directly to that number, what is it even doing with its time? It's like, that's what set world rotation does. Well, if you set the initial rotation on this one here to -90, does that? Because it's now turned inside of here because you just turned it 90 degrees. So that's what it's doing. But it shouldn't be doing that because being fed these numbers here, so 90, 90 plus that. Yeah. That's with world rotation here. And what it's supposed to be doing is the middle number there, it's starting with 90 because that's, if you'll notice the rotation on this, it says 90 as where the Y is, right? You see, you want, actually now that seems weird. So it's not that one. And the blue one turning does also manipulates that. See, that's weird. See, look at this. See, if you'll notice the green number is changing, sure. And if I move the green one, now they all change. Huh. I just wanted to change the one. And right here, like it's changing, it should be changing it forward, I guess, here, but it's actually going in the negatives. Well, technically it should be a negative going backwards there as opposed to the other, which is weird. Huh. Okay, that nav mesh is forcing it to calculate every single time I do something. Yeah. Sometimes you get weird stuff like this. It makes no sense. I just usually try things until it works out, because I did this with the steampunk lamp. And I am setting world rotation on that one too. And I just had two different numbers and I just went with it. Like it starts at one, then goes to the other. And that should be fine. But I guess I can add to its current things there. This is supposed to just straight set it though. This times 6 plus the 90, so. Well, either way, this should actually be like minus. Well, 90 is where it's supposed to start at, and it goes backwards, so. We'll have to negate this number. Negating it means that it will, okay, I'm just going to multiply it by 1. -1. I don't have to drag it as, like, bring the line over for that. I can just do the -1 here, and that'll, negate it. So it gives me the negative number, so it's backwards. And then I'm going to try it on relative rotation, see if that helps make a difference. Perhaps I could move this. Well, actually, I can move it off the grandfather clock to the default scene, which might also change some things too. It gets finicky and weird. This was a problem that showed up in 5.5, which I've been using for like now 2 days. And stuff happens in 5.5 that makes no sense. Such as rotations being just completely off. And you're just like, oh, why? Huh. Let's tilt this a little bit here. And now it says -20 and like that. And if you see, like, look at the numbers changing like crazy. So it's like, why is that one changing every time it's here? Now it's at -70, 270. Right there, it's at -104, 03, 270. You see where that's weird? Like now it's at like -360. What are these numbers? It should be spinning in 360 degrees, right? That's a circle. Yeah, it doesn't. So I'm like, huh. I've been having a lot of problems with rotations. I might wait until they patch it. Because what I'm seeing is just so many problems with this. I did get it to work finally on the other, but it took so long to pull off. Yeah, it's supposed to be like this. And that should be 90, and then moving this should in fact do that, right? Then you get up to here, and now the numbers just freak out. And I cannot find a reason why it would do that. It's never done this before. But there you go, So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it until later and see if they patch it. And I'm just going to remove all these print strings because I don't want to see these anymore. I have no clue where they're pulling those numbers from, but that is not how it's supposed to work at all. No. Yeah, every new version of these things, especially the early versions of like each new major step, have so many weird bugs. So you just kind of go, okay, and move on. Like, perfectly fine. You just don't even worry about it. Come back when they fix the bug. Like, for a while, I couldn't put a nav mesh down. They just wouldn't do it. I had to reload the whole level. Why? I don't know. Reload the whole level, can put the nav mesh down just fine. Just how it works. Just fine. Never question. Just go with it. But, yeah. I have a list of things I was going to do, too. Yep, pretty much, yeah. It's definitely been quite the ride when it comes to those things. Update viewers, nice. Yeah, yeah, quite the ride. Times things don't work so. I need to look up how to do that. I was making a list of the order of everything goes in the demo, because I make my own document thingies with things that need to be fixed and ideas and stuff. I have like a 70-page game dev doc, but full of stuff that's not even relevant anymore. But I need to well, it actually ends right here at the Voodoo, here at the end of the demo. I started putting the order for other things afterwards. But I made some changes recently to the order on things, so I might want to tweak things a bit here for that. Then I'm probably going to start adding in specific enemies. Oh, welcome back, Lepus. How's it going? Have you assembled your asset pack Avengers yet? Or Justice League? I guess just be a league at that point. The Asset League. Yeah. So let's get the order of these rooms here figured out. Oh, I appreciate it. Always happy to have people hang out. Even if you don't say anything, just being here is good enough for me. Hey, you should make that your name on Itch, you know, for your group, the Asset League. First Asset League. Yes. Alright, so at the beginning of the game, we're going to go to Toymaker's Workshop, and then we're going to go to the Painting World. I mean, there you go, see? Chill out. Chat. You know? Grind crabs. Those crabs aren't going to grind themselves, you know? Doing a service here. Hopefully there's a crab market nearby, you just in the game. Actually gonna make games. Nobody makes games here, that's weird. Making games. We just use it as a cheap way to have stream content. Crabs have hands. Oh, of course they do, they'll crab hands. Crab people. Walk like crab? No, actually I was like, I don't remember the actual words of that. The crab people. There were words involved with it. You go to the painting world, and then you go to the carnival room. I'm fine with this. And then magician room, we're cool with that. Toy maze. I need some work to make the toy maze fun. Waiting room, which is now kind of a fun room. The safari room, you should go back to the painting world first, and then you go to the waiting room. Go through here, you get the Empress. And return back up into here to get Patrick's key. Go in, fight Patrick. Get the chapel key, which Does say chapel key and does in fact unlock chapel door. Need the chapel, which seems like it's pretty decently set up. Need to make the lights a little better. Okay. Kind of a sneezing fit. Yeah. Chapel's good. All records. Not the most exciting room, but it is a hallway. Hallways are just, they're hard to make exciting. I'm going to add more to it, I'm sure, but this is where the game gets a bit weird on what the order I want things are. So I have an optional storage room. The storage room has the library key. I remember that. And I think it might have another key too. So optionally, we have this room. I think I had 2 keys in here. Yeah, there's a secret other key in here. Secret other key is to, oh, the storage room itself. So you can escape out the storage room? Sure. Just for convenience. And then this has this key here. I have not seen the infinite hallway. I don't know. I can look at it. I can't look at it with sound because YouTube copyright is the worst thing ever, and I'm also streaming to YouTube at the same time. Hallway. Duplication glitch. Duplication glitch. Oh. I mean, how would I make something look like it goes on forever? I'm assuming that well, you could lock the player in place and simply move the hallway while having actually never mind. That would make no sense. You could move the hallway with the player. They do that. And I know at the end I would just simply have, I'd have like a couple hallways in either direction that are like the same duplicate hallway, sure. And potentially I would not actually want to player much at all. Or I'd simply start making more of that hallway at each thing. So it's always the same thing. And I think you'd just be making like the same room and you just like, you just spawn a new version of the room over and over and over and over. But you don't want the player to move at that point. Because if the player moves, like is actually believe that eventually they're going to be all the way across the map. They'll be unending. So I think what's actually happening is they are locking you in place. And what they're doing is they're actually moving the room underneath you while spawning a new one in front of you. So they're just moving it underneath like that. So that's really what's happening, like a treadmill. And then there at the very end is like a parallax that looks like something. Or even at that point, you could just, well, no, you just never would reach the parallax, right? So we just put a new room in the middle of it over and over. I think that's how I would do it. I mean, the game's not really set up for an infinite hallway, but that doesn't mean it can't exist later, right? But it's the ideas of infinite and things like that. Infinite way like Dark Souls. Because I could see it. Because in one of the fights, the voodoo fight, I actually rotate the battlefield because I made the actual battlefield itself a blueprint. So in the middle of the fight, this area starts rotating because this is a blueprint itself. And we moved around. See, so I can rotate it freely because it's an actor in the world. Yeah, I'm assuming that's what happens. You have to lock the player in place for that kind of thing to work. Otherwise, the player would actually be traveling. That would be great. Yeah, I'll think about that because it would involve changing how the movement works. You still want the animation of movement to play. Yeah, I think it's a treadmill, basically, would be how I'd have to do it. It would be pretty involved, I think. That might take like an hour. Maybe take like half an hour or something to figure it out. Because I don't really, if I knew it in advance, it's probably not as hard as I think it is. But I would just simply need to make hallway things. Hallway blocks. Or just the hallway block. Just keep placing them. Yeah. Well, maybe it might be something. I don't know anywhere to put it at this point, but maybe. Not a bad idea. I think what I'm doing tonight, I often talk out what I'm planning on doing, you know. Partially because whenever I say my ideas out loud, they'll either sound really smart or really stupid. And that helps. Turns out that every idea in your head is like the best idea you've ever had in your life. And then you say it out loud, it's like, it's a terrible plan. I'm glad I didn't do it. Sometimes it's just mad genius. Most of the time, it's probably a terrible plan I shouldn't have done. Protecting myself from stupidity. Yeah, I'm going to put items in place. I can upgrade stats. I might make the stats relevant. As it is now, I want to make it playable up to probably the Hall of Records, or maybe just playable up to beating Patrick. But I mean, I have 4 stats in here, but they don't do anything at the moment. And I've been arguing with myself on if I should have these stats at all. Instead of just having the weapons, like the tarot cards being upgradable. I mean, I'm obviously keeping these 3 stats. That makes sense. But like the whole RPG thing, I put the 4 in there because there are 4 like minor arcana like that. Well, actually, there's 4 different suits for the minor arcana, which are the swords, the cups, the wands, and the pentacles. So to have the full tarot deck, I'm just like, oh, put these places and you know, do that. I do want to put the full tarot deck in the game. So I was considering maybe I'll replace the crystals with the other little mini tarots, but I don't know. Or have specific upgrade requirements for each of the things, like you have to get so many of each of the wands, pentacles, and things to upgrade a thing. Maybe. I don't hate that idea. There's not really enough skills for that because, you know, you find the tarot cards and unlock them, right? And then I might have different abilities for them. This is not the final menu at all. I just what gets the job done at the moment. And I was considering, like, you know, being able to, like, you know, I guess at this point, crystals were the thing I was going to use as the MacGuffin you collect in order to be able to level these up. And as you level them up, they get more like attack power, or they're cheaper to use, or something like that. But I was going to have like upgraded versions of the cards that you find in order to unlock the abilities. But I could actually just make it where you just pay the crystals to unlock all the abilities over time anyway. There's not really enough abilities for a skill tree, though. Not like it's not like a full-on RPG. It's much more closer to the Metroid version of a Metroidvania than the Castlevania version. A lot of it just comes down to the RPG stuff, like having come from the RPG Maker community. I can tell you just how much time and effort it takes to balance all the weird little extra MacGuffins you collect there, like that, the potions, the, you know, the attack damage, the magic damage, like, you know, all these things. Like, every new stat just makes it that much more complicated. Whereas if you look at something like Metroid, the only damage reductions you ever got were when you get the next suit, right? And it's like a flat damage reduction, having found it. You really want to find that suit. It makes a big difference once you have it. So I would be more along the lines of like that versus the numbers thing. So I've been arguing with myself on the actual upgrade system. Because, you know, I could literally just say, okay, there's like, you know, 10 levels of this or something. Like 10's probably a lot. But we'll say there's 10 levels of this, and then it costs this many crystals to get this level, this many for the next one, this many for the next one, and so on down the line. And I can just put crystals everywhere as the pointless MacGuffin you collect to you know, level things up. Which means that I can put level shinies everywhere. Yeah, collectibles are a lot easier to balance. And I think they're more fun on average than levels. Because you find a collectible that actually really does something different in the game is much cooler because it just changes your whole game as opposed to, oh look, I got a number increase. It's possible I could just simply have no additional way to upgrade it. Instead of having like, you know, a special like levels like that, I could just literally say, okay, well, you find the next one of these tarot cards, like the next upgraded version, and that version just gives you a new ability and maybe ups its stats. That leads to a lot of collecting. So then instead of saying, okay, well, you know, in order to get like the 5th level of the Fool, you have to find the Fool number 5, or just 5 of the Fool card. Not even a number 5, just the 5th one. And it'll just show you on here what you get for each level. So you have to go hunt down the various things, which might be more fun than just having to collect an arbitrary number of like crystals or something like that to upgrade them. On the other hand, having crystals everywhere, people love collecting dumb treasure things. So, I mean, that is something in its own right. It also gives you a reason to kill enemies. Because otherwise, if you have no reason to kill enemies, you can just run past them. Right? I mean, they might be in the way and you might have to kill some, but there's no reason to keep fighting. You're not gaining levels. There's no gain to fighting them. Which makes me go, I mean, that's kind of crappy. Like, shouldn't there be something you gain from it? I kind of want a MacGuffin that you collect. Might just be coins because, I mean, there are other toys in there and you can save them and create a little toy world in the painting world. So that in its own right means that they could use the coins as their little currency and actually, you know, sell you things. Like they could sell you the various cards. So some of the ones could have like a card or two for sale or something, or you could, you know, pay them to get things, maybe. But that feels like I wouldn't put many of them that way. Could have mini games that require coins too, or something like that. Like I said, I like the idea of finding upgraded versions of the cards in the world and not using crystals to upgrade them or whatever, because it just means I can put them behind complicated, you know, puzzles to get them, or like, you know, jumping things, or maybe make them drop off some particularly tough enemy. I don't like that there's no reason to fight stuff if I do that. Plus, there's also these stat upgrades too. These 3 can be upgraded, I'm assuming. So, yeah, that's kind of the argument right now. I think I like the idea of the tarot cards being upgraded by finding a new version. I suppose I could sell these stat upgrades, but I could also make those findable too. Everything can just be a find-a-thon. Basically, that's just Metroid. That means you leave out the shops, but then I have no point in having a toy world, right? Because, can I get over to it? No, I can't. I can just go into it directly. Because one of the mechanics of the game is you can rescue toys, and by sending them into the painting world, which is like a liminal space that connects all the paintings. So, it's one of the characters, when she died, she got stuck in the paintings, so she kind of floats around between the paintings. So, you open up little shops in here and everything like that. But I don't even have a shop mechanic at the moment, but you'll be able to actually, every time you unlock one things like that, they'll open up a thing here, such as the shop or the battle arena or whatever. And I can't open the store because their hat doesn't appear, sure. So I mean, that gives me a reason to have these things, which is kind of a cool mechanic. That's one of the biggest things that's the sticking point right now of trying to figure out exactly what I want to do with the upgrade system. What plays out the best? I mean, with crystals, then you can just upgrade whichever one you have. Though some might be better than others, some might be terrible. But then the game is no longer balanced around anything like that. It's just balanced around picking the right thing to upgrade. But some you would probably never upgrade because they are just not as good. Because they're like much more limited when you can use them, I guess. Versus the Fool probably gets upgraded immediately, so... Because it's like the first big weapon. Unless I give weapons to all of the things. That's true too. I could give them like a static ability and not. So there's a lot of argument on what I'm doing with it. As far as upgrades go. That's like the biggest, that's what's holding up the demo the most. Anyway. I'll think about it. Yeah, I really want it to be fun, and I don't want to make it grind heavy. You know? Like, that's my worry about the crystal thing, is then it's like, okay, well then how many crystals is the number that you should have to get in order to make this not seem awful? Right? I'm trying to force you to fight the enemies, and this is weird. Thanks for the follow, Mr. Dima981. Also, apparently there's an ad break in progress. Perfect timing, Mr. Dima. Brought the ads with you. Thanks, Twitch. Your timing is amazing. How's it going? My 200th follower. Thank you. Yes. My 200th real follower, because there was a guy who followed me with 100 people. They're all fake accounts, and then Twitch removed them all. So I actually got over 200 for briefly, and Twitch was like, those aren't real. I said, boot. So. I'll be right back. I mean, really easy. Turns the light off. Or turns the light on. There's a bonus follower. Wait, what? Gained a secret follower? Secret follower. Stealth follower, stealth. We love stealth follower. I mean, how you do that? Oh, good. People are back. How's your night or day going, Mr. Dima? For me, it's night, but I realize the rest of the world might be normal and it might be day for you. In which case, you know, I only sleep during the day. The daytime is scary. I don't like the daytime. Is when the bad things come, like the sun. You icky sun. Huh. Europe gang? Fair enough, fair enough. A lot of the people who show up here are usually from, you know, well, not the US. I'm the weirdo. I'm over in California, so it's 12:51 a.m. here. Just saying. That's the best time to game dev. Putting in steampunk lamps into places. Even though this room is not even in the demo, I'm replacing the lamp here with the steampunk lamp. because I made them myself. Excited. Yep. I'm making a steampunk game. This is my world. All the various steampunky things. Oh. This is my toy store. You're playing as a woman, Poppet, who is murdered, and her soul was put into a toy, and she's trying to escape the toy store. Yep. The whole game is played inside the little toy place, but whenever you see a window or something, I wanted a city outside so you can see it. Afternoon in Australia? Yep. Everyone's making me feel like the weirdo here. Jeez. Let me see how it is. No, I am actually the weirdo here, so it's perfectly fine. About understanding my place in the universe. I am the weirdo. He the weirdo. It's just how it is. Don't question. Or do. You can question. I question. Oh. Or, I mean, I haven't even made a video in forever. They were all like old stuff from like RPG Maker ages. This game ain't like your RPG Maker game, if you know what I'm saying. It's very much not RPG. Yeah, I am. I assume you came from over that community or something? If you think I look familiar. I'm sure that guy who's been waiting out in the bushes out there, in which case, why haven't you trimmed the hedges yet? That'd be funny. It's like, why, yes, I am your stalker out there. Like, oh, why, hello there. I mean, I get a laugh. Why is there nothing there? What have I copy pasted? What have I done? Placing all these crappy lamps. Put new lamp? Yeah? Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, well. I can just do the, I was just telling people that there's a running joke. I do the tour, and this one comes up right midway through the tour or right after it. This stream is going to eventually be me playing my own game over and over and over, which is funny and fine. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with that. But I will show you the show you all the stuffs, or at least the brief tour. A full tour takes like 40 minutes, especially if I explain everything I'm doing. God, be here all night. Oh wait, I'm fine with people being here. Maybe that's a good thing. Hey, wait a minute. Definitely on to something. Hey. So anyway, I'll give you the quick tour. Basic thing there. Maybe. I don't know. Then I have to explain why some are leveled through one, not the other. I might just make some of the upgrades buyable. Like you bring them enough, like, you know, crystals or something. It feels kind of forced. With this new. Anyway, for the new guy, this is Poppet. She's a patchwork doll. It's kind of hard to see her in the dark, but I'll go stand in the light so you see her better. It's her dodge. It uses curse. All the toys are powered by this curse that permeates the building. And whenever you're in the darkness, you gain curse power, which lets you use your abilities, but you lose your sanity. Sanity over 0, you die. Curse takes you over. But if you go back into the light, then there's a light just above me. Your sanity comes back, so you just have to bounce between the two to avoid dying. Uses tarot cards as weapons. This is the Fool. I'll get this card because in the way here. Also Fool too. Apparently I can't with my own weapon. Oh, we got planted. It's a giant squeaky toy. I mean, it would be pretty funny. It's not a bad idea. Apparently it's still moving. I don't know why I can continue to move. That's okay. This is the Empress. It grows and shrinks plants. Useful for traversing places. This is the bouncy couch. It bounces because it's fun. She's saved by jumping into toy boxes. Also, you probably get a better look at her. Or not. I get a good look at her? It used to be the standing of these was the best way to get a look at her. Really? Is that the world we live in now? I can't look at her anymore? How about I crouch? Can I crouch to get a better look at her? There you go. He's like, nope, you can't look at that. Yeah, the Empress puts a flower pot on your head. Just cuz. Yep, I made her. The magician manipulates stuff in the environment. Oh. Oh. I missed the jump. I'm terrible. Oop, doo -doo -doo. I could have just let it. Actually, no, it wouldn't respawn me back here because I don't have the thing on that. I have the different game mode on so I can load wherever I'm at because my game mode won't let me do that. Yep. We'll do the really simple tutorial. The city doesn't load because I have the load distance set really low. Just because it's better for purposes of testing. I forgot how the Empress on right now. Loaded. I don't like that the effect of that makes it really hard to see though. For a brief period of time. Magician can turn on lights too. You like my lights? I'll ride this one up too, because I like riding them up. Yep, I gotta start. Oh, there's one of these crappy lamps still. Ew. Strength is currently double jump. Also giant pumpkin. Just cause. Giant pumpkin. It's happier now. Yeah, I kind of wish I had a regular pumpkin with like a crappy emoji face. And when you enlarge it, it gets big, and I'm still gonna do that now. Let me add that to my list of things to do. Too funny not to. Emoji, pumpkin, that smiles, enlarge, and rounds when small. Yeah, exactly. I will show off a different fight because I already showed Patrick to the other group there, so I'll show off the buggy fight. It's the voodoo fight, but it's pretty buggy at the moment. Sometimes it just ends because she randomly dies. Do I know why? No. Oh, wait. Did I put a nav mesh down? Oh, it doesn't go the whole way. Let me fix that. So she can actually move, because, you know, the fight's pretty lame if she has to stand there the whole time and do nothing. Call me crazy. That's kind of boring. Yeah, I'm putting in lots of little stupid fun things to make this more interesting than, you know, just kind of going along. I mean, is it important that the pumpkin smiles and doesn't smile? No. But it needs to be. Just saying. Just needs to be. Yeah, the super move for this thing is super buggy and often just instant kills things. Speaking of bugs, he summons a voodoo doll of you, and well, it's a voodoo doll of you, so you have to protect it throughout the whole fight, because otherwise it takes damage, you take damage. You're just not gonna move? You're just gonna stand there? Wait a minute. Can you move? Can you walk? No? Can you not walk? You should be able to walk. But they're both frozen in place. Speaking of bugs, there is a nav mesh down. Oh, now it's building it again. Okay. Are you done building it? Can I play now? I delete the nav mesh every time because if you have the nav mesh down and you make any change to anything, it has to load the nav mesh all over again and recalculate it. So it makes every single change take like an extra 15 plus seconds. Can you run now? Okay, good. I was like, wow, what a lame fight. She can't do anything. Yeah, she summons a voodoo doll of you. You gotta protect it. Still working on the AI for the voodoo doll because it's completely stupid. I have triple damage on to make this fight go faster because otherwise this fight will be forever. I've been nerfing it, but I might actually make it harder eventually. But you're all supposed to have like no health too for the fight. I know actually way less damage for the fight, not triple damage like I have. Triple damage, and I gave her like I think a third of her health, so it's like I'm doing 9 times the damage normal, just so I can get her to the second final phase. Exactly, standing there menacingly. Like I say, normally it would take like, you know, basically 9 hits per like 1 hit I was doing to get her where real health would be, but it's so buggy at the moment. She summons units to help her out, but she's just kind of doing dumb things at the moment. Anyway, in the final phase of her thing, which is probably the most interesting phase, which is what I knocked her down to, at half health she starts summoning like minions to help her. Like 5 of these minions, and she has an invincible force field, and the force field, you know, you can't take any damage and you have to kill the 5 minions to bring it down. She also spins the battlefield too, so if you try to run in this direction, like, the candles are coming towards you, but you can't actually move in this direction, you're just still stuck. But you can run with this direction like crazy. You have to fight knowing that the battlefield is rotating on you. Which is important because the candles are moving past you, so the candles are how you stay safe and, like, from the dark. So, you know, if you aren't nearby one, it could be a problem. It can also be really hard to catch things because they'll run away from you and it's like, oh no, they're faster than you. It's really problematic. I set the speed on this thing like half speed because I got so tired of like having to wail on her, like kill 5 minions and then do it all over again. But I'm just gonna go back to making it harder again, I think. I'll work on this fight tonight probably too. I gotta make a few more enemies as well. I need basically 8 enemies or so to fight for the demo. Like 8 regular enemies and like 2 bosses. There's only like 17 rooms or something, so I don't really think I need that many enemies for 17 rooms. I mean, that's effectively 10 different types of enemies for 17 rooms. I mean, you know, you might occasionally see a unique enemy, but like where they're only in one room, but it's usually just the bosses are like that. Apparently there's a thing where they drag along the ground too that needs to be fixed, so there's lots of bugs. Oops. You can dodge just the right time to not take damage from that. I do it all the time. Oh no! I gotta make her more aggressive too. It turns out that AI is pretty complicated. He summons him back. I don't know why they can float along the ground like that. I must not be stopping their movement in time or something. Oh. Here's the last one. Ooh. I'll probably ever just start, launching things the whole time. Hard to hit. I also think the heal is probably too strong. Turn it back on. I should use the dodge more. Which you can actually use to attack things too. There's some terrible aiming it. I'm playing on a keyboard and a mouse because I'm too lazy to grab the controller. I do have controller support. Back and fight! I want to limit healing a lot. Yeah. Her death animation doesn't even work right. I don't know why. It should, but she T-poses instead for some reason. I don't know. But obviously you need to work on that. You're supposed to rescue your voodoo doll and take her away, but kind of where we're at on that one. Gonna need some serious work. But I can bring up our AI thing, you can see what we're dealing with here. I'm not touching this grandfather clock for the moment. I don't want to. I do AI in the blueprints. So this is like her main thing like that. Phase where she gathers the information of what she's going to do as far as, distances and which target she wants and everything like that. And then I have a phase for her current action, which is based upon, the battle phases. And each battle phase is largely based upon distance to the player. These various things here, you can see those. They get more complicated as you get to the later battle phases, including having little mini things that happen in them too. So sometimes I get really feisty. I'm like, it's AI time, and that's all I want to do. Sometimes I'm not that feisty. Just depends how I'm feeling that night. Flavor of feisty I'm looking for. Oh, new people. Give hi to them. Give them minion status. Yeah, the Discord's been going pretty great. I'm going to pull all the people who I used to test the game from it. So just because it's just, I mean, how else are they going to tell me about things? I guess they could show up to the server and be like, you should do this, this, and this to try to figure out how to make a bug happen. But I mean, they can show up and tell me here, and I'll listen. But so the way the fight's really supposed to play out is that I'm supposed to have a super that is currently broken. Like, it works kind of. I'll let me readjust the weapons and everything like that. Let's get it to what it's supposed to be. I might as well work on the AI thing and get the fight going better, right? So let me pull out the weapons. Find the weapon parent. Because the way I do it is I create a parent thingy, and then I create children of the parent. And the children have all the things that the parent does, basically. But they also have their own unique stuff. So if something goes on the weapon parent, like all this stuff, now exists on this too. And exists on all the weapons, so I don't have to actually change it on all of them. All the children will always get every updated change. It helps a lot. I'm allergic to game dev, evidently. I know, so just like, yep, you're allergic to this. But somehow on the super, it triggers more than once, I think. Sometimes it just outright kills things. Most times it works fine. Let me set the numbers out. I'll show you what the super looks like. That is a 10. And the super damage is... I just set it to 20, so it's just double. And I have a super card here, so I can just grab the card and show off the super. Basically, it just makes it grow giant, and then for a duration, you have like a giant version of the Fool with a greater hit range and greater damage. You can see it goes. Doesn't last incredibly long. It goes. Apparently it's missing though. But you see that? It's supposed to do 20 and then suddenly it just killed her. But the thing was, I think it was small when it did it too. So I don't actually know what caused that. But it looks like when it reverts back to the wrong number. What I think I just saw. Welcome to game dev. These kinds of things just sort of happen. A lot of it started with this extra hit stuff here. So what I could do... It runs the cleanup here, and the cleanup just removes the hit sound. I don't care about that. I don't need this. What's going to happen here is I think all these things are going to get cleaned out here. This way it can't somehow get multiple hits, like if that's what's happening. I don't know if it is, but maybe it is, maybe it isn't. And move the code over here to the cleanup. This just happens after the end of the swing on the weapon. And it's basically just resetting all the variables so that it can actually do it again, because there's a currently attacking check way over here. And if it's on false, then it can do it again. Actually, if it's on true, it can... Oh, never mind, because it says currently attacking true right here on when you swing the weapon. Makes sense, because it's currently attacking true. So, for the super attack thingy here, let's see, how does the super play out? I think it's on the Fool itself. Let's use the super attack. It does the super damage amount there. It becomes your normal damage amount. Okay. Does this here. If the super mode's enabled, it runs a timer and just keeps on, you know, subtracting from the current super timer until eventually it runs out. That part works just fine. You see it grow large. There's a default. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. For some reason, the default damage amount set at like 500. So what was happening was, because there was, oh, I could just set a number, but I like having these where I can go here and set them here. Since I'm changing the damage amount there, it doesn't know what the original amount was. So I need to keep it as a variable, so the default damage amount, which should just be, honestly, the how it starts every time. It should just set the default damage amount there, so I don't have to have a regular damage amount. I can just ignore that. It'd be a bad idea. I could just go, well, I can't do this. I guess this current system's fine. Whatever. Okay, so this should fix that bug. Please. Doesn't, well, I'll figure it out. Oh. Turn that back on. Thing turned off on me. All right. We're big. App's just fine. Vapping. App. Watch this the right time. Gain some health back real fast just in case. Yeah, her first phase is actually the most devastating one, but sometimes she just picks a target that doesn't really exist. Oh. She'll just run up, she'll start beating on you. And honestly, I should just base all of her phases off being aggressive like that. Because, you know, when she doesn't be aggressive, she's kind of boring. Like, she'll just putz around in the later phases, and it's just kind of like, what the hell? What are you doing? Like this, like at a distance, like, it's much better if she charges in. So annoying. Sometimes it just goes through her though. Why are you unhittable? I hit her. Sometimes she's very unhittable. But it doesn't kill her, so that fixes that bug. Because, you know, a little concerning. Being turned off. So that fixes that problem there. I do think she's better in the more aggressive early phase. I don't necessarily need these anymore. I think I'm just going to stick with the current damage thing. I don't know if I'm going to provide any additional damage upgrades for purposes of the demo anyway. I have interrupt everything. Imagine using C++ in this day and age. That's why they have blueprint projects. You don't have to use C++. Duh. Imagine using the C project option. I actually opened that up once, finally recently, because someone was like, oh, well, I don't want to compile this for your version of Unreal Engine, so you have to do it in a blueprint project and automatically compile it for whichever version you're using. That's the first time I've ever opened a blueprint version of the project. Just to do that, I took one look at it and said, ha 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 ha, ha, and closed it. After, you know, it did the thing I needed. We don't need no stinking, you know, C++. Past that. So I don't like Battle Phase 2 at all. I think it's terrible. Well, thank you. I'm well on my way to making my very own version of my very own Alice in Wonderland knockoff. I don't know. People say it reminds of Alice Madness Returns, so you know. You can play as a woman who's been killed and put into her soul's been put into a toy. I remember that part of Alice, but I guess there was that one version of Alice in Wonderland where they were kidnapping people and using their emotions as drugs. So you can get some pretty weird versions of Alice in Wonderland. Thanks, Sci-Fi Channel. Way back in the day, I'm like going, harvest their emotions for drugs. All right, fine, fine. Wonderland, a whole new meaning in that one. Yeah. Opium land. Jesus. I think she just needs to close the distance on this better. Yeah, maybe I just do this move the target thing. Because if she's at a big distance, I don't like that she's kind of just camping, you know? Like in the earlier phases, her moving forward. So what I could do is just go with this basic setup I currently have. Just replace this second Garbo phase. Yeah, I'm doing all my AI in the blueprints too, because I'm a horrible person. I hate behavior trees. Someone's like, I saw a video when they're just like, oh yeah, behavior trees are unnecessary for like really simple AIs and terrible for complicated ones. And I was like, oh, what are you for? Like mid-range AIs? Super complicated. I was like, I do it in blueprints. I found out it was I think it was like Call of Duty or something like that. The where they do the AI in blueprints. One of the companies does it. One of the big AAA companies. I think it's Activision that does it, where all their AI is just done in blueprints. So I was like, well, if it's good enough for Activision, good enough for... Yes. This has like moving forwards, jumping, and then projectiles, which doesn't seem terrible. It doesn't really jump very far forward. I'd rather she just move towards the target. What is the difference on these phases? Yeah, I'm definitely looking for more of an aggressive type of character as opposed to sitting back. She should be aggressive the whole time. This jump backwards thing is pretty obnoxious. I've seen that happen a bunch. So I like this up close thing where like her main defense is literally that, because she's so big that her weapon will miss you if she tries to do it up close. I could give her a different attack to try to... It's kind of hard though to hit the ground. So I may have to change that up a bit. Close range, she has an attack. Like, she seems like she should be really aggressive in this phase. I'm gonna make it where she just does this phase so I can see what's going on, because she doesn't stay in it very long. Every phase is phase 2 now. The beauty of the system. Phase 3 I think I'm going to make harder. I think I liked it better when it was really challenging, and I don't like it as much when it's super easy. At least I got the super working again. I'm going to give you the super by this point, I think. So, what do you do in this phase? Show me what you got. For some reason that's showing up and it shouldn't be. Weird particle effect. I think my plan was to have her launch projectiles at you, but they're not really aimed at you. Where are you firing it from? She's like she's picked a different target. Right? Shoot at me. I'm your target now. You're picking on the voodoo doll, that's fair. Like, the voodoo doll is definitely the target you can pick. Let's run away with the voodoo doll. What do you do about that? But she's doing okay at shooting things. She just doesn't, not very aggressive. But I think instead of having options where she like jumps to the side, perhaps I just make it where she just charges in at those distances. Because this move direction left right kind of makes her just stupid. I'd rather she like jump forwards at you or something, or even just move towards you. Or even move to target. What do you do in phase 1 to get close the distance? We just moving to target? Oh, well, thanks for dropping by, Tropo. Always happy to chat. Hopefully you can join us in a game dev journey. Yeah, make your own game. Yeah, yes, Unreal Engine is great and it is free. Over 1,000 free asset packs. Yes, you can make a whole game and never ever have to pay for anything. Unless you want to make a bizarre game, steampunk game about dolls, in which case you might have to pay money. But that's because that's just pretty rare. If you're not making that, if you're making a fantasy game or some game in modern era, oh my god, there's so many assets. Especially fantasy. Oh my god. Trip over fantasy assets. Make like 12 different fantasy games for free after just the assets they've given me every month. Yeah, I stream pretty much every night during the week. I guess might actually be into Saturday for some people over there because I start late Friday night at like 10:30 p.m. Pacific. Basically, like probably in the middle of your Saturday. Starting on Friday for me. Pretty much around the same time though. I usually stream about 8 hours. I know it says 4, but I haven't streamed less than 8 hours in the last 3 weeks. I streamed 11 hours one day. Long stream. 8-hour workday, 11-hour stream. I'm like, dead. Game over, man. Game over. Yeah. Thanks for dropping by. Apparently, just move to targets what she does. I think move to target's just better. Maybe I just have her do that. Just have her close the distance. Going the distance, she's going for speed. Jumping around like an idiot. She would need better projectiles. I was originally gonna have projectiles that like rain down from above, but I think it's better if she's just a beat stick. I guess she could do that anyway and just have them rain down. But I think I want her to just be hyper aggressive. Just moving back and forth, it's just super bizarre. Novel leap backwards is like a defense potentially, or even to the sides is a defense maybe. I wanted to get to a different distance here. We'll give her a 20% chance to do this. So she picks her thing there, and then she goes down to the actions phase and then finds it from a list and runs through and does them all. And the various commands are sitting on top of BP NPC. Purposes of doing like combat and things like that. Like everything's on it. Find projectiles. Or her movement graph for moving things around. Over time, I can make it more and more complicated. So it's possible the demo version of her will be kind of garbage by comparison to the actual finished game version. Yeah, let's say I do that and make her a little more aggressive up close. I might just have her move to the sides. I don't know, jumping to the sides is almost kind of weird. I might test that out where she moves to the sides really quickly or something. Or do like a quick move to the side. Like faster than normal. Could give her a teleport as well. It's already pretty obnoxious to hit. Why is your temporary move speed set so slow for this phase? I think I changed it to 900 on everything else. I don't even know if I need a temporary movement speed. I could just always set it to 900 and leave too. Well, actually, sometimes I want it to go faster. Oh, I set her movement speed to 1200 on all these. I wonder she's so much faster in that phase. That makes sense because she's huge. She should move significantly faster. When she's up close, she doesn't move that quickly. I don't like that. Just kind of positions a bit. Apparently I was doing this anyway. This setup is just so much better than the other one. I'm really tempted to just change it out because there's also options for mini pop too. He's close. Whereas this seems like it has fluff. Like weird actions that seem like they aren't necessary. There's no block mechanic though. Moving to the side just kind of makes her vulnerable. I mean, she dodge projectiles if you had them, but mostly you just have the Fool, so you have to basically run up to her at this point. I haven't given you a very good ranged weapon. The Magician's the only ranged weapon you have, and it's only if there's blocks nearby to throw. To be honest, she could actually use almost the exact same tactics, and I could just give her new abilities that are on top of it for every one of these. And that'd probably make the most sense, right? Because, I mean, she's so much more aggressive and damaging in the first phase, and then she just kind of falls off on the other ones. Like, what if I just take this phase here, dump it on here instead, but I keep these initial add-on thingies and run the phase like that. And then I just add in a few extra things to make it more interesting. Because in this phase, she can pull mini pop to her. And then in the, you can also summon voodoo dolls to help her. So the voodoo dolls don't even seem like they're moving. They seem like they've been broken the whole time. I don't understand why, because I haven't even edited them and they worked perfectly before. I'm gonna drop a voodoo doll out here and see what happens. See if it's actually broken. I'm gonna drop a few out here. No. I'm gonna grab an enemy spawner. Not that enemy spawner. I'll just grab it, use this one here. Perfect. I mean, combat can definitely use some work. I don't have a good idea for level design. I wouldn't have a good idea for level design. I work on combat. I'll probably make a couple more rooms that are doll related though. I think I'm gonna replace the kitchen and dining areas with something else. I don't have good ideas for them. I've been thinking about it. I'm just like, well, these don't seem very cool. I might try to use them for an Alice in Wonderland type of area later or something. Just, you know, an actual fantasy type of thing as opposed to a realistic type of one. I mean, they seem like they work. Yeah. They just didn't seem to work very well in the voodoo fight. Also, engine's been working so much better. Oh yeah. There's certain toy, like in this like toy factory you're trying to escape, right? Well, actually, a toy store. The fifth floor is the area that no one's allowed to go into, and it's largely ruled by a 14-year-old ghost girl who likes to play with the toys and has a lot of bizarre, weird toys up here. The things that the public aren't allowed to see. And they look pretty dangerous, but for the most part, they're not that dangerous, you know? They are, weirdly enough, not the most dangerous toys in the place. He just likes macabre things. Yeah, I can, I'll switch it back to the biteys. Yeah, there's like, you know, weird little circus type area because there's certain areas that are designed for the dolls to be played in. You know, play with the dolls there and everything, and certain areas that are designed for humans to largely get to places. So I built weird mazes in the circuses like this to go through. I doubt there'll be this many enemies at this point, or I'll make it so they drop health potions. I might do that, make it where they drop health potions or something more often, because they can already drop them, but it's pretty low. And I might remove the star for this early in the game. I don't like how powerful the star is. And you can always just run away and get your health back, and it's kind of lame. I can just go, okay, well, I'm gonna get my health back. They can't reach me, so it's like, okay, well, I mean, this table is a problem. I don't like this little table. In fact, I could jump on it and be safe as issues. Yeah, there you go. Boogie boogies. This light needs to be on because you don't have the magician at this point. Also need to replace it with the other steampunk light. There's a button weapon right here. That's where I can make the jump. I gotta put some of these lights. The pretty steampunk lights that I made. I can throw these at him. Yeah, this sometimes does a lot of damage if you time it right. That's right. By Brassy Jazz Hole. Very exciting. You can actually run through a significant portion of the game with what I already have sitting out there, even though I haven't put a lot of enemies and collectibles in yet. At least a significant portion of the demo. Yeah, the magician can manipulate drawers and stuff, so you can use them as platforms. It opens windows, it picks up little small objects and throws them. Also breaks things. I had the world low distance set really low, so you can't really see much of the world, but that's okay. You can fall through those cracks, by the way. You are a tiny doll at the end of the day. You can fall through these things. More lamps up there. No, gross lamps. Very laggy though. What in the world? Why did it suddenly start lagging so much? Too many enemies loaded or something? Maybe. I haven't been killing all of them, so maybe it's too many. Yeah, that's weird. Well, normally it doesn't like that much, but apparently there's some weird thing going on right now. They'll despawn at a distance anyway. Bouncy coach! Oh. Bounce? Wow. No bounce. There we go. I don't know why it's that slow, that's weird. I don't know. If I get far enough away, it'll speed back up. Or not. That's weird. Huh. I haven't seen it slow down like that before. There's probably too many enemies first off. This only spawns 3. And the spawn distance will be like, we'll say 4,000 or something, I don't know. Not super far. This one should spawn... Well, this only spawns 3 as well. I need to spawn 3. Maybe like 2 is fine. It's like really early on, so I probably don't even need that many. Let's do like one little stitch thingy, stitch voodoo. A couple of stitch voodoos out here. There's kind of a swarm going on here. Probably like 4,000 is the default on these things. I don't know about 6,000 seems like a lot. Might just default all of them. Maybe. A bad plan. Let's put one here. This is the first room. Actually, the first room you have with a weapon, I guess, after picking it up. This doesn't... I don't think I even need spawns here. Fine, but I'd rather do spawns here. And then this can have some spawns here. These are the bites. The bites can be the fish shown up here. That's perfectly fine. A little more interesting. I guess I can have 3 of them here. I'm going to open this entirely, and I'm going to default it to 4. Spawn them in immediately. Make it 4,000 as the normal thing here. This helps them to despawn faster. I might also make the max default spawns just 1 on these and then change it as necessary. But, like a 3-second delay is the default. Honestly, I probably should make these numbers -100, 100. These are just the default values. They can be changed. They're all instance editable, but this thing spawns based on distance and then picks random places nearby within the requirements. Also, I want to just place them directly into the enemies directly into the world and put them in the H-load too. I'm not sure how that'll pan out, but mostly for now I just have like little stupid enemies, but I could actually just place them places and then make it where they can't easily get off of ledges or anything. So that'll probably help this room out immensely because now it's going to be a lot less ridiculous. I could also up their drop rate too. Let me do that. This is on the bitey. Go stitch voodoo here. It can be like 2 to start out with, sure. And then for the Stitch Voodoos, you do have a drop rate of, I think. What do you drop? Item drop. Gem helping. So they have a like 20% chance to drop a thingy, right? That's pretty good. I don't see them very often though. That 20% does not feel like 20%. Let me double check this here on the NPC here when it dies. Okay, well this needs that thing on it because it's annoying. I can find stuff later, you know? This. Time till impact, sure. This is just so that, not capitalizing because I'm weird. Just so that Mini Pop, the Voodoo Doll of You, can be launched by Voodoo. Alright, so when they die, I'll save this so not to look at whatever it's doing there. Wait, so we're gonna spawn things here. So dead this. Spawn actor bloody mess, sure. Ignore the ray tracing, ignore pawn. Might need to change that because you can hit things when they're dead too. I don't know if I care if you can. So random out of this from the item drop array. So it really should be a 20% chance to drop an item. But I almost never see them drop an item. What? Item drop. Why does it show up here but not there? Show inherited variable, there we go. Okay, this is there, sure. That's why I could actually just look at it by going to this if I wanted, instead of having to find it on the list. Well, I can remove one from the array, which makes it 25%. We'll just put collectible coins as those there, so you can have some fun with it. We'll X out something there, so there's a good chance it always drops something. So I guess we can test out that and see if it's slightly better. And also they have these temporary collectible health thingies. Sure. That to how much? 50? That's a lot. Okay. Because then I don't need the star if they drop enough health potions. And I can make the health potions, you know, a lot more common. You know, almost like hearts. And, you know, or like, you know, just life refills in Metroid. Sometimes it whiffs pretty hard. I don't see any drops though, you know? Like, where are their drops? Because that percentage is, like, they should have dropped something. Or maybe I just got really unlucky. So let's kill a couple more, right? Maybe I just rolled 25% on both, you know? Drop something, so maybe I roll really bad. I do like them dropping something, so maybe I will have gems, because I like the enemies dropping things. Yeah, sometimes this thing whiffs on these guys. I don't know why. But even then, that number for drop seems really weak. Or am I missing you? Like up close it can't work. Or maybe that's getting stuck in the wall or something. Got a health potion. There's no way I'm hitting 25% that many times over. That's no way. It can't be how it's working. That's insane. Where are they even at? Must be up above. And the drop rate just isn't right. There's no way. Does seem like an important thing to have. You know, people might want their item drop. Yeah. Also, because they get launched, they're not dropping anything, but let's see what it's actually spawning in these, because it'll tell me if it's spawned anything interesting. We can see if it's actually giving me anything. Maybe the item itself is what's at fault, in which case I need to change it so that it's not a problem anymore. And it wouldn't let me move. I was like, okay. I wonder if my keyboard's running out of power or something. Well, it did spawn one. Yeah, that random does not seem very random. It seems like it just picks 0 so often in an array that has only 4 things in it. And 3 items, actually 4 spaces and 3 items. It just doesn't seem, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to remove all the blanks from the array and see if it always spawns something, or if it somehow still has a point where it doesn't spawn. Because maybe I put something somewhere and don't remember. That seems Bizarre? Huh. Gem? Oh, I spawned a gem. So I removed that one thing from there, and it's like 100% chance to spawn something. But if I put one blank in there, it spawns like less than half the time? Is that... It can't be right. Also, why are these things nearly unhittable? Like, I gotta fix that. That is not okay. Like... Yeah, I like collecting gems, so I think the gems are now in the game because I like collecting them. I hadn't really played with collectibles yet, so I just hadn't really had some fun with it yet, but now they've had a chance to have a little fun with it. Like, yeah, I like having them. They really are that little, like, you know, that carrot, you know, just make your life a little more interesting. Could have double currencies. Yeah, like, they get close and suddenly you can't hit them. It's like they have an invulnerability thing. I don't understand it. Did they just have like an incredibly long invincibility or something? Like, huh. Maybe. Lost my ear thingy. You know what I'd like to see here? On this print string here, I also want to see what the random number is. Also, an ad break's coming up, so I'll probably go take a bio break during that as soon as it starts playing them. I could use one of those. Wait, this is valid class, sure. I need to check a bunch of this information here. Let's do this. It's gonna get the number here. Want that, and I want it to always give me the number. There could be a I think where it says it's not saying it's a valid class either. This should also go into here too. It's not valid. Oh, quick break. I'll be right back. Hey, Wash, how's it going? I'm busy trying to figure out why the enemies are not dropping enemies as much as I'm sorry, the enemies aren't dropping enemies. That's dropping enemies. Not dropping potions like they should, because they should. There's no reason they shouldn't. They drop them, but the percentage is so wrong. Like it's not even close to what it's supposed to be, and it makes me the sad. I'm checking every single point to figure out what the numbers are. Why my array method of randoming out array? So that's what I'm doing. I'm just saying random one out of the array. You would think that if you random out of the array and there's like one spot missing, like 4 items, that would be a 25% chance it misses. So far, it looks more like there's about a 80% chance it misses, and doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right at all. Oh man, no. Tell me why you miss. Class valid, sure. Trans 1, sure, class valid. Here. So with that there, it's fine, but then we'll add a blank back into the random array here. On the Ditch Voodoo here. Class valid 2. So it rolled a 2 and it didn't spawn anything. Also, Mr. Invincible here. 3 was valid. One class not valid. But somehow the classes are just randomly valid or not. Makes no sense. Okay, that is getting irritating. Why can't I hit you? You're like, for some reason, nearly invincible, and everybody else is, well, not. I mean, they don't have a lot of complicated things they do. They just basically have move a direction, jump a direction. Actually, I don't think they do have that. They literally just... Oh, they're more complicated than I thought. Move direction random or forward sometimes. If they're really far away. You try to move in, do that. They have a jump attack. So what in, especially after the leap attack, what is causing them to be unable to be hit? Because it should be temporarily invincible is the only thing that does that. The only I could think of. Thanks for follow, Pingu Kim. How's your night, day, or whatever it is for you going? I'm the weirdo here. It's 2:10 a.m. for me, so for me, it's I think everything is night, and then it's not. I think I'll put this invincible timer right here. I'll make it a purple. Because for some reason, this character is just living its best thug life. And it's annoying. Good. About to go to bed. Looking for a little while. Game looks fun. Nice. Pacific Standard Time game. Oh, you're one of us, huh? Nice, nice. I'm lurking in California. Um, well, I don't have to see the icky sun if I'm just up all night, right? Mm-hmm. Your game do I have my own, by the way? Yeah, pretty much. I'm just like going, oh, well. What happened was, pretty much it was like around 2019, I believe, near the end of the year. And I picked up RPG Maker because I was bored and stuck inside because the nearby town was burning. And the air had become so toxic you couldn't go outside. Well, not safely. It was at the point where it's considered like dangerous to even be outside. So I was like, well, I can't go anywhere. And it was burning for like 2 weeks. It burned completely to the ground. Horrible tragedy. But being in the nearby city that they were never going to let burn to the ground, it mostly just meant that we were basically choking for weeks. I picked up RPG Maker out of boredom because I was like, I looked at a demo for it. I was like, sure, okay. And I did that for a while, a couple of years actually. And then I had like health problems for like 2 years, and then I came back after that to use Unreal Engine. I used Unreal Engine a bit beforehand, to be fair. I had health problems. Don't injure your neck, okay? It's important. Saying. Thanks for the fade. Oh, sorry. Thanks for the fade. Thanks for the raid, Fox. What's your stream? I guess it means I've been in dev for like 5 years, though. Not much of it for Unreal Engine. A lot of it for RPG Maker. A couple years for RPG Maker. Are you just like perma invincible? No. Yeah, I don't see why this one would be invincible. The others wouldn't, though. I mean, like, just for some reason, this enemy seems really hard to hit when it shouldn't be hard to hit. Like, I'll miss randomly. Like that. Like, why am I missing this thing? It should not be able to be missed. I wonder if I make it slightly larger. If that makes a difference. Like, if it's just the ray trace isn't hitting, Maybe, but even if they're invincible, as far as I know, the ray trace will still hit. Oh, the way the hammer is set up, I'll show you here. It's the same way all the weapons are actually set up. I have a weapon parent that I work off of. Where are we at, weapon parent? All the characters. Skills, destroyables, actually just weapons is down here, sure. Here. So the way it works is when the animation starts, I have it set where it is an event swing weapon that gets called from the player. And it's set to when the there's a notify in the animation telling it, hey, do this. And what it does is it has a ray trace. And the ray trace, like, I'll make the ray trace persistent so you can see it. You couldn't hear me before? Oh. Well, thanks for the raid. Thanks for dropping by. And how did it go on the stream? Are you, fantasy RoboCop yet? Or fantasy Judge Dredd RoboCop? Because you can be the law, I would definitely say I am the law over and over. I think Judge Dredd's cooler than RoboCop anyway. Actually, I am the law, which is more fun. Yeah, you see, like, every time I swing this, those ray traces, if it ever breaks a ray trace, that's what triggers the me hit. You can see where, like, it went partially green there. That's where it connected at him. Obviously, when they're completely persistent like this, it turns into a meth. But you get an idea of, like, I hit him right there. So you can see how that part was green there. That was, like, where the connect point was. Every time I swing, it does it. Actually, it just has it on all the time anyway, apparently. I think I did. I was setting up the stream at the time, so I might have missed wherever it was. I just remember you getting really excited and running around killing everybody and saying you were like RoboCop now. And I was like, I guess that's what RoboCop did. He did kill a lot of people. Yeah. Yeah, like the way this works is literally just breaks a ray trace. It finds if it hits something, and then it checks against the tags they have to see. Well, first off, I check if it's the enemy weapon, because both the enemies use the same weapon thingy as the player. Except for this dictates if it's, whether or not it cares about certain targets. If it's the enemy weapon, then it cares about Poppet and Mini Pop, the little clone of Poppet, but not the enemies themselves. Yeah, I heard the RoboCop thingy. I just don't know necessarily if I saw that. Yeah, once the little ray trace thingy hits, it checks for the tags that they have on the actors. And then it does things based on that, like tell it it's been damaged, spawn a thingy where it hit them, Because when you actually have a hit thingy, like these, like you get the hit result of this, it tells you a lot of information, such as, the locations they were at, where they were impacted at, the physical material that got hit, in case it's like armor or something you want to check against, time, distance. There's so much it gives, so much things I don't even know why I would need them, but I'm sure there's some point, like what bone it hit, the name of the bone, hit bone name, things like that. Hit components. And that helps, dictate a lot. Is it the easiest way to do weapons? No, the easiest way to do weapons is probably just giving it a collision on the weapon and just saying on component begin overlap, and then check for the if they have a tag. Yeah, I don't know, because it didn't look like it was really missing there at all, right? Let me check. So I guess I could set the draw time longer, actually. Yeah, I'll also leave back on persistent, I guess, sure. Becomes kind of a mess, but sure. Okay, well. Let me know when you're back, I guess. I mean, I got a perfect hit on that one. By that time it bonked him just fine. Now it hasn't missed a single time. Try and trigger the actual thing that made it miss. Welcome back. What's funny is it hasn't missed a single time that I've swung. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's kind of a mess going on here with all the lines. That's fair. But every time I've actually swung at one of them, you can watch spawn out here again, right? Or he just comes flying at me. He's like, yep, ninja time. Yeah, look, it hasn't missed a single time. Huh. Yeah, take that. It's all the times I missed. Yeah, you know what you did. Right. But yeah, the fact it hasn't missed even once is weird. Did I make them larger? I was going to do that as a test, so maybe that helped. I did not. I mean, I've already expanded exactly how long this, I'll use simplify collision. I've already expanded how long the animation goes for it. I know the first animation's a little garbage by comparison to the others as far as the hit, I think. Let me find our animation. Oh yeah, the traversal actions, because they'd updated that, and it's like, by the way, now that we've made it where it no longer has a test because it's no longer experimental, or maybe it is, and we just decide to take this out, we need to refresh this one node. Okay. I don't know why Unreal Engine does that. The belief that, you know, it can tell you a node needs to be refreshed, but didn't just refresh it for you. Is there any point you don't want it to refresh that node? You're just like, listen, I really want to right click and select refresh myself. Blah, 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 pterograph. So it uses one of these three animations. This being the first one. This is the notify it's using. Checking for this one right here. You have all the way till like this. Like it extends out for quite a while. I give you the full Monty on that. I guess I can go from farther back though, because you know. Well, even then, I don't really want it to hit behind. I really don't know about that. I mean, like this seems already pretty generous right here because you're already hitting on the windup. And I let it stay for a while because of the fact that sometimes it's a little bizarre and weird. I guess I could go a slight bit more. It seems like that one might be missing. I'm gonna check them all and probably be a little more fair with them. Well, fair is the wrong word. I'm just gonna go out of my way to give more than they should. Like it'll just stay active slightly longer. That one's already active for incredibly long to start with, but I'll just give, a little extra time to be active to see if that makes a difference. As far as I know, it goes the entire length of the weapon, so it doesn't matter where on the weapon you hit with. Even the pole is good enough to damage them. Because the weapon's so big, otherwise just they could get right by you and it'd be a big pain. So for purposes of making my life not terrible and the player's life more fun, yeah. I actually extended the weapon because it was so, the sucker that I used to use before was even enlarged too short. Like, it just didn't, it was too hard to hit things a lot of times without getting hit yourself. To be fair though, the enemies are pretty aggressive. By the time I hit him. Look at that. I made a change to the weapon. I think the bug started showing up during that. I'm going to want that in a second. Weapon parent. I move these to later, which prevents, successfully hitting again. So potentially that's just taking too long. I'll go back to here. That should hopefully make it a little less bad. I don't think there was that many durations in here, but maybe just a few extra things. Okay, fine, be like that. Maybe there's a few extra things in there. Oh, you know what? Thinking about it, I'm apparently watching myself now at this point due to the fact that I was watching a Fox. The trace actually comes from the handle. It's coming from an arrow on the weapon. It's this arrow right here. You can't see the weapon because that weapon's set to be hidden due to the thing being equipped here, or due to a material property to make it appear. But it's actually this arrow here. This is actually at the handle, like the bottom of the handle of the weapon. So everything else gets hit just fine. It's just for some reason these little guys seem to be immune to the problem. Well, be part of the problem, I should say. Like I could face a bunch of these guys here. That's the table. Like we'll summon a bunch of biteys here. There's a nav mesh down, right? Well, he is. These ones here should be pretty hittable. Oh, that whiff too. It's got to be a timing where I'm not allowed to actually attack again. But I can swing the weapon. But I think I need to actually make it where the weapon can't be swung again until you've actually, well, it's finished, or something like that. Or but even these ones typically actually work. Oh, actually, no, it's close, maybe not. That time I hit it and I'd already finished the swing. Get my sanity back the cheater way. Play it close to him. That time it sometimes does miss, though not very often. I wonder if the weapon's just being not active but letting me swing. Because sometimes it does seem to miss for no apparent reason. Which... But when I had the ray traces on it, it hit every time. Every single time. It's like, oh, definitely, yeah. I'll just show you the tour of the game. I hadn't realized you hadn't seen the tour of the game. How many people have actually seen it? It's like, I keep showing it to people, but then I don't remember who's seen what. Yeah, next time you swing by, just remind me, and I'll show you a whole bunch of the game, including boss fights and all the mechanics and stuff too. Yeah, sleep well. Pretty much here every weeknight. Yeah, I can't believe I didn't show you. I've done it like 4 or 5 times tonight. An hour and a half showing people various tours of the game. Yeah, sleep well. Me pretending like it's important. It was not important. Spoiler, it was not important. But every once in a while, middle of the night, you know, my roommate works nights, so sometimes he has something that's really important to message me about. And you're a security guard, you know? You gotta do things. First things first. I saw this mystery. I'm gonna put the other lamps in here because we're doing away with the crappy lamp. I'm moving to a higher plane of the steampunk lamp. I didn't go to all the trouble to make it to not use it, you know? Well, I gotta go through the toy maze and replace all these too. Oh boy. Oh, I was trying to balance a bunch of enemies, and I was having a hard time hitting them. I've been adding things to make it easier for the player to hit. And then I'm trying to figure out why the collectibles aren't dropping, because, oh, they should be. I mean, they're dropping, but they're not dropping at the rate they should be dropping. So, a little weirded out by that. I don't think this is useful information to find out. I don't think it's an invincibility thing. I think it's they're just getting hit very well. Yeah, kinda. I mean, what's supposed to happen is put all things into it is. There's an item drop array, right? And it just randoms one out of the array. And then spawns it, assuming it's a valid class. And so far, it's never failed to random one out of the array. I don't know what the problem is here, but and I get the name of it. But the thing is that is it? Over here, it has, you know, 3 full spaces and 1 empty. So that means that randomly, you know, 25% of the time it shouldn't spawn a thing, right? But the rest of the time it should. But then I'll go kill things and it is not doing that. But if I filled up completely, it will 100% of the time do it. We're looking at more like maybe like a 20 to 30% chance that it spawns anything, which is weird. And in testing over and over and over, it has been like that. In fact, they've had it like that for the longest time. They spawn something there, cool, class valid, sure. Time to spawn something, so now we're doing a little better. I did make some changes, so maybe that helped. At time to spawn nothing, sure. 33% fail right now. Oh, failed again. Oh, there's a class not valid on number 2. Rework, spawn a gem. Actually, it's 0 spawn gem, 0 spawn gem. Wait. A random 0 and got a different thing? Huh. Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm liking the bomb. I might lower the swing noise because it's really loud apparently. Well, it seems like it's trying. This light needs to be on because you don't have the thing at this point. You're just running in a loop to fight more. Testing. Yeah, it seems like it's working better now. Hasn't spawned a health potion very often. 25% of them should have been spawning one of those, so you would think that would see more. There's a one. I had a 3 class not valid. So, something then 3 class valid. So sometimes the class is not considered valid. How is that a thing? Like, how can it be considered valid one second and not valid the next? Because I don't think the issue is with the RNG. I think that works perfectly fine. I think the issue is with a class valid thing. Just to prevent this ridiculous error. Yeah, as soon as I glow up the weapons a little more, like, you know, I'm gonna make the like the tarots more, they're gonna be a lot cooler than what's going on. Because, you know, I mean, when the change went from like a really boring sucker to now the fool is like really hilarious. And I was talking about with someone about having the comic sound effects just appear on all kinds of things instead. Just make the game more comedic that way, because they're kind of funny. I don't know if they're only funny if the fool has them, but, you know, what if the gun, like, you know, gun things did like pew 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 or something like that, or like, you know, the little like zeppelins like brr or something like that. like smaller words, something like that. So the sound effects are literally just spelled out like comic style all over the place. It would be kind of funny. Just saying. The issue is with them being valid. Well, it rolled a 3 and then got not valid, but then it rolled a 3 and got valid. Which, what? 3 should have not been valid the whole time. And yet, here we are. Doing here we are things. If it has a death sound, do this, sure. This is just where we're randoming the number. Makes sense. This is just the name of it. Valid. I need the colors more matching for a second here. I want to see something. Yeah, giving it like a longer duration for the potential ability to attack is pretty good, but still occasionally misses when it seems like it shouldn't. Yeah, one class not valid. Like, what is that? How is that a thing? Like somehow it literally just did that, where it's like, okay, well, it rolled a 1, class ain't valid. Up, rolled a 1, that class is valid. Spawn this. 0, class valid. I mean, what in the world? How is the same thing not valid? And this is just checking the class. This isn't a spawn location it's checking for. It's just to say this is a valid class. It definitely hits more often, so that seems like it's pretty fixed, but I'm kind of at a loss on why a class could be valid at one moment and then not valid the next. Never heard of that. Valid, valid. I mean, if it happens almost never, I don't care. But it seemed like it was happening a lot. I've got to turn this light on. You want to have the magician for this light, so I don't really want it to be defaulted off, you know? Death from above! Only there was some that were respawn, so I could just bonk it from high above. Valid. Valid. And now they seem like they're spawning quite a bit. One class not valid. But there, it happened again. So occasionally it's just like, nah. I'm like, but class valid. Like, nope. Has it done it on anything besides number 1? That's something to note. Like the previous one was on number 1, so class not valid 0. Okay, so it does it on all of them. The 0 is the health potion. Actually, that time it was class valid 3. Yeah, and 0 is class valid there, so you just did the same mistake. Oh. Does that work? So we've established that both the gem was number 1 and it was not valid sometimes, and health was also not valid sometimes. So it's not even the same blueprint. Unless there's a fundamental flaw in the blueprints. I mean, they're temporary. Part of the collectible parents. Which I think everything's a collectible parent. Right? Even the tarot cards. Actually, they have a. I think they have the parent of that. Yeah, they have the same parent. They work fine. This one's a big difference is it's set to be temporary. Because I couldn't find a way to spawn it in and set its variable to temporary at the time when I made it. I think I found a way later, but at the time I had no idea. It was a long time ago I made these, so you know. Is what it is. But that's weird. We'll pick one that's not temporary, with just like the collectible nightmare or something like that isn't temporary. Is there even a temp option on this? Oh, this is temporary too. You can turn it off though. Want something that's not temporary. See if it fails. All the collectibles are temporary though, so what am I going to spawn that's not temporary? Collectible tarots, sure. We'll spawn those. See if I can narrow it down because, you know, if it's obviously if it's these, all 4 of them are viable. This way we'll know for certain this thing is not temporary, so the whole point. If they were temporary, you would have to race there for like 30 seconds in order to get the thing, and that ain't gonna go over well. What else doesn't go over well? Being in the wrong room. Probably could have clicked on that and sent it over there. I get like 5 or something so I can kill more of them. It just seems random, but it lowers the results, and I don't like that. Like, I don't know why it would sometimes fail. Not even very often. Yep, collectible tarot card. That's valid. I haven't seen a class not valid yet. I think my collectible thing must have some sort of flaw in it. Cause it not be valid randomly? How does that even work? Oh, no, it should be a. It never dropped. It never had issues. Actually, it had issues even without the light on. 'Cause it would just randomly do it. I think it's just the collectible I have is got a flaw somewhere in it. Something that isn't right. Because this non-collectible is having no problems. I haven't seen it fail yet. Yeah, it's just been valid every time. Yeah, it hasn't failed yet. There has to be something wrong with the collectible thing, and they have this, like, probably some similar code, I imagine. Yeah. I think we can safely conclude it has everything to do with that blueprint. And they're just based off the same blueprint. And that's where there's an issue, because I've killed quite a few of these, and the other time it would happen pretty frequently, and this has just not happened at all. Yeah, it has to be that blueprint. First of all, I'm gonna turn this light on. Defaulted on. All the lights in this room need to be defaulted on. I'm not gonna do that many rooms, but this room has to all be defaulted on because the magician's what lets you turn them on and off, and it's over here. So you need at least one room where you don't have to deal with it, and then I'll probably turn on this room too. This one. And from that point on, the other ones aren't necessarily on. Give you a little bit of time. Eat me right about now. I usually don't make it past 5 hours of standing anyway, but gotta burn those extra calories, gotta work on this girlish figure. More like this gamer figure. I guess that joke was a lot less good these days. One might think I'm no, it's working on that trying to not be as well, overweight as I currently am. A little bit over. I guess it's ad break. I'll be right back. Return. Let's take a look at these collectibles here. Something ain't right. Something ain't right at all. So, what's the code for temporary? Clean up of temporary, right? Just clean up. Yeah, it's really simple. It just has a temporary item timer and destroys the actor if not. Well, let's just take this same thing here and just set it as not temporary. Temp collectible health. We'll make it not temporary. This was just so that, you know, you didn't have them just stay forever in the world and just make the memory terrible. Kind of figure I gotta clean it up a little bit. Part of the H load. So we'll take these here, temporary collectible health there, and we'll go back to this fine gentleman here. And these are the only thing you can have. See if that causes the problem or not. Right. I've just also moved way over there. Don't question it. Once this bug is fixed, a lot of my problems are resolved. Like, I might not even give out the star in the demo. Honestly, it just seems kind of unfun. It'd be more fun if you had to kill enemies to get potions instead. Valid. Gotta find more words for attacking and more words for missing. Invalid every time. You know what I want to test also? While I'm at it, I found a lot of times if there was even a single one where there was nothing in it, it started causing the class not valid even though it was giving the right numbers. Which seems weird, right? I guess to be fair, it could be a separate call from there. I didn't think about that. I guess the class not valid wasn't happening very often, but I guess it is a separate call later on, so it's not like it's getting the exact same thing from this random. So here, when I call this number here, it might be different than when I call the class that's spawned. Okay, that makes sense. Might be true. Might be just me looking for a problem that wasn't really there, but they still weren't spawning very often, especially in the beginning. If I put it 100% full, it always seems on. But at 75%, maybe that is the case. Maybe I'm just weird. Hmm. I think I'm just weird. Makes more sense now if I think about it that way. I think that's what's happening. The information I'm getting out of that is incorrect because I'm pulling two different sources of the same from there, but it's not randoming the same both times. Makes sense. Why would it? That's probably true then. I don't know what else can make sense. Coin there. I can spawn lots of things. Also, I want to have like a multi-coin or something like that that spawns. You know what I don't like about the collectibles? Like, you don't always get to even see them spawn. It does seem like a problem. Maybe on the collectibles in general, I put like a 5-second delay or something before they can be collected. Or just like a slight delay, maybe even a second or two, so you can see them first. Like nothing huge, just a slight delay. Before it checks. Maybe just 1 second. Just to see if I can actually see the dumb things. I gotta replace the cards in the end of this. I might not even want the cards in it because there's actually like a card on her hat anyway. The collectible range in those is kind of tiny though. overall feels a lot better. I mean, you can see the potions now. Instead of them just instant collecting, you have a brief moment to go, okay, maybe. And, you know, it's not missing the enemies as much, so that's good. Doesn't seem fine for the drops. Probably not going to be like... I don't know, it depends on how friendly I want to play, like how much I want them to drop health potions here. Got bigger health potions too. Whee! I keep forgetting I even have a dodge. Hmm. Now see the effect there. Also, I can make the gems where they can spawn a bunch of them. Just like launch them out. Same thing with the collectible coins, so they're more fun to collect them. As opposed to just getting one, which is kind of... feels slow, man. At randoms like, you know, 1 to 5, or it causes them to go flying every place. It might be more fun than what it currently is. Well, like a variable amount of effect there, and then slight change to that here. Um, okay, so variable amount. On Poppet, how does she collect these things? Like, I know she collects everything the same way, but do I have a use for that variable amount on these already? I really want each one to represent one, not some gems be representing more even though they look the same. Unless I want to random the color of the gems. Do I want to do that? Do I do color of the gems, or do I do lots of gems? Probably lots of gems. More fun than just changing the color. Probably more fun. So just +1. Nothing special is done on either of those. I'm not using variable amount for anything. Good, good. You just need to know that. I can do it on the enemy, or I can do it on the... Probably the enemy, right? There. Well, I mean, I guess I could spawn multiple potions or something like that, but no, I should probably put it on the coin, the gems or something like that, and just have them launch out. But if they launch from they launch from a gem, it would have to be like invisible first, and then launch out in random directions from that. Or if I do it on here, I don't want to for each loop and have it drop like some important item repeatedly and often. But we'll start with the for each loop on here. We can have like, loot drop style things here. Could be rebooting Unreal Engine in a second here. Ellie. Try and do that. I missed a node. Somehow. Actually, I probably shouldn't have removed spawn in there. Death graph. Just so I can avoid having to do this constant moving these huge things around. I can just start shrinking them into smaller graphs. It's a lot easier. Always room for another graph, right? And that I was like, you have 20 viewers. Only 12 on Twitch. I go over to YouTube and it says there's like 2, and I'm like, your stream has pretty much lost its mind, apparently. Cleaning this up a little bit so I can find things easier. Just a little, though. Slowly but surely, this thing gets ridiculous enough that it probably needs the help. Yes, the launch thingy. I was trying to make air combos work a long time ago. Yeah, okay. That wasn't very good. What was I even doing? Oh yeah, when they die, I want to spawn multiple things, potentially. Actually, I'm gonna do it. There's a do end loop. Um, uh, drop chance, item drop chances probably. Right. Wait, this instance editable. Doesn't even need to be. I don't think so, but maybe. I figured if I had one of those, it would easily find the do end without me having to look for it manually. So that's why I was like, I'm just gonna make this real fast. Easy doing. Like the auto drop chance is gonna, just one to start with. It starts at 0, so like that there. And I can do a delay in this too, I think. So come on. Regular loops don't work with delays with the dam. They get so screwed up, and you're just like, okay, kind of awkward. This never needs to reset, so I don't really care. And yeah. I've never seen one of these particular commands, so I was just trying to figure out the logic behind it real quick. Someone suggested one of these. I was like, oh, that's neat. We do end, and it just loops back if this is less than that. Today I learned a new command. Neat. Solves my problem. If false, well, Gotta put this crap in the middle, of course. I don't know why I did in this order. I'm dumb. Gotta go all the way at the end of the spawn thingy. I'll clean it up in a second, of course. Not too worried about that. Lay out there, get rid of this thing here. Oh. I didn't get all of it. Um, I also want to do we'll have it spawn at a reachable point there. Oh, like because sure, why not? $800 might be too much. Could also make them launch too. That's an interesting idea. I don't think I need to do anything special on that. We'll just do that there. I could have got an station. This work? Probably does. Might not though. We're about to find out. On the next ad break, I'm gonna switch to sitting. 5-hour standing's about what I got in me. There you go, look. Perfect. UN is now the best loop. Oh, got all excited, then it was just chaos again. Okay, that's just way more exciting. I mean, now it's actually also spawning around where they were, where they land at too, which is better, and I think in general. Yeah, they disappear too fast. I'm gonna change the default temporary. I mean, it can actually be a lot longer. I don't really care if the temp on those is like, I'm just gonna change the temporary item timer on all of them to like a minute or something. If you don't pick it up in a minute, you don't deserve it. Not even a minute. That's way longer than 20 seconds feels like it's maybe not long enough. I could even go 2 minutes, honestly. How long do I want to leave this stuff here? I guess I don't want to get too laggy though. I could also launch the coins, but I think that they problem with launching them is that I don't believe they have any form of collisions. They would just go flying through things. Them just spawning isn't too bad. I guess they could launch up. Oh, that could still land on something. Hmm. Less chance on health and those like 10. That's a lot of attempts. I will have lots of drops. Make it fun. Things will go flying. Good times will happen. Coming out break in like a minute. Perfect. That'd be perfect for me to, reset up everything so I can do the sitting position. Because I got to readjust the green screen and all that, and move my camera and things. Because lower the desk down, the standing desk. It only takes me less than a minute, I think, to do it. Got it pretty fast now. Who's in the floor? I increase the range size on the collectability of these. Feels bad, man. What happened? Guess I got a valid note on this. Kind of a dumb thing to have to put in there, but sometimes Unreal Engine's a little weird. Yeah? Oh, perfect. Now it's going. That can all adjust everything. Peter now significantly happier. Yes. Yes, indeed. So I want the collectible range to be significantly higher on these. Do I change the sphere radius on these? I don't think I do, but let's double check to make certain I do. I don't. 128. That's pretty big, but kind of annoying to have to try to grab these things I've been discovering. You sure with the tarot cards too. Like there'll be times I'm trying to, grab them, and it's just doesn't look like it should be that hard to grab them, does it? Look at how big that is. It should be super easy, but sometimes I just kind of jump right by them. I guess now that it launches them, I don't even care about the delay, right? Originally I put this, well, I guess I want a slight delay. I don't really want them to just instantly collect. Maybe I'll reduce the delay a slight bit. Like 0.5 or something, Just enough so you can see the dumb thing. Hopefully this improves also the ability to collect things, because sometimes they get stuck in the floor. Yeah, this thing stuck in the bottom thing, that's just weird. I just sat on it, eventually collected it. Interesting. Don't like them spawning in the ground. We'll give these things a slight adjustment so that they're not literally on the ground. That's definitely better. Oh, it's not collectible. Collectible gem is really hard to do. Does this just have like a tiny sphere or something? Did I shrink it for some bizarre reason? I think I did. Yeah, like maybe it's like 256. I don't wanna fight with it. I think I might also add slight bit more though, so they're not like completely in the ground like I've been seeing on the NPC. I don't need half this crap, right? I don't need voodoo, not working on her. Not working on the bitey. Don't care about that. I don't care about the cabinet drawer either. Pop is usually a good idea to keep in. I'll keep the weapon available. She has no. We'll try like 100 might be much. We'll try 100 anyway. Gotta make it look good, you know? Thanks for the follow, your stream haze. How is your night or day going? Whatever it is for you. 3:39 a.m. for me, and I am bonking dolls. My night is great. Also, I'm watching Treasure. Yes, Treasure. Yes, yes. Made a better treasure noise. No spawns on those. That seems so statistically unlikely. Oh, they're up here. Uh-oh. Get to the light, my child. Go to the light. Did that even heal me? Wait a second. That heal me? No. Really? Really? Well, that's kind of depressing. Because a potion that doesn't heal, right? Why no heal? I think it's because I have a variable effect amount here. And this variable amount effect I have set is 0. Do I even need this feature? I guess it might have some value on something. Not from just spawning lots of items that just give one, and I don't have things that give multiples. Is there even a point to having that? Or do I just make them a fixed thing? Like you always see a potion heals X amount. You always see a big potion that heals X amount. Check the Poppets thing here for how she handles this variable amount of effect, right? So I think it only affects we could use it for increasing stats. I think potion was the only thing they even used it. Update health, update mana. Or it's like a curse potion, I guess. I think that's kind of lame. I would rather probably just have ones that have a specific effect, right? So instead of tying it to the item, I could just be like small potion, and small potion heals X amount. That's got to be better, right? And I just have all the collectible things here. I could be like, you know, small potion. Target self, and it just heals like, we'll say like 10 or something, you know, not a lot. I can hand him out more or something. And actually, I could do like item type and name. Actually, I could switch this easier, make myself not have to do as much, or I can just do small item potion here. True. Because I could do item type here, name of item, and then type of item, and type of item here, and the name of item can actually swap it out too. Name of item is mostly for here for the tarot card, so I can add specifically that name. But you rather simpler by like, you know, switch on name. Actually, it's a string, right? Overheld person, we'll just switch on string here. Let's get all the sizes going on here, make our life a little easier. Get it all. Oh, good stuff. I'll put it there because it's funny, but I don't know if I'm going to keep the good stuff. Still, I think it's funny. I'll just put some, you know, temp numbers in here. Anymore. I don't care about small potion anymore. I have a better plan. Just for organization purposes. Item. I'll put onto the string here. The good stuff will that's fine. We'll just give it full health back. Because it's the good stuff, you know? That'll be a lot easier than keeping track of a bunch of little dorky potions. I can just put a size and just health potion. Name this one to small. Just change the name up there to. I'm still honestly. When I want to have this. I want ones that stay in the world versus not. And the ones that spawn in, well, I could actually adjust something, right? Um, eh. I'll just keep it separate to make my life easier. All right, so this will be item name, item type, health potion. What I'm going to do is duplicate it, and I'm going to change what it looks like, but for purposes of this, I'm just going to make it larger for now. Variable amount does nothing. Open this up. Just to show that it's different, let's make the static mesh and then make the static mesh like bigger. Like 15 or something. Oh, there's an ad break running. Whatever. New scale. I see. Bigger potion. I'm not gonna add sparkles. Oh, see, it's clearly a bigger potion. Gotta ham it up, yo. And large. Change the scale. Stuff potion. It's probably gonna heal more than just that, but for now, because I think it's funny. And I really don't get out much, so I gotta put whatever is in there to amuse me. What I put, perfect, okay. This one will be even bigger. Why is there no T in that? Did I write no T in there? That's why copy paste, I can notice little dumb errors like this. Got the T. I can do the same with gems too, so I can make it more interesting. I'm definitely gonna have gems in the game. Maybe coins too. I haven't decided on those. I like collectibles. I think you only need one MacGuffin. So if I make the gems also what you can use to buy things, but the ability to also upgrade your abilities, then it really makes it a choice between do I buy something or do I upgrade my ability? Imagine if gold powered your upgrades and all the like things like Devil May Cry and stuff. I don't even know if that's shops in or not. Probably a terrible example. But for something like that with you know, an upgrade MacGuffin, it's it. And then the good stuff. I connect that one up too while we're at it. All right, let's just put them all in there so we can see them all spawn just in all their glory. Okay, I'm just gonna move this off here and just select them randomly here. Okay, now they're all in there. Yes. No honor amongst these ones here. Ah, look at all of them. Aren't they beautiful? I'm obviously very healed now. Oh yeah, hit me. Fine. You don't want to hit me? I think they get confused after a moment if you hit them. Maybe. Like that one hasn't even tried to hit me yet. Yeah, okay, they heal pretty well. No questions asked. Why doesn't it try to attack again? No, it did. Okay. Look at all the potions. Pull myself up intentionally. I wrote Nightmare on this, but I should have written Curse. Because I made the label on this. I wanted Nightmares in a bottle. But at the time, considered upgrading the curse, like your ability to hold more curse with nightmare ability, like nightmare thingies, but I don't know how that even ties. Like, probably just be a curse. But I can use these bottles for purposes of just curse upgrades too. I guess I have these. Then I could have collectible sanity bottles, collectible curse bottles, so you can just keep wailing on things in order to keep continuing fighting, which isn't terrible, honestly. I could see it. I just make 4 flavors of curse, and I make 4 flavors of sanity bottles. That's probably enough for the entire game, for purposes of all the you know, upgrade, like as far as heal abilities and things. Because I mean, if you can keep wailing on things to keep going in the darkness, that wouldn't be too bad. I want the sanity things to be a potion thingy. You don't want it to be like a cross or something. Like, I mean, potions are actually, yeah, potions are the universal cure look to them. So people pretty much accept it. You don't have to explain that's what it does for the most part. They can look at it and go, yeah, it probably does that. It's in a bottle. The bottle is the same color as a stat. You know, 2 and 2. Yeah, pretty much zombie. Visualize and attack. Attack those things. Yes. Yes, indeed. Guess I could do these. Are these even temporary either? I guess they are too. I should have just named this large. It's just funny. So I do kind of like the Nightmare bottle better. That just means it's more unique and cool, so that's fine. I mean, so we'll call this small. We're just going to duplicate the same thing on Poppet for the other here. Make life easy. Probably not going to call it the good stuff. I just thought that was funny the one time. This actually collects everything in the game, so it's kind of useful. I don't know why strength has its own thing after this. To be honest, though, strength no longer does what it does anyway. Because now it's just double jump. It used to make you grow large. The problem with that is you can scale yourself up just fine, but what you can't scale or is anything with cloth physics on it. It will just be tiny instead. So her dress ended up tiny and her hair ended up tiny, and it was really bizarre. So can't scale that, which pretty much ruined the effect of it. You know, it wasn't what I was hoping for. But I don't really plan on switching on string on this for any reason anymore. Double jump doesn't care. Actually, I'm just gonna leave that for the moment, thinking about it. Just in case. I'm gonna leave it. It doesn't hurt anything. Everything works right now. And I might want to do it later for something. Into my senses. I miss crystal nodes. Did that ever get an update? I'm gonna check. I miss crystal nodes. Let's see. For everyone in the class, did crystal nodes get an update? No. Lame. What crystal is? Modular mines. Kind of neat. Don't think I really have use for it, but kind of the wrong. I mean, it could be a toy area, I guess, but I don't really want it for anything. I'm amazed at the crap I just have. There's so much stuff. It's just dumb. There's so much free stuff that's been given to me over time by Epic, and it's just like, thanks. So good. So much stuff. Zombie movement. Do I want dolls that move like zombies? Nah. There you go. Exactly, zombie. You know. Gotta collect all the things. I'm waiting for one of these dialogue thingies to get an update. None of them have had an update yet, right? Care about that. And not a single one has been updated to 5 yet. Oh no, this one has it. Maybe I'll use the animated dialogue one then. Probably the best looking one. This one's the one that got discontinued. Yeah. Even when I had all my health problems, I just kept collecting the free stuff anyway because I'm just like, well, eventually I'm gonna want to use this again. And I would just do that. And eventually I ended up with so much free stuff because I mean, why wouldn't you do that? It's free. It's dumb not to. Even if you're not sure you're going to use the engine, you might as well do it because it costs nothing. So you might as well. There's no downside to doing this. Cracks me up. Some people's like, twisting their arm, and then later on they're like, "Oh, I'm using the engine now. If only I'd done that." Yeah, I know, right? If only you'd done that. Actually, I can just use the good stuff for all of them. I could be that guy. I type it when you can copy paste it. See, 100% accurate. Saying. Yeah, oh yeah. Like I don't even care about new environments most of the time anymore because I have so many. The things that are most useful to me are often characters. I always find I'm pretty short on characters at any given time. Like I have some, but most of them won't work for what I'm doing. Apparently there's 3 of them, sure, whatever. Like 1950s character bundle. Unfortunately, we're doing the 1920s. Adventure character doesn't look anything like it. Adventure female again don't like it. African animals pack. Maybe they could have little models of them. I guess animal variety pack, same thing. And like animated pond fish, maybe. City of Brass enemies are too like stylized. I mean, the Bookhead monster was a crazy one they gave away for free. This thing looks wild. Like, what the is this? But I don't. For a different game, it would work. Yeah, a lot of things like I need toys basically. And most of the stuff I ended up buying that were useful for me, like this here. For the Android I bought, and the plush rabbits also something I bought. Most of the other ones. They ain't it. Smiley Creatures pack. Okay, now this one. This feels like it could be it if it wanted to be it. I'm not gonna lie. This is some messed up looking stuff. So maybe for in the more corrupted area, I could see that. Admittedly, it looks like it ripped off Five Nights at Freddy's. Almost certainly. But maybe. It's free. I mean, it's $0. I ain't complaining, you know? Just gonna add that to the project right now so I don't forget that it exists. Not many of those are all that useful though. I'm not sure if those look fine. Oh, it's already in there. Never mind. Yeah, I forgot that it even existed. I forgot to put it in there. Yay me. All right, so first thing, good. Already says small, excellent. I should have wrote temp on these. I guess I could just all be temp. Because if I really want to heal you up, I could just give you a save point. So it's probably no point where I'm ever going to leave these as anything but temporary. Almost certainly. Good stuff. Yeah. Top shelf, baby. Top shelf. I can always adjust the numbers later, but for now, I'm not too worried about it. I was gonna make them larger. Oops. Dum dum dum. Just gonna +1 on each size. I set them up to be very customizable, and I'm probably not even going to customize them. Probably just going to make them static. Kind of awkward, but I have real, almost, I want to just say practically a fetish for making my stuff customizable. I do it way too often, even if I don't need to. Bad habit. But I didn't waste that much time on it. I'm so used to making things customizable now, it's kind of just second nature. I can make bigger gems too. We'll add sparkles to them later. You use sparkles. Mm-hmm. I'll just swap out their drops for these. I don't need that. Need that. Are you? Do I want to do little crosses for the sanity thing? Maybe. This could really reduce the need for wow. Hello there. For potions, or actually for the star. Because I might want to take the star out. I think its effect is just almost damaging in the fight, or being kind of reducing the fun of the fight. You have a dodge. I don't use the dodge anywhere often enough. Especially because you're invincible in it, so you could easily just, you know, dash around. Oh, the potions. I was here to get the potions. Sadly, there's no sanity potions. No sanity potions. Back and fight. I'm tempted to make my own dialogue system. I guess to be fair, Complete RPG also has its own dialogue system. I could just steal that one too. That's a lot of things to get out of. I mean, I'm pretty certain this works the way I want it to. Almost certainly. Yeah. Why do you keep asking on this? Oh wait. Trying to access oh. I'm a goofball. It's not itself it's checking for validity. I was like, that's dumb. No, it's just checking the other actor, but it's checking to see if the NPCs are, you know, another actor. Except for the problem is, your Poppet's supposed to really do anything with them, so. But they have to check the other actor to know if it's Poppet or not, so. There's that. I do not have a collectible set up for sanity yet. But let's make dreams come true here. Call that a mana potion, but it is a potion. These even say curse potion, so it's just been a while since I've changed it. Before I decided the curse was truly a fixed thing. I haven't even figured out the crystal ball thing yet. I was going to have your friend's memories in those, so you could find out about your friend's journey or something like that. By collecting those, hopefully you could solve the mystery of which one is your friend and not kill your friend. So you could get the best ending. Or you could just kill your friend. Yeah, too. Get a bad ending. We'll see how that plays out. Because a lot of it's just going to hint that, you know, there's a fight obviously later in the game where, you know, you don't necessarily know it's your friend, but you could opt to not do it. With a mechanic to not kill the person. Kind of like, was it, gosh, there was that weird fighting game, like a martial arts fighting game. Every time you died, you got older. And there was actually a way to not kill a single person in it. Like, not kill any of the bosses, I should say. And they didn't really tell you how to do it. It's just, people found out later. They're like, oh, yeah, gotta kill the boss. Cool. I'm just not gonna, you know, not gonna tell them. I mean, anyone watching the stream who hears me say it, will be like, oh, there's obviously a secret. But for everybody else, people randomly playing the game, I'm really hoping that they basically missed the last 20% of the game because they just decide to kill everybody and not pay attention. I don't know if it'll be the last 20%, probably like the last 10%, but you know, like the actually getting the best ending. Gotta keep things interesting for me, you know? Find a potion bottle. Bottle. Let's find a bottle. Bottle? Static mesh? I mean, something like that would work. It's boring looking though. I kind of want it to be a holy object instead. I mean, to be fair, if there's ever such thing as sanity in a bottle, maybe it's like alcohol, but so many things sound completely stupid when I've been drinking. I'm just like going, actually, that's probably incorrect because there's a lot of terrible shows I've watched where I was like, this has got like at least a +1 or 2 to rating for the number of bottles of alcohol I've consumed while watching it. Like the night I watched Exploding Kittens, the show. I think I drank like 3 or 4 of these. Show was great. It probably wasn't a very good show, but listen, after enough of these, it was great. This is what I signed up for. 10 out of 10. Clearly the best thing I watched while too drunk to remember having watched it. Yes. Perfect. Cross maybe? Like crosses I have are those. I don't want to use the Hierophant cross a second time. I could use something like one of these as a collectible. Kind of cartoony though. Is that a good sanity thing? I think I'm just going to go with a potion bottle and then change it later or something, I guess. I'm trying to think of what would be a good sanity thing. I guess a cross does fit. The only ones I have are either the really... I can make this cross white if I want. But it's the Hierophant cross. People will get confused. This just sucks, right? Yeah, I don't want that. That's... It looks like sanity's long gone from that one. Long gone. Yeah, that's fair. I didn't used to drink, but I used to get the world's worst acid reflux. Like, it was just like puking up acid levels of acid reflux. Then I discovered one day after going to hang out with my brother and his friends, I had, you know, a pale ale because we went to some bar I'd never been to, and it was like some place where they brewed this stuff, and it was nice enough, almost weirdly a family establishment. So I had one. And then I ate a whole bunch of Mexican food. And normally that would be like bad time waiting to happen. But it didn't. It didn't at all. Like, so I started drinking one of these like a night, and the acid reflux problems went away. I mean, I barely get them. I've tried like medicines for. I got actually one of the medicines I tried ended up putting me in the hospital because of a bad reaction to it. So medicines that were supposed to do it didn't work, and sometimes had negative results. But this just makes me happy to watch terrible shows. If that's the negative, I mean, they're not healthy for you, but most of the time, what happens is I drink one over the course of hours, like during the stream. That's what you'll see me drinking. It's like the same one. And maybe like 3-4 hours in, like I drink another one potentially. So, yeah, that's actually why. It used to be that I would drink maybe once a year. Now it's like every other night, or sometimes every night during a stream potentially. But usually just the one. Yes, that's the funny thing I found. I was like, well, throughout all human history, people have been drinking and it hasn't, you know, killed them. So, okay, I'm down. I mean, it has killed them in some ways, but hey, whatever, you know, some doing good things for me. Show and folder. I have this ancient treasures. Maybe there's an ancient treasure that gives sanity back. I might just stick with a potion. I have my mouse back. It stopped working. Mouse dead. Alright, salute, eh? Yeah. Well, I figure it's healthier than those horrible medications. Because those things permanently mess up your stomach if you do them for long enough, so they're terrible. If you ever get off them, like I got off them, like it made the acid reflux worse because they'd stop working. I was like, this is just terrible, terrible things. So, that. There you go, small beer. There you go. Like what they do in the South. A small beer. There you go. As soon as they're old enough to walk, it's time for their first small beer. I'm not even doing beer. This is like, this is pale ale. I find the ales are what work. Beer does not. Well, actually, to be fair, I haven't really tested a lot of beers, but I tested it with the drink I had that night was a pale ale. So I just was like, okay, well, pale ale works. Yeah. I honestly think it's the yeast in this versus anything else. To be 100% honest, I think that's what's stopping the acid reflux. I don't think it's the alcohol itself. That being said, it works, and I'm not about to just, you know, eat yeast or something like that. And yeast in bread doesn't do anything. Tested that. Or bread actually causes acid reflux. A lot of carbs are terrible for it. Don't get old. Actually, to be fair, I've had acid reflux most of my life. Don't drink soda. There you go. There's my real advice to you. Don't drink soda. Stuff tears your stomach apart over time. Ain't nothing good about it. This bottle's probably actually. These are Halloween potions. This looks like. I think I'm just gonna take one of the bottles and just take a white one and call it square. I might make something cool later. This is way more than I want to put in to try to find one of these things that actually gets the job done, you know? Port City. Look good? Not really. I'll probably come across something cooler as soon as I think about it. I'm thinking a holy symbol. I just don't have any good holy symbols. Mississippi Mud, dark beer. Little moonshine jug looking thing. Jesus. A quart, huh? Like, I don't mind a little bit of alcohol, but there's definitely a limit to where it's just like, this is probably a bad decision. None of these bottles look like they would be a good bottle for that. I guess I could change the color. All right, never mind. We'll go back to the thing. I'm just going to do this. I'm going to go through and see if I can find an interesting idea that just kind of runs with it. Sometimes I just, browse and find something that just stylistically is something I didn't think about. None of the ancient treasures seem that great, which is so unfortunate. I don't want to have different gems like that. I mean, I might use these different gems for purposes of, collectibles, but for just gems themselves, but yeah. I haven't drank like 10 years or so. I mean, it's definitely healthier for you. Like anybody who had a drinking problem, or like just drank a lot when they were younger, I mean, like it's not that great. My dad was actually apparently like an alcoholic, or so I've been told, and now I'm starting to kind of wonder. So I was always worried I'd be an alcoholic, and really don't drink very many of these. Like I don't like getting, like hammered or anything like that, because then I can't do the things I like. Because everything I like requires you to think about it. So I can't do the stuff I like. So it's like, this sucks. Like, but one of them's usually not bad. I'm not even really getting that intoxicated. I will fake like I'm intoxicated. Most of the time, by the end of the night, it's actually just me being tired because I've, been working an 8-hour day, and then I come home and stream. And I might be streaming like 10 plus hours. So usually 8 plus hours, but it's just like, all right, this is a bit much. I could make a cross out of pipes. Can that be something? It doesn't seem very holy, but it could be holy. Do I want to make my own cross? I don't hate it. Don't hate it. Or I could have a little mini floating statue. Oh man, do I want to do that? Because all in the same world. And I do actually have gods in this world. And I was going to make a statue of some of them. And just kind of put them around. But I hadn't actually done that yet, right? But I could use like an angel statue or something like that. I hate this angel statue though. It's so terrible. 0 out of 10. Maybe. Maybe something along those lines. I will keep it as a reminder. Don't like it though. But I do think I want it to be a holy symbol. It just makes more sense that, a holy symbol would block the curse. Maybe give you a little bit more of a chance. Versus something else. I don't even know why I have the Infinity Blade things into. They're not that great. If there's cemeteries, sometimes the cemeteries have stuff. Holy things. Kinda. Praying statue. Like a boulder. Huh. Like it's gonna cast a spell. I don't like it. No, sir. Grandway, I think we can skip that. Likely. Magic Forest, maybe? No. I guess the old library stuff isn't even completely installed anymore. I'm missing a bunch of stuff from it. Port City, which was the pirate one, right? Kind of neat, but not really something I'm going to be using. RPG character, no. I highly doubt the boat has anything of interest. I have a lot of assets to go through here. Obviously, most of this is not making the game. I've actually been getting better about cutting out a lot of crap. I think I got to make my own holy symbol. Or just make it a cupcake. Eat a cupcake and become more sane. What is this? Why this? Oh, it just looked white in the thing. I was like, why does it look white? It just didn't load the texture. Yeah, this is just the same potion bottles I was using earlier. I mean, I can just color one white. It just seems so boring. I know, I'll have a little soda thingy. Perfect. We were just talking about that. Acid reflux and keeps you sane. Beautiful. Even the curse potion's kind of boring. I'm okay with the potion bottle. But everything else, I'm like, I think I'm going to make my own. I'm just not feeling stuff on this one, you know? Can't tell what half the scrap is. Think of the mushrooms first. Let's see. How many of these little crosses? I'm just gonna stick with it. Too long messing with something I don't care that much about. I mean, I care about it, but eh. Just recycle the same cross. Keep a curse potion real fast. Oh, hey Lupus, how's it going? You doing good things? Living your best thug life? This is good to know. Apparently, I have this as the thing. Nice. Alright, crack from the floor and just look cool. They can be functional like springs, or you can grow one for progression, like horrifying enemies as well. This person they got going on. I mean, these are toys, so I don't know about parasites on toys, but I might have broken toys. That's a thing. I don't know about plants growing on all the mushrooms and everything are supposed to be fake. There's like it's supposed to be like a Disneyland type of thing where everything's designed to be fake. which is why it's in there. It's like cheap plastic. That's why I use stylized stuff, because it looks like cheap plastic crap. Buy from a Halloween store. How's it going? Well, working lifts your spirit. You know, mushrooms are the good stuff. Eat the wrong one and you can pretty much see the universe, right? Or maybe that's the right one. I can see everything. A little mushroom told me. Never question it. I have a glass cross. That's an idea. I don't want a glowing cross. I want a violet cross. Could just be doing the crosses here. Here. I'm gonna check something here, because I think the other ones are all linked to this thing here has a, no, it doesn't. I duplicated this. And the static mesh here has a thing. So let's go ahead and remove that on this. Clear this. Let's have the new mesh thing, he says it, so I don't want to link them to both, you know. Since I duplicate it, they all have the problem. Yep, all these squares make a circle. That's actually how I do rounded things with the level block traversables. Started realizing that I could have all these squares make a circle. I did that over here. Look, all these squares make a circle. Not the same thing, I know, but listen. It actually is true in some instances here. All tiny squares to make the circle. Only way to make that work. Otherwise, it doesn't like rounded stuff for that level lock traversable. Alright, well, we'll just use these things here. We have the sanity small here. Let's call it a sanity potion for now. No need to change things. Back to Poppet. I'm gonna have so many collectibles. Hey, Graham. Right now I'm messing with the collectibles. I was making different collectibles. At first I was making them variable, but then I realized that having having each potion give a random amount of health back makes so little sense. Like, it's hard to for the player to understand what's going on. So instead I just decided to put them at locked numbers and then just increase their size, and I'm going to add different effects to them, make it look a little better. I was doing that. I made it where you could like spawn multiple items when things are, you know, killed. I improved um the hit thing on the weapon like that. Basically, I'm trying to make the combat better in some of the areas. So a lot of the early enemies here I'm trying to make better. So yeah. I'm solving an issue with the spawning of items and everything. I did other stuff earlier, but I forgot what it was. So, you know, I did something earlier. Oh, yeah. Now they spawn lots of things. I just have it set as a bunch of potions at the moment because, you know, I'm trying to test all the versions of them, all the flavors. And now I'm making sanity potions, so... My plan is to probably take the star out or give it way later so you can't have a built-in heal and you're forced to kill enemies in order to get stuff like healing. Because I don't like how the star plays out. Because almost every combat consists of, I'll hit it a few times and then I'll go run somewhere and hide with the star and go, look, I got my health back. That's not fun. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's effective, but it isn't fun. So, I'm kind of over that. I think the star should be cooler than that. I'm going to make the healing probably tied to killing enemies and then just have bosses spawn more things to help them. This way, throughout combat, you can just go, okay, well, you know, I just keep wailing on things until I get more stuff. Yeah. I'm just fighting fodder enemies right now. And I'm actually pretty happy with how the fodder enemies, these ones fight. I have about 4 to 5 enemies that are good. And then Patrick and Voodoo are getting there. Oh, I fixed the bug with the super, where the super move on the fool would instant kill things. I was like, look, it instant killed the boss. Wow, what a great super that was. That was pretty awesome. But yeah, I need to make 3 to 4 more enemies. Oh yeah, yeah. As you can see, that was actually pretty easy to fix. It was taking me all that long. I was just adding an extra equipment to a system that already existed, so yeah, you have it, you know, it equips and then goes away, and then the magician equips. We equip it again. Look, nope, no hat there. This doesn't even have a hat. We'll just put it over here. Right back. But yeah, it works perfectly. I need to do a glow up to all these other ones, but I haven't done that yet. The goal right now is actually to go through and just start putting in, make the game playable from start to finish. And to be fair, it's basically playable up to Voodoo. Like all the way up to the very end. It is already playable. It's just there's rooms with nothing to do in them. I haven't put a lot of collectibles in. There's no enemies put in there, but I just put random spawners in, so it's easy to put enemies. So technically, you could play all the way through the game. Through the demo. But I have like 4 rooms that are just boring. Suck. There's nothing going on in them. This room doesn't count because you're never going to go in it in this area. Like this room, I don't have anything. I had an idea and then I took it out because the boss there was going to be a boss in there. There's going to be 3 rooms after Patrick, basically. And then like it was going to be 4 more rooms to the boss of the area. I was like, I think we can have a few less bosses than like every 3 to 4 rooms. I was like, we're a boss arena now, boys. And the kitchen's boring too. I don't know what to do with it yet. This hallway could use a glow up, but it has something. The library is a mess. Seems pretty good. This hallway is boring. I cut this one out of the demo and this one out of the demo as well. Yeah, realistically, I got to fix this hallway, fix this room to do something interesting. This room, make the library not suck. So like 4 rooms that are just incoherent messes. How hard would it be to play tic-tac-toe? I mean, you could just always make the, you know, the computer try to make the best move. And the player won't just immediately win, right? I could put dumb mini games like that. There was a matching game in the RPG Maker version. There was actually in the original like the RPG Maker concept I made, like the prototype game in between the game jam and that. There was actually a crazy fortune teller. Actually rolled that into Poppet. It's like her story, her character like that, but she actually made you play a tarot game, like matching the tarots instead. I could put something like that in here too. Yeah. I imagine it would be too hard. You just make it so they always try to win, and then the player doesn't instantly win. But yeah, anyway. The plan right now really is just make the game in the just start adding in things so you can play the game. And then I can maybe ship out some sort of testable build to like, the Discord or something. Ever tried such a thing? I mean, you should definitely try it, Zombie. Make your tic-tac-toe game. Just make anything. Like, just try it out. It's fun. Be surprised at all the dumb crap you can do in these to make them interesting. 10 out of 10 would do. I think the cross I want to actually just float straight up. New rotation. This might not even look good because it's all glassy. Drag one in the world and see how it looks. Yeah, things are going pretty good. What's that look like? Well, those are visible. I'm gonna make them cool looking, but just for purposes of this, make it so they are a placeholder item until I make something. Yeah, I figure these items need to be in there. I don't have collectible coins or gems. Probably gems for certain. Coins, maybe. I'm just debating on if I want to make it have two currencies or not. Like, do I have a currency that all the dolls can, use so you can buy some things? Or do I just say, hey, you can upgrade your abilities with the gems or you can buy things? Give you a reason to, like, farm things. I don't know if that's going to be fun or not, but I like collecting things, so hoping it's fun. I like shinies. Medium. Let's do large. And to keep with my fun theme of the good stuff. Good stuff. Right? Good stuff. Do that. It's already set there. We'll make it a 3. These can actually be pretty game changing because, if enemies drop something that makes you be able to stay in the darkness longer, that can make a big difference. You could travel distances you couldn't have traveled before. You also want to have to run back and camp the light as often as possible. Which I'm not going to lie, sometimes that mechanic feels really good. Like, in boss fights, the light mechanic feels very, very good. In exploration, the light mechanic feels kind of weird, I think is the best way to put it. It doesn't quite play as well as I want it to. But there's something missing, Good stuff. Did I make this one a 4? And gameplay feel is very important. I've been spending a lot of time looking into gameplay feel, especially after seeing that video of the guy who went over all the things to improve just the 3-stage attack that he was doing. From this really boring, oh look, babies first, UE RPG. It's like, oh look, I followed a tutorial. It's got 3 attacks. It's so cool. To this looks like it came out of like God of War, and I'm like, it was still the same 3 attacks at the end of the day. It just looks so much better. That's what happened with the hammer thing. That's went from that crappy sucker to what it's doing now. I did almost everything he suggested. One I didn't do yet because it involved messing with interfaces, not with the UI, and I didn't feel like doing that because I just didn't want to at the time. And the other one was like cinematic finishers, but this is a Metroidvania. I don't know about cinematic finishers. Like I shake the camera, I cause the thing to get launched farther when they're dead, so they go flying farther. That's more satisfying. If I could have a way for them to break, that'd be awesome. But haven't quite figured out how to shatter a skeletal mesh yet. I could turn them into a static mesh, have a duplicate and swap them, and then have that shatter. Like right where they would impact something, spawn a force thingy. And the force thingy causes it to explode the other direction, so the pieces would break apart. But that's a very big investment to make that happen. Like in time and just also just sources of static meshes of everything too. Don't know if want. Might want. Would want. Potentially want. But don't know if want. So might pass on. Not sure. Okay, so let's test these out to make certain they do what's intended. I imagine the code will work perfectly because I don't see why it wouldn't, but especially when there's so much copy pasta going on here. Ah, yes, Sanity Max. An incredibly creative name. There was supposed to be a spirit stat, but I took it out on the grounds of there's too many stats. Because originally I was going to tie dodging to like, actually it was going to be called stamina, I think, at the time, but then I switched to spirit, and then I've been playing around with names of stats, but at the end of the day, it was going to function. One of the stats was going to function just like stamina. But then it led to something, a simple thought of, why does a doll have stamina? Right? Doll. So it's not like it's going to get tired. That's weird. But with that realization, I was like, I'll just tie it to the curse thing and make her, turn into a glowy ball so I can be like, well, it requires some magical power to do, so that's why it's, cool like that. All right, let's swap these. It's voodoo. I could name them all flavors of, like, voodoo. The thingy. That's over here. It's on this one. I'm looking for it. It's on the other side. Smart. Let's just spawn them all and watch the fun. I might have almost a double upgrade system. Perfect. Where the gems increase the stats on the weapons, or just the tarot in general, but the abilities are unlocked by finding better versions of the cards. I don't know. I should touch it for a moment without hurting myself. Hey, run out of sanity. Good, good. Oh, sanity, good. Well, the crosses are pretty easy to spot, aren't they? Oh, I got a... Oh, yeah. Whoosh. I want to get rid of the message on that. Like, it's fine for some things, and I'm probably gonna have some interface thing that says what it is, but I think for purposes of this, I'm gonna take the name of the item afterwards, because if I have this here, if it's let's see here. Yeah, then here. So I just have this where no name of item is added. So if I change the name of item to nothing afterwards, I can prevent seeing the message. I think that's what I want to do. I kind of wish I could just connect them at the end like this. That's probably fine. I was going to do a sequence, and I was like, is that really easier than just doing? I mean, really? We really doing that much extra effort? It's like, once again, the programmer solution. It's like, well, it's technically better, but how much time are you really about to save doing this? Really? Unperfect. I'm going to make the assumption the player can understand size difference. And if they can't, well, why are they playing a game about being a tiny doll at that point? Like, surely this game should illustrate size difference pretty much across the board. Any game ever did. This game's got it in spades. Push play? How to push play? I was just waiting for it to load up. I'm like, yeah, I got it. Pretty much anything that's like, a regular collectible, I don't plan on flashing a message to, I need sanity loss. I don't need it. So this way I don't have to, I don't want to spam it across the screen. I'll probably end up replacing a lot of them with a thing that appears on the screen, like an interface thing, potentially. At least for the tarot cards. There's a cross. Big cross. I think the crosses are too big. Maybe. I do like that the stuff tends to end up wherever they land at. The crosses are really hard to see. I kind of figured that might be a problem. It's actually really unfortunate. I should have made a parent. Whatever. Let's have a metal cross. It's a placeholder anyway. Here. This not the most ideal, but it almost makes me feel like the Hierophant should have protected your sanity. I can see that too, but hey Jay, 387. I mean, you can program your NPCs to do anything you want, but it's the peanut butter and jelly example all over again, where you're gonna have to tell them how to do basically everything, unless you're gonna use an actual AI from there are actual things to connect to, like Chat GPT and whatever for running your NPCs. I've seen people do that for Skyrim. So it's probably, it's obviously possible. I've been doing my own, AI programming and blueprints. Yeah, it's live. I mean, I would hope so. Do I not look live? To be fair, with enough alcohol and a lack of sleep, I would forgive you thinking that I was dead. So then it would be like, is this dead? And you're talking to a ghost. Okay, you buy that. Nope. I'm a stupid American. I can speak English, bad English, JavaScript, and blueprints. Yes. You forgive me for the English? Thanks, Graham. Definitely live. Yes. Wouldn't be any fun if it wasn't live. Can you imagine watching streams where, just like a. It's so hard to watch a stream that's just a pre recorded one. I don't know how people do. I guess that's incorrect. I've seen some pre-recorded D&D streams, and sometimes the speedrunning streams for various games can be fun to watch. Americans to get past when English is a second language. You sure it's even our second language? It might be our third. I don't even know. We don't have a public education system here. They like to pretend we do, but nah, man. Nah. No public education here. It's a travesty. You fell asleep for 4 hours, it's still synced? No. Nah. Oh. Only read English, can't understand it. About 300 words. Oh. Huh. That's unfortunate. This is very unfortunate. Well, you can always talk to people in the chat. I mean, maybe you learn some English from me. I don't know how good that is, but you can learn it from me. If I don't know any Chinese. No, best way to learn. On your own and through YouTube videos from people with pretty much people from India with thick accents. I think have taught me more about this than anything else. Pretty much, Lepus, it's super easy. That's why it's the only language I bothered to learn. It was too easy to learn this one. Other ones, it's too hard. Nah. I like the worst language. Communicate through the medium of game dev. Welcome, disciple. Medium. It's like some sort of commune or something like that. We're all just communicating with game dev, like little game livings at each other. Yeah, basic programming, anything imagine. Yeah, you can with the right amount of coding, anything can happen. Should you do that much coding? There might be better ways to do things. You code in English, like, hey, you do that. It's kind of like talking to AI, right? You give it an AI prompt, it's kind of like a hey, you do that. Oh, Python. Prompt is fair. Everyone says Python's really simple. I've never used it, but I've definitely heard it many times over. A whole lot of people, both programmers and sort of programmers alike. Yeah. That's probably why programmers often don't use it, because they don't like simple things, right? It's got to be complicated. Oh, okay, that's cool. Still gonna stick with blueprints, but these crosses are huge. Can't miss them now. I'm gonna shrink them. Oh, cool. I appreciate the follow. The more the merrier. Are there blueprint nodes that accept Python? Well, I actually saw a plugin so you could use JavaScript in there, just in case you wanted to use JavaScript in your blueprints. I was like, no. Error message. Progress. That's right. Pretty much an achievement. New error unlocked. As long as I pronounce it officially. Oh boy. Well, I can't promise I won't use lots of slang. That's just how I talk. And, you know, that's a stupid American. So, you know, yeah, that was a big ask. I don't know, man. Seems a little like maybe not. So these big words mean little. Feel like I was going to college all over again. Big words that mean little. Yes. And by little I mean they have little meaning. Yes. For the software there to oh hey wait a minute. What's he saying? Yeah. Well, I visited Guangdong province in China. I hadn't any plans on doing it. You have to have this thing called money to travel halfway around the world. And I'm a game dev. We can already establish that I ain't got any money. Right? I thought that was part and parcel of being a game dev. You're poor. Because if you wanted real money, you would do something else. If I was, you know, had lots of money, I consider going some places. I do not have lots of money. Poor. Exactly, Graham. Like, game dev is like, I'm here for the love of the game, you know, like, I love doing game dev. It should be pretty obvious because here I am, you know, working my 8-hour shift, you know, 8-hour day thing like that, and then coming home and stream for like 8+ hours. Yeah, I gotta love the thing if you to do that. And to be happy about it, like I'm even on the weekend, I'm like, I want a game dev, but I do actually have to sleep sometime on the weekend to make up for not sleeping during the week. Oh, you know, maybe. At this point, I haven't even been to most of the U.S. because, well, we just talked about me being poor, right? Onion, so I don't know why. That's fair. Get his studio up and running so you can go and get a second job in finance to pay the bills. Sounds about right, really. I mean, you know, gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta have that second job. How do you think I can afford to do this? I have my second job. Maybe someday this can be like half of my first job. Got a day off, you can go to bed early. Well, that's fair. It's fair. 5:07 a.m. here. I didn't go to bed early either. This is probably a better size, I think. I almost wanted to slow-mo this hit. And these are a little better sized. They're still kind of big, but whatever. They're too high up, I can't get them. Carry it. Look. I'm gonna replace the cross with something else better. I don't like that cross, not for that. But at least they're different from the potions. Like, at least you have an idea. And I definitely wanted to go with more of like a demonic versus not demonic type of thing as my, you know, religious portion of the resurrection stuff. Usually sleep 8 hours? Oh my gosh, I'm envious. What is this sleeping? Who even does that? 1 p.m. for you? Just game dev life? That's fair. Normal people do these things. The problem is I'm at work during the normal people times, so I can't game dev during the normal people times. Double jump is unlocked by getting strength. The screen's shaky because of it's an impact. Like when I hit something, it shakes the screen. It's part of the to show it hits, you know? You hit something? to make the hits feel more real. As for double jump, there is a double jump. Yeah. It is hiding right here. Apparently it's the strength tarot. Uses tarot cards for abilities, so you have to find the various tarot cards around. Oh, thank you. Okay, there's your double jump. I haven't put much time into it because I'm not going to give it out in the demo. I just have it here to test something. Now, the ones I plan on giving out in the tarot, that's definitely a weird dance move going on there. I think this happened at the Australian Olympics. I'm pretty certain this weird dance move. You were working, but someone took the work off you. What sort of work did they take off you? And is that really so bad? I don't even know. Like half the time, that just means work I don't have to do, you know, myself. And I can go game dev instead. This is the Emperor's Tarot. It grows plants and shrinks plants. It also can grow pumpkins. Ooh, pumpkin. Making my game in Chinese? Well, we'll worry about making it English first before we worry about any other languages. I mean, you know, I'm a solo dev, so I can only really do one language at a time. Oh yeah, you're playing as a doll. You're a woman who was killed, your soul is put into a doll, and you're trying to escape a toy factory, and this is... I haven't replaced this light yet. That sucks. I hate this light. Yeah, the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, I'll use up a bunch of curse there. You gain this curse power. Curse powers all the dolls. But you lose your sanity. If your sanity ever hits 0, you die. If you go back to the light, you gain your sanity back, but you don't gain any curse powers. And she uses tarot cards as abilities, and that's what this is. The Fool is one here. Yeah, it is. It's definitely got a dark to it, but it's also got a playful fun to it, right? Because like you have like these kinds of guys here. I'm probably not going to fight Patrick the whole way through because I don't want to, but... Do I even have a nav mesh down? There's not even a nav mesh down, is there? No, there's not. Oh, there is. Okay. Yeah, is there a way to freeze monsters? There is, this shouldn't actually work on Patrick, but I'll use it anyway. The Hierophant, you know, can freeze thingies. It puts bubbles on them. The bubble wand. It shouldn't work on Patrick, but it's also not supposed to be in the demo, so I haven't really made it not work on bosses. Kind of overpowered if it works on bosses. As long as we're using things that make no sense against the boss. You can use like the chariot against them, where you summon a little blimp to fight instead. These are the production, like, these aren't production quality, these are just, you know, oh look, I put a concept in, so they're not going to be in the actual regular game, but take this, Patrick. How dare you bring melee to an airship fight? That's a blimp. You're gonna make a song for a game, but music producer friend told me he was doing it instead. That's fair. I'd rather have a music producer make a song for a game than me. That's true. Take this, Patrick. This is vengeance for all the times you bit me, you jerk. Take it, like it. Okay. That's enough for that. That's pretty funny though. Yeah, it's a Metroidvania, so every time you get a new ability, it opens up new things you can do. Like the star sitting here trading sanity for health. Or The magician being able to throw things. But yeah, there's lots of fun things to do. Including the overpowered bubble wand. Oh yeah. Lots of things going on. Yeah. Okay. I've been working on it for about 9.5 months. I'm rolling over a cord. 1 second. Yeah, well, I mean, you can still make one, Graham. Just don't tell them. Just make it anyway. They don't have to know. You could be the one. Yeah, 9.5 months for the game. I'm working on it. Going a little slow, but I believe. I believe I can get it done. I'm gonna go ahead and just browse to this real fast. I'm gonna go through and just replace all these stupid lamps that I hate. Yes, replace them all. I'm gonna replace them all. Oh, actually. I select all of them. No, I can, but table lamp. Replace all actors with the new one. Went to all the trouble to make them. Do they? I mean, listen, sometimes you got to make shooting games. That's fine. I mean, I'm not hating on that. They're not my cup of tea, but like I'm a big fan of Metroidvanias. I'm a big fan of adventure games. I also like point and click adventures for that matter. Well, usually I'll on my phone. Oh look, Elsie doesn't need to actually be posting here. Ban the bot. That's perturbing. Um, yeah. I don't know if I just go if you like making a certain type of game, make that type of game because you should always make the game you like making, unless someone's paying you a gobs of money, in which case make the game that they're paying you money for. But otherwise, you should definitely make something you just love because you're going to be the one testing it. It's going to take forever. So nothing if not persistent. That's true, Graham. There, those bots are pretty much. That's awkward, Unreal Engine. They don't learn other game design patterns besides um shooting games. That's right, Lepus. Do what you love. That's what gets me through it. That's what makes me do all these things. I love what I do. And I want to make this. It's a dream, it's just what I want. So take all my free time. I don't have a social life. Goodness knows how could I if I stream like 8 hours and work 8 hours? Where's the time for a social life? I better love what I do. And I do. I mean, there's nothing else I'd want to do. Unless she was really cute. Nothing. Nothing at all. Um, now I just would rather do these things. Just how it is. Also, I love my new steampunk lamp. Looks like something out of Beetlejuice, like it might come to life and try to fight you. Yes, I might do that. Make one of these things that you can fight, right? Because you could move the legs. Because, I mean, I could just literally rotate it to make it look like it's moving and have it just turn towards you. How cool would that be? Well, thank you. Finding my perseverance. Yeah, I'm very excited about that. Yep. How could I not like this light? You can click anywhere on it. Yeah, I might make these things, like mechanical things that fight, like out of pipes and weird lamps and stuff like that. Maybe even give them googly eyes, because googly eyes are hilarious. Like, just imagine this thing is some sort of bizarre monster with huge googly eyes. And maybe a dorky smile on it. Oh, I'll be right back. I got to use the restroom real fast. Turned. You don't socialize much, huh? Much like people who are always trying to make money, but don't learn anything and just want to work. Oh, well, I like to work a lot. And I don't tend to socialize a whole lot other than talk to people on here. But clearly I don't want to make money because I'm a game dev. Turns out being a game dev, you know? I think we talked about this, right? Yes. I don't know about this making money thing. Heater towards me here because it's quite freezing out there. Yes. Not very warm in the house either. It is unpleasant to say the least. So these guys are only going to need the most basic coin things like that. I don't think I'm going to have different flavors of coin. I think I'm just going to have lots of coins. You just get to collect them and have fun, right? Who doesn't like lots of coins? Collectibles. They can just spawn random things, and I'll just do like the most basic of potions they could potentially spawn. Kind of give them a low spawn rate, I imagine. Also, I wait, I don't need this here. Oh, oh my gosh, one of the bots is named Subservient Mommy. I'm just saying. Of all the bot names. I don't even know if it actually posted it on there or not, because it's like monitoring as a potential ban evader. Oh, yes. I'm going to delete that one too. Still, Subservient Mommy. Wow. What a bot name. I say I don't get out much. Jesus. Clearly. Clearly I get out more than that person. Damn. Which I didn't know was actually possible. I mean, like, seriously. How could you get out less than me? I mean, I ever gone outside in your life? Clearly you've, gone out more than me. I'll put a small potion here. Then I'll give it like a good chance at gems, I guess. And maybe I just give it nothing on the other. All right. And do I even have it 2 coins? Yeah, I guess plus 1 coin. I don't know. That seems like a really high chance to spawn. We'll lower the rate a bit. Of course, it's only heal 10, so I kind of want to, well, I kind of want to have the ability to heal. Maybe I actually don't put a lot of the gems and coins, and instead I just put potions. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll be really nice with the early minions. They only have a crap potion, but still. The AI is not very bright. Imagine having an intelligent AI in a Metroidvania. AIs are smart enough to know that after the first time they're told not to huff glue, they'll stop doing it. That's pretty much about as smart as we're going for. No, like. They could actually potentially drop more than 1 potion, so maybe I don't need to have 2 spawns, because... Oh, actually, wait. You're not controlled by AI? Pretty much. I remember laughing because I saw a meme, and it was of the whole, like, Terminator thing, and it's like what people thought AI would bring, and it's literally, like Judgment Day kind of thing, and it's like, what did AI actually bring? And it's just a whole bunch of AI porn. You're just like, okay, well, you're not wrong. It's pretty much what it did. It's like, huh, okay, you're not wrong. I don't need this one here. I just want 1 attempt at it, and then we'll just have like each one of these as being a 1, because it has like, we'll let it like have a. I think I'll roll from the table like twice on these. It doesn't gotta roll that much. Thousands of fingers. That's right. They bring finger-based nightmares where you see things with like a bajillion fingers, and you're just like, oh, and huge tracts of land, but like a billion fingers. So you're like, I'm not sure if this is exciting or. Right now, the translator bot's trying to translate huge tracts of land and not realizing what it actually means. It's funny. Oh, that reference. I haven't seen Monty Python in a long time. Like a Holy Grail? We used to watch it all the time. That was back when, you know, we watched things on TV, which is weird. Nobody does that anymore. And she knows. You just stand there, huh? Cool. Hunt. This is a little better because there's just stuff to get. I think it really makes a big difference. Not a lot of stuff, but some things. I guess they already all ran past me. Don't have to fight me there? Maybe. Wow. Now I can't hit this one. Hit it that time. I might not give out coins immediately. Why don't you save Annie's on really fast? She's supposed to be the shopkeeper. I can give her upgrades to her shop, though. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, there's so much more steampunk lampy instead of, you know, the other things. I actually saw something like this on Amazon. I kind of want one. In fact, I will. Pretty sure I can find it. Awesome. Oh, there's lots of versions like this, but I mean, anything important on this that I don't want to see? Yeah, maybe I don't want to see that. Bring this over. I'll save the image. Possible? Sure. That one, and I want to save this. Oh yeah, you got like this kind of steampunk lamp. It's just, you know, pretty cool. I might even make my own steampunk lamp like this because it's got a clock built into it, so that's not a bad idea. And then like this kind of steampunk lamp, so I was like, that's kind of neat. I mean, you know, clearly they went way more out of their way to make theirs, you know, cool looking, and I didn't do that, but I think that's like the main ones that are cool. Oh, that's kind of cool too. Save it. So go off any personal information because Amazon's like that. So that's kind of cool too. Like a gear on the bottom. So I might make something like that. So I'll look for some lamp ideas maybe. Not sure I haven't even put cords on anything, but I don't know if I'm going to put cords on everything. I have some cords, but I don't know. Yeah, I'd consider having a bunch of steampunk stuff in my background if I actually had lots of money. Just because it'd be cool. I do not, though. I'm a poor game dev. With delusions of one day making an indie darling. Or at least not a game that's terrible. I gotta give her a better hat, too. This hat's just Tinka's hat, but recolored. I have a different version of her hat that's actually more Jester-like. I mean, it's still the same model hat. It just happens to have a the 4 squares on it instead of this weird look. I don't hate this particular setup. I mean, I didn't lose too much life, so that's good. Like, plus the enemies keep respawning, so you can technically heal. I don't want the healing to be so good. I do want you to have to learn to dodge, even though I haven't been using dodge at all. I need to use dodge more. I'm lazy. I've been relying on the Star Tarot to heal, and I'm not even supposed to have that. So that's a problem. To be honest, the jump attack is probably your best bet. I could probably up the drop rate a little. I really don't want to be too hard on the player that early is the issue, right? I'll up it a little more. And potentially you could get as much as a 30% heal from killing if you happen to roll perfectly on this thing, like, you know, 3 times over. So odds are horrible. Absolutely horrible. But hey, you know, maybe. Okay. We'll go to the next room then, because yes, is there any collectibles I want to put in here? One of the things I want to do, in the tarot deck, there's the Minor Arcana, which consists of 4 different suits of cards, and then basically the same numbers you'd see on a playing cards, right? So, you know, Ace through King. I think there's some slightly different names. So yeah, these ones here, yeah, it's just literally the same thing you would see on a deck of playing cards, except for the suits are the wands, the cups, the swords, and the pentacles. So I want to make use of these somewhere in here as, I mean, just something that fits, because I want to have the full tarot deck. But I'm not sure where yet. Unless I was going to use them as place of crystals as the, you know, the upgrade things, but I really only want one of each of the cards, right? That might be a bridge too far, though. Maybe if there's a DLC, you can get the Pentacles and the other ones like that. They're just not sure what I'm going to do with them. What would they do? But I guess there's a key in here. There's actually 2 keys in here. This is a convenience key that actually opens this door. Just in case you don't want to have to get up here to go through the thing, because it's not that easy to get up here unless you have double jump. But you got to go around, big pain in the ass. And the other key is, of course, the key to this door here. And then there's this room to deal with. We'll get to you. That room's going to need some more work. Anchors from that country? Wait, what? What are we talking about? What anchor? Anchor? Oh. Sometimes you gotta yawn. Yawn like you've never yawned before. Okay. So I don't think there's any other collectibles to get in this room that matter. I might add something, but I don't think so, because with 2 major collectibles in here, and now enemies to fight basically all over the place. Unless I want to put some enemies up here to beat up, I could do that too. But I really don't want to put enemies doing the platforming necessarily. But maybe I would. I need to put individual enemies out and then put them in the H load, probably. I've added a bunch of things that aren't even in the H load, too. I should probably do that, too. Add them all to the H load. The steampunk lamp. I swear. But there's still table lamps left? I just replaced the table lamp and was happy that, okay, fair enough, whatever. Build here. It's 5:40 a.m. It's going to get light probably in an hour or something. We'll start to see the you know, the false dawn, not the actual dawn. But I mean, it's winter over here, so our days are much shorter than normal, you know? I guess it is normal for this time of year. Indeed. Also, I mean, I'm in the Pacific time zone, so I'm over in California, which I'm really far behind everyone else. Like, plenty of people in the US right now it's like, light for them. Yes, that country. Thought it was easy to tell, what with me making fun of the American education system. I guess to be fair, everybody does that, and they should because it's terrible. Absolute. Yeah, they've ended up in California. Yay! California is a beautiful state full of wonderful environments and the worst people in the entire country. Hey, Unreal Andy, how's it going? Yeah, I was talking about how beautiful California is as far as physically, it's a beautiful place. Basically, every type of biome imaginable. Unfortunately, it's full of people who pretty much suck. Most people in Northern California are pretty good. I don't talk politics here. This is a game dev stream. Nothing good comes from talking politics. Like talking religion. It's not something you should do. You aren't going to make friends, you can only make enemies. That I'm here to play with dolls all night. Drink. Yes. Yes, indeed. I will make all the friends because I will play with dolls and they will enjoy that I play with dolls. I know, right? This just needs to not cast a shadow. It's like annoyed at me that it casts a shadow. Yeah, whatever. The big secret to this game is that Poppet is actually normal sized. It's actually just the world that's quite large. I'm just saying. So not cast shadow. Shadow bad. Cast shadow, shadow bad. Not cast shadow, shadow bad. Woohoo, that's what it said 3 times over. That's fair. You don't discuss your own politics, you only discuss the ones here. Everyone in the world seems to discuss our politics. The best part is, I don't care about the world's opinion of our politics. Not one bit. Nope. Not at all. To be fair, I don't care about most Americans' opinion of our politics either. I do care about is their opinion of my game, their opinion of game dev in general. Just other, I just like talking to people, but not really about controversial. I'll leave that to the React streamers or the political people or who knows what. Someone's all like, "You mean you don't care? You know, like problems from YouTube for saying things?" It's like, I do game dev. YouTube's not going to ban you for doing game dev. Unless your game dev's like, you know, adult games, in which case they'll probably ban you for that. 4 hours on a character, teen, like a week ago. Life is strange. Wow. I mean, listen, sometimes you gotta spend 4 hours on a character's team. Alright, I guess. I go fishing and discuss politics. There you go, see? People can just be happy. We're all here to enjoy some game dev. Gosh, I rated someone and they got into this big long political discussion. I'm just like, man, just show me your game. And they just kept going. I'm just like, click. Like, I was like, I just wanted to see your game. What? Your game. I think I sent like 28 people his way or something that day. And he just lost everyone because he didn't care about showing his game. I'm like, show your game, you fool. Why? Oh, you were there, huh? Yeah, wasn't that fun? I'm just like going, not what I signed up for, especially because I'd already been up for like 16 plus hours. I'm just like going, man, I'm fading fast. Show me your game. Do it. Just show me your game. No? Okay. I'm going to sleep now. Sorry. You had your chance. Oh yeah, I just gave up when I saw they were just him and a chatter were just big on it. And I'm just like, cool man. You do you, boo. I wasn't gonna say anything, but I just like this is not where I want to be right now. Anyway. Yeah. I have seen some really cool games. I rated someone who had one very, very polished. It was a tower defense actually, but it was extremely polished. Like if you just told me it was a regular game, I would have believed. I mean, it's easy to have happen when you're, you know. I mean, I'm not a big streamer. I'm not going to pretend like I am. But when you've got like nobody watching you, like literal nobody, and you get even one person who chats with you all the time, it's really easy for them to just take you down a rabbit hole. It just is, right? I mean, like say I streamed on YouTube for quite a while before Twitch, and I didn't have many people, and I would just chat about with them just about anything, really. Well, not quite everything. I don't, like I say, I don't really want to really controversial things, but yeah, you can really fall down a rabbit hole with that person because they're the only person you got. So you just start chatting because someone to talk to. Thankfully, since coming to Twitch, I've been fairly welcomed by the community. It's been great, and I love all of you. So I'm apparently trying to return the alcohol slowly but surely. Yeah, I could see the one guy thing very easily. Person, or thankfully, the longer I've been going, especially on Twitch, I've been picking up people in the Discord too. So I mean, I've got lots of people. It doesn't have to be the one guy problem all over again. Yeah, something you got to learn, I think, as a streamer, is at some point. I mean, I don't mind getting derailed because I work on this so much, and oftentimes chat comes up with great ideas. And I'm more than happy to shamelessly use those ideas. Hey, give me good ideas. Um, but you do have to learn at some point that I've definitely had some people, even in the Discord, they're just, there's certain bad people or like people who are going to lead you astray that you gotta curtail. It's just how it is. Pretty much, developing a game is a lonely, long process. Right over there. Definitely, that's why streaming's so fun because it takes what was a very lonely hobby, makes it somewhat social. I mean, to be fair, it's not quite the same as having everyone in the room with me. It'd be kind of hard to put everyone in this small office with me, but we'd make it work. There'd be a lot of extra blankets and pillow forts and things. But streaming really has helped just turn it into something that's cool. Plus, occasionally, I might get a few dollars towards funding the game, which, hey, I don't got to pay the full bill for the game. That ain't gonna bug me. That's just people are like, yep, your game is a great idea. I'm doing it. Yep. I think I could put a few more like combat things in this area, right? I don't think I need a new enemy for this area. I think I probably just want to stick with the same enemy for at least a couple of rooms, right? Give them a chance to kind of, play around with the enemy a bit before they get too many of the new enemy. It's probably fair. I think there's already a spawner up here. I'll just spawn a single stitch voodoo up here, maybe. I need to probably put these in the H load so I don't have to have random spawners, which seem highly unnecessary. Because if they're just in the H load, then the people could predict where things are going to go. And I've had things sitting in the H load for the whole time, and it doesn't really seem to cause any problems, so I just do that. That might be what I do in the future, just start putting things directly in the H load. $3.2 million people in your state, third size of Japan. Maybe it's pretty far away. That sounds nice. I grew up in the mountains, right? And when I was growing up, the town I was in had less than 10,000 people in it, which for California is like ant size. And we eventually got a supermarket. I remember that. We didn't have one for the longest time. We had to go all the way down to the neighboring town to buy food. I think we had like 2 gas stations for the longest time. And then for some reason, a video store back when you rented videos, way back in the day. Iowa, that's fair. I wouldn't mind living out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, other than my current job requiring me to not live in the middle of nowhere. Like if I was just like a pro streamer, I would live anywhere like out in the woods where I could still actually have enough internet connection to be a pro streamer. Okay, fair. Kids are in Sac, huh? Oh, Sac. Sac's okay, I guess. I don't go very far south ever. I haven't been to San Diego since I think I was like 9 or something. We went to the San Diego Zoo. Actually, went to Disneyland and the San Diego Zoo. And then they're like, okay, which place you want to go back to for the third day? And we're like, the San Diego Zoo, because Disneyland sucks. Even it couldn't entertain a 9-year-old. Terrible place. You wait in lines all the time. Awful. 0 out of 10. Screw Disneyland. You have too many people over there in China? Yeah, that's true. You have a lot of people there between you and India. You're a lot of the portion of the world. A lot of it. Wish you could live in the woods with good internet, but work? Yeah. For the longest time, I actually did live up there, and I even moved back up there because I was dating a woman whose house was up there, and I was watching her house while she was out of the area, and I was just like, oh, I'll just do this. And man, it's so nice to be in a small town where you get to know people. So right now I'm in a city of like 100,000 people, and it sucks. Why is it not spawning any? It should spawn at least one, right? Or maybe it just can't because it's too low. Be kind of a brutal brawl room. Lots of fighting. Six Flags Near is amazing if you're antisocial. I suppose that's fair. I mean, as far as when I get terrible motion sickness, I hate all the rides. I'm like, I get motion sickness from like reading in a car or looking at my phone in a car, so I don't even like places like Six Flags. I get motion sickness from looking at Minecraft or VR. Any VR is terrible for me too, for that matter. Unfortunate. More people you have in over there, the fewer jobs. I suppose that's fair. I mean, if you have a lot of unskilled workers, it's kind of hard to find jobs for them. And if you have a lot of people, it's hard to educate them all. So. That's fair. You know, lots of people know where to park. I've seen it when I've gone to San Francisco. Parking is just awful. Like, oh, I think I went there like 10 years ago or something, and it was like $20 to park for an hour. It was like $20 to park for an hour. What the? I'm not doing that. Still my least favorite city in the world. San Francisco. The shithole. Hard the language, but man, I hate that. Why are we not bouncing? There we go. Oh, it doesn't bounce very well. I don't like it. Boing. Really? One job. Bounce me. I didn't turn on any lights in this room. I gotta remember, you have to turn on lights in this room. College students everywhere. College students can't find high-tech jobs. They need graduate students, doctoral students. That's fair. You know what I've learned, at least here, is college is a trap here. You should actually do a trade here. Like being a plumber or an electrician is way more valuable than having a college degree. South Park made fun of it. Poppet's gonna go ahead and, you know, sit here with a new hat. Alright, put the hat away. He's all stealthy. So, why are you looking back and forth, lady? You just going weird? I guess that's just how she ducks, huh? Kinda. Funny, when you stand with these lights, it actually blocks her face. It's the most awkward location for these lights. It used to show off her face by standing in these with the way the light's set if you can't do that. There you go. She's like, and then the dolls attack. Da, da, da. Oh, like dramatic. Kind of hard dramatic because the camera's actually off center. Intentionally. Spent 8 hours in the MV to be turned away and sacked just for a woman being like, oh, you go that one? Oh, yeah. EMVs are terrible. I guess the last one I went to was actually pretty good, though. They've gotten better now that everything's gotten so digital. So you don't like, they're like, okay, well, take a number and then we'll actually text your phone instead for the number and you can just go wait outside or do whatever you want. I was like, all right. So I went on a walk because I was like, okay. Well, I mean, I gotta wait for the DMV, and it's cool. I mean, I still stay within range because I was like, well, okay, I don't want to miss my appointment here, but this room might be more of a battle royale room. There's a lot of open spaces, so having lots of things to fight might be something that happens in this game, as opposed to having as much platforming. Like if you go through these rooms and there's just constant enemies to fight, because they're just so open. And maybe up here there'll be things to do, sure, but like books to read or something like that, stuff to collect. But on average, a lot of floor space is kind of open. It's kind of hard to make it where it's used for humans, but not just open. Because I mean, how often on your floor, unless you're a hoarder, is there stuff? Because if you're a hoarder, obviously there's a bunch. 15 years ago, yeah. Gosh, I remember how the DMV used to be in this city like 15 years ago. Actually, I didn't go 15 years. No, did I go 15 years ago? Maybe. You like Super Mario? That's fair. I mean, it's Metroidvania, so, you know, you're going to find a lot of things that are all about reversal of things. Right now, I'm just adding in enemies, so you're not really seeing a lot of the platforming. But I haven't really been to the DMV too much. I had to go recently to renew my oh wait, no, I bought a car. That's right. I had to go do it because I bought a car. As my other car, yeah, you can use the magician to get things over to open up the platforms. But anyway, my other car decided that you know, running was optional. Sometimes with one, it doesn't seem like it spawns, or it keeps trying. Like, it doesn't stop trying. This spawner has some problems with it. I think I might just add them to the H-Light. I'm gonna test something out here. Yeah, the crystal balls are gonna be memories, so I'm gonna put them in places, and they're gonna help you try to find your friend. American cars are very cheap. Yeah, right. They're disgustingly expensive to the point where you probably should never buy a new one, in all honesty. Best advice, never buy a new car. Always get a used one. Let someone else drive it off the lot and lose like 20% of its value. Always crazy to me. It's just like, you lost how much? I drove this car off the lot and lost like $15,000. Like the electric cars that, you know, like electric taxis can't come soon enough. Like seriously, I will happily let the electric taxi drive me around. You know, like the automated ones. Why not? I've seen how most like cab drivers drive. I'm sure they, like, you know, AIs can't do any worse of a job. Like, oh, did my cab driver drive on the sidewalk again? It's part of the service, really. Or I guess Uber's a thing too. Yes, let me get in a car of some random person. I'm sure that'll work out. I think I have truck this year, never do that again. That'd be free of interest now. Yeah. Interest is a killer. Like when you actually do the math on what you're really paying for that vehicle, it is insane. 14,285 for a car. Oh my god, that's like buying a used car here. What the? That's like buying an old used car here. Man. Sucks here sometimes. It's just so expensive here. Being in California, it's only worse. I mean, gosh, yeah. Car's 10 years old here. You probably pay that for it. Terrible. I'm gonna try this H-load thing. I'm curious. I'm gonna see what the difference is. I haven't tested it yet. I've just relied upon random spawners, figuring that this thing would be significantly less heavy. But if I can just place things where I want them to be instead, well, you can buy a car brand new for $4,285 in China. And at that point, can I just have you guys send the car to me? Like, what? Can't be that much to ship it, right? Yes. A 4K for a newer car, but this is Iowa, $40 a week. Not bad. What was it? You have to pay interest though. That's fair. I've never been to Iowa. To be fair, I've only been to what? Oregon, Washington, California, and Nevada. Oh, Nevada. If there was ever a place that seems just like Mars, it's Nevada. Alright, so let's test this out. I want to see if this screws with the thing here. Let's put a dude here. No random thingies anymore. I'm just going to put, minions where I want them to be. Force you to fight them. I could make it where they can't walk off ledges. Maybe I do that. Oh. I forgot, you have to do paste here. The regular paste. It ain't getting there. Right? Not getting there. Two dudes up there. Like, instead of just having random ones, let's just put them places. If they're part of the age load and you get too far away, it won't matter anymore. I think that's going to be cooler than spawning them in necessarily. Maybe not, though. This should be enough to get the job done. Maybe I'll put one of them over here or something just to kind of go to a completely different room. Nice. Let the age load do its thing, right? This is me experimenting to see because I don't necessarily understand if it'll work or not. So, I think I won't put one there because it's kind of an awkward area to jump through. So I don't know if I want it there yet. We'll put one here though. Kind of spread them out some. Add all these Stitch Voodoos to the age load. Right? Just build everything, so I gotta find it. Alright. Anything their tariffs are too expensive? That's probably fair. How cheap you guys can produce things there. If we don't have the tariffs pretty high, it would be expensive. We wouldn't have jobs here. Cornfield's tallest building is 7 stories last I know, and that's huge. I mean, I guess we have bigger buildings here in my city, but I'm about as far north as you can get before you get to just Oregon when it comes to big cities. Like, there's no bigger cities north of me. Loaf of bread is 1 RMB equivalent to 10 cents. Man. Huh. I've seen the oh gosh, I saw a city over there in China where it was like, I think it was like 20 plus stories up, but it looked like it was like normal and everything like that. But then you would look down and see that there was like, you were actually up on top of these buildings. There was like a city below you. It was like nightmare fuel for me. Because I get like vertigo from heights. Oregon? What are we talking about, Oregon? Is there a place there called Oregon? Because we have an Oregon here. And I actually lived in Oregon for a year. It was up in the Portland metro area. It's freezing. Everything molded. Getting the people. There was no sun. Kind of sucked. 0 out of 10. Nah, it wasn't that bad. The people were really nice. Holy crap. I had to delete one of those spawners or something. Jesus. Down, boy. Down. Enough. Need more of those. Have enough. Delete the spawners. Not keep the spawners. Spawn stuff. Ooh, doggy. We're getting feisty up in here. You just hear the Gambit speech now where he was trying to say all that stuff. I have no idea what words were coming out of his mouth. That being said, I still want a Gambit movie. Don't be hating. There's the Spawn stuff there too. If I got rid of all the Spawn stuffs yet. Let's try this again, but this time with feeling. No? Save everything, please. I gotta build the H load again. There we go, it's right here. Welcome back, Lepus. Finish your writing recruitment posts. Oh my gosh, recruiting from Reddit. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, I'm adding the monsters into the scene here. Put them in the H load, so this way they will only load in if you're within a certain range. Yeah, well, right now I'm actually just putting the monsters directly in to test it out. I don't know how it'll play out. Like, I had spawners before, and they would just like randomly spawn within a certain range of them. But this might be better. You're shaking. Let's do this. Fair enough. Fair enough. You should definitely get the team together. Tell them you're looking for a team with specific skills. Yes. And go down the list of all things from Ocean's 11 for the people you need for your game dev team. They'll be like, I need a safe cracker for my game dev team. Okay. Weird. Interesting. Definitely laggy, but that's also from streaming too, so I can't get too excited. Man, it's there. You got this. UE 5.5 is significantly better than UE 4, except for when you want to rotate something. Then it's like the biggest piece of garbage that has ever existed in this world, but it is so glitchy and messed up for rotating things. But overall, it is significantly faster. It looks better. Nanite skeletons are a thing that's just awesome. We talked to the Unreal Engine official staff, huh? The Chinese version? I hate to break it to you, but I have exactly zero influence in the world of Unreal. Like, I would say that if you were going to try to get in contact, I mean, you could write Epic's customer support. Maybe that would be it. Maybe they could help you. You could also try to you could use the you could go to the Unreal Source Discord, talk there, and maybe they'll be able to help. Because that's basically like the official Discord for all intents and purposes. Pretty good place to be if you need to answer any questions. Yeah, that's about the best I could do. I mean, is there an Unreal for Indies Discord? Hey Marcus, how's it going? What's the link for the Unreal Indies Discord? I'll join that. If it's once you want to work on games you love to, I mean that's fair. You know, it's all it's what it's about. If you love what you're doing, you know, you never work a day in your life, right? Am I staying at 5.5? Hell yes. So much better than 5.4. Um, yeah, be nice to have the English explanatory documentation for it. I'm sure I can imagine so. It's probably faster to learn English though. I thought you could read English though. If you can read English, can't you read the nodes? Yeah, I would talk to Epic. Try to come up with something there. As opposed to I mean, I can't do anything for you. Like literal nothing can be done for you and by my hand anyway. Here's what I'm gonna do to test the this thing here. We'll see what the lag is on this fight, because with all those things on the map, in theory, um, if they work well, it shouldn't make any difference that they're even there, because the H load covers it, which should be about right. Because this battle's already got some issues due to me streaming, so I might actually want to reboot reboot Unreal to test this. But still, overall, it's not the worst. It does have some lag issues a bit, but it didn't fall for long. Really? Use the super mode. Giant says, "Oh no, I can fly." Yeah, I'm gonna put more spawns in these fights. Like I'm gonna have like probably just minion spawners, honestly. I can also just put her in here too. Of course, I have a special type of spawner that also puts the thing around too, so. Yeah, I don't think it actually matters. I think I can just put the enemies where I want them. Which makes sense, because I'm just putting every other actor where I want, so why can't I put an enemy? Why is that more special, right? I just thought they were really heavy, but it's not. Yeah, like this fight, like especially after like almost 8 hours of streaming on UE 5.4 was would have been like 12 FPS. It's gone up so much by just that, and if I actually reboot the engine, I probably actually gain some FPS too, because well, the NVIDIA codec is not friendly. You know, long streaming. Trying to beat her to the next phase. What are you doing, rando? You just picked a target that isn't there. Which is annoying. I don't know what's causing that, but it's driving me crazy. She only has 2 targets to pick from, and the targets are over here and me, so, like, you know, they're far away. Basically, read English subtitles. You like Family Guy very much? Nice, nice. Been using English for about 1 year? That's cool. Seems like a valuable language to learn with how many people who speak it. Not gonna lie. The only language I've even needed my whole life. Besides JavaScript and blueprints and gibberish like on the internet. Are you gonna use that ability or what? Do it. I need to speed it up. I don't like how slow it is. Oh, she won't use it because I changed her up. That's right, dumb. An epic for indies. Oh. Just copy paste that so I can join it. I don't forget to join it. Yes. Cool. I am part of a new server. Yay. Issued by Epic. What are we doing with Epic? Epic making. Oh. Okay, I see. Oh, so it's like they made the community. Cool. I'm down to be part of that. English is probably the simplest language in the world. I mean, maybe. It's the only one I know. Some people say it's really hard, others are like, it's super easy. I'm not very good with languages in general, so. Oh, the Marcus is just linking this new initiative that Epic was doing to make the things better for the indies. Like making them their own little Discord. I can just put the actors where I want. That changes so much. You can actually, pick what goes places. Like I had no idea that was a thing. That she fixed Boo. I think I was messing with her phases, but I don't really care right now, so I don't need to do that. Got lots of problems. That's interesting. If I can just place them places, that changes so very. Before it was kind of hard to spawn them in like certain areas, but now it's pretty. I can just place them. Oh, please. All these should be in the magician room. I'll put them in the carnival room. I wonder if it might even run better. Let's move this one to the carnival room first. Huh. Learning Russian and wow, you know everything. I would say I feel bad, but I'm an American, so I'm immune to that problem. It's like whatever. We're an odd bunch. Honestly, I just think we're largely an uneducated bunch, but whatever. Oh, they have patrol locations. I forgot that was the thing that I was going to try to do. Well, that changes so much because I can set up patrols too. Oh, Epic, why are you amazing? Terrible at exactly the same time. I designed some of the models myself. I designed Poppet, the main character. Inka, the, Omega waifu that she is. Voodoo. Most of the female victims I designed. I've been designing a lot of the steampunk stuff that's in there too. In the world. Why is that loud crash? It's weird. What's that noise there? I'll go into the painting world. Do I compose background music? No. I have zero musical skill. Not a zip. I'm gonna pay someone to do all the music for me. That's my plan. I designed Tinka here. Discord's favorite. I like her too. She's just floating around there. She's the ghost that haunts the paintings, and in the painting world, he is its ruler. I do have to fix her hair. I've never bothered to make her hair actually do cool things. That's because that model's hair is broken. I need to fix the hair, and I just haven't bothered. And the FPS has been pretty solid at around 30. Every once in a while, like a new area will cause it to load real fast when it hits the obvious H load thingies, but it doesn't stay low for long. Yeah, except for music. I've tried to do music before a long time ago. I messed with like I think it was like Sony Vegas or something like that. It was a really long time ago. But the thing is music is the easiest thing to slot in and the easiest thing to find resources for. So if I had to pick any one skill as a game dev that was probably the least necessary to learn, it's gotta be music. I'm not saying it's not a good skill to have, and I appreciate people have it. But at any point I can just slot in a song. Like, I could be at the very last day of game development and it takes like no time to slot in a new song. Now the song is obviously very important, but you know. Looks like it's from a mobile game? Yeah, it's designed to be, you know, more like a Pixar DreamWorks type of setup here. So that's what I'm aiming for, just Pixar DreamWorks type of setup. Hard to see her, like, a very good thing of her because there's no good light on her face. She's so dark skinned, it's kind of a problem. Nice. Languages, plays the violin, jeez. Dude, stop making us all look bad. Poppet is impressed. And she looks way cuter in the light. If she stand up, it kind of screws it up. She could sit on the chair. Yes. I've heard some amazing AI music, and I fully expect AI to produce a lot of music very soon. It already produces music that's incredible. I found it that, I mean, I think that there'll still be a market for, like, you know, the imperfections of human music. But I think that a lot of points, the incredibly cheap production of AI music will be something that a lot of the big companies will do anyway. I mean, what, Coke just released a commercial that was entirely done in AI? They don't care about it being great. It just has to be good enough. And then they just, you know, run with it. So I fully expect that to be very common in the future. What can you do, you know? It's just how it is, you know? But that's okay, because, you know, those people who compose music in the future will eventually make use of AI to make better music. Just like Photoshop when it first came out. They thought that every photographer would lose their job because of Photoshop. And the photographers just used Photoshop. There's still people who do normal photos, but they're less common because at the end of the day, it's just not very efficient. And being not very efficient means that well, businesses that want it done for less can get it done for far less by doing it with digital stuff. Kind of what happens, you know, just march of technology, the thing. So, you know, I'm not thinking it's the end of days or anything. I just think people will make use of the new. There will be growing pains. There were growing pains back then too. Read the term service best warning. Yeah, that's true. Term service for AI is very important. That's why I don't use it for my stuff because the legality is terrible. Am I drinking? Yes, most certainly I am. Pale ale. You gotta understand, Zombie, the way they become a billion-dollar company is by saving as much money as possible. And just doing it cheaply. So whatever gets the job done, right? They want, profits. Ever continuing profits so that their shareholders can, they get better stock prices, make their shareholders happy. Oh, I'll do whatever I was just doing there. It was dumb. AI for animations. I mean, I've been seeing so much stuff that's very cool. At some point, like people, I like to support people, but don't get me wrong. There will come a day where I probably eventually, once it becomes widely acceptable, will also use it. I mean, it's just how it is. Even if excuse me, I'm kind of indulged thing. It says even if I have the skills myself, there's some things like there's just so much time in a day. I can't do everything, so. And I can't afford some of these things either. Like, there's no way I can do it. Like, it's like, oh, professional voice actors. Well, I'm going to probably talk to people on Fiverr because that's more likely what I can afford, not, what they're supposedly worth, like, because they're like, oh, like $1,000 or something. Not that. For a voice actor? Are you kidding? I don't got that. So it makes the thing that it's like, well, it's not as good as the real thing, but it makes something possible that wasn't. And I look at it this way. I mean, look at something like this. I would never have been able to make this game without the power of Unreal Engine. Like, tools help out. Like, Dad's helped me create characters. I mean, I'm always happy to use tools, but I'm also waiting for legality too, Once it becomes accepted, this game is not going to use any AI, but 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, AI will probably be so prevalent that, I mean, it's how it's going to be, Be surprised if it was any different. I would. Can't stop march of technology. I mean, I remember before the internet existed, so, well, before the internet was widespread. Red alcohol, more of a Coke person. That's fair. Fire the humans? Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what businesses, these big businesses are. Corporations are not your friend. They're there to make money. They'll tell you whatever you want to hear as long as you buy their product. That's what they do. They don't care. Tracking mocap videos in college before I try using cartoons, etc. That's fair. I wish I could afford mocap stuff. I looked into it. The cheapest mocap stuff was thousands of dollars, and the results were sucky. Capital terms of greatness of work. I mean, not necessarily true. Just look at Disney and how much garbage they've released for millions of dollars. Talent makes a big difference, Just because you have like AI to power something, if you're terrible with it, you're gonna create garbage. Like 100-fingered monsters we were talking about earlier. With huge. Anyway, you love making money too. That's right, Lepus. I would say I love making money, but I'm a game dev, so I think we just established earlier that that's not how you make money. And make money that way, I guess. Make enough money to be poor. Or you can be like the 1% of people who actually make real money. That's totally not the 1% of people who release their games. Let me qualify that one. Like, we put these in the carnival room here. Eight melodies. There you go. Oh. Yeah, see it if you can find the videos you want. Later can do it for free with just videos. That's fair. That's the thing I kind of worry about. It's not that I worry about AI taking jobs. I worry about AI becoming a replacement for a lot of young people's thought process. Like, rather than think something through, they just consult the AI. They never have to think anything through. They never have to be bored. That's something I worry about. People never have to be bored. The amount of times you would think things through and come up with better things in life and great ideas and really, develop a personality of your own often come from the times when you have nothing to keep you busy. But that's not the case. So these people's attention spans is nothing, and they have like very little depth to their personality. There's not a lot of drive. There's not a lot of, deep thoughts. They're not, creating anything. It's just a perpetual, what's the term for it? They're getting so much stimulus all the time that they never have to really, live with themselves. And it's just, I see it more and more, especially in the younger people, where it's just, they can't live without a perpetual stream of entertainment. And there's just not a lot of thought going on in their heads because, well, they've never had time to think anything on their own because they're perpetually being bombarded with just constant stimulus. And it's just, if you're raising any kids, do them a big favor. Turn the screens off for a while. Make them do something that doesn't involve that, at least for a little bit, just so they can do that. Because, I mean, they even do the little tests where people like, they leave them in a room with nothing to do, except for a button that shocks themselves. And eventually they push the button out of boredom. If you leave me in a room with nothing to do, I'm already off in my head doing so many other things. Like, imagination is just dead in the generation. That's just awful to hear. But what happens when they've never had to be without just perpetual entertainment? It's the whole, you'll never appreciate something until you live without it. If you always have entertainment and access to everything, you'll never appreciate any of the entertainment. But if you only had one movie to watch, you would be very happy you had that one movie because that's all you got. It's definitely that. It's just too much. In the thought process regard, cell phones changed everyone. Yeah, I know. Like, I remember when cell phones is. There was a time when I was a kid. I think it was Inspector Gadget when I saw like Penny's book with all sorts of cool things that I thought how neat it would be to have your own portable computer. And now, I realize what a mistake they were. It's gonna be it's gonna be interesting to see how it goes. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have great hopes for the future. I'm not one of those doom and gloom people. I think that what will happen is we'll reach a point where there creates a problem, especially in like the younger generation, and then there will be a pushback against it, thus creating anything. Like, you'll have people who are so tired of being enamored by technology that they'll go away from it. You'll see less adoption in some of them. And I won't live without it completely. It's pretty hard to do that these days. But they'll be going, like, trying not to. Because, it's the whole, well, my parents do it this way, and I don't want to be like my parents kind of thing. Kids are nothing if not rebels. Right now, unfortunately, the rebellion is them kind of, just burying their heads in perpetual entertainment. But, I mean, to be fair, they've grown up on that their whole lives. They don't even know what it's like to not have it. So if I had grown up on that, I'd probably be the same way, Meanwhile, I take, hour-long walks just away from all technology because I'm just tired of it. I don't want to see it. Why did I go to this room? I don't care about this room. I was testing the H load here. So far, the H load is showing me that I don't need to. I can just put the enemies wherever I want. Yeah, cell phones didn't exist when I was a kid either. I'm much older than I look. I'm 44 years old, so I'm much older than I look. Well, at least I think I'm older than I'm definitely, people often think I'm like in my mid-30s, and I'm like, no. You're like the book The Republic, Chinese teachers don't teach you logical thinking. Studying, logic is a good thing. A lot of people don't do it. A lot of teachers these days are... Honestly, they shouldn't be teachers because they have nothing to teach. And people basically think the iPhone and get them laid. I mean, honestly, if the iPhone would get you laid, chances are you were already attractive enough that you were going to get laid anyway, or you were just a criminal, in which case it's probably going to help too. Being a bad boy does tend to get you a lot more women. You're my little bro at 38. Yeah, that's right, little bro. Yeah. I lose like, 10 years if I shave. The only reason I haven't is because I haven't even had time to sleep, let alone shave. I usually do shave, but the last month I've been just growing it long because I just like don't sleep. I'm like, I can shave, I'm gonna sleep. Okay, 5.5 is the greatest release ever, other than rotating objects. I love it. Like the everything just loads so much faster. Yeah, I just don't have time. I mean, I really don't. I don't get time to sleep. I don't get time to necessarily eat or even. I mean, I try to catch a shower every day because I don't want to smell myself. But ever since I started streaming this stuff, but I love streaming too. I never thought I'd love streaming. I actually once said that I would never stream, and I couldn't understand why anybody would. And that was when I was really scared to be in, like, even hear people like have my voice like on the internet, like just have talking to people. I was like a very private person, and then one day I just turned on the microphone, and eventually, like, I don't know, probably like half a year ago, I started turning the camera. I think so. Well, I don't know. Like, the thing is in 5.5, it doesn't seem to have the issue. Because I noticed that when you reboot 5.4, it would largely fix the issue. So I think the issue was actually just from the engine running too much and it not clearing the memory. That's my guess. I mean, now that I'm in 5.5, things have changed so much. Now I can actually have these real lights instead of, well, these also have an image. I can have lights places. I actually worked it now that I just put these bulbs in everything. So even if you go over here and you look, I put these steampunk bulbs in everything because I was like, wait, what kind of bulbs are they going to use? All the steampunk bulbs. Yeah. Mega lights is the real deal. There were people on the, oh, excuse me. There were people like on the Discord especially, and even on Reddit, who were saying, oh, blah, 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 you can't really use 1,000 lights because it makes kind of weird smearing. I'm like, bitch, please, I'm not using 1,000 lights. I just wanted like 10 in a scene, Like, so maybe it sucks with 1,000 lights. Fine, I'm not using 1,000. I mean, it's so funny. They just got so up in arms of not being able to use 1,000 lights. I was like, what scene are you using 1,000 lights? It's so weird. Yeah, that, and then you have nanite skeletal meshes got added in 5.5. So that's huge. I immediately turned every nanite on every single skeletal mesh. I'm like, yep, I'm doing it. So I don't even know what's coming up in 5.5, except for there's new game animation sample I need to put into here because I want all the animations from that. I think I do. I'll have to see. It might have just added strafing, not strafing, sprinting, in which case I don't care. Because I mean I don't plan on adding sprinting to the game. But if I had other stuff, I might be excited. I'm sure they added other things though. I don't even know what's in there. 5.5 update. Well, Crouch was already available. They had the animations. You just had to add it yourself, which I already did. So that doesn't really add anything for me. Replication might add something for me. I mean, I do want to use it on the NPCs, so it probably does. But also at the same time, I'm not sure I want to because it's really heavy. 5.5 ad. Catch you later, Lepus. Happy with you today. Nice, nice. Morning 2. I mean, sounds like a good day going on over there. I'll definitely catch you later. You were born in 1996. I'm 29 years old this year. Well, happy 29th then, Unreal Engine. Followed by, Chinese characters. I have no idea what it says. How old am I again? I'm 44. Errors normally cause memory leak, but internal errors, like a bit, may have resolved some back. Every new version of Unreal comes with new fun bugs that you'll find. And I've definitely found some in 5.5 that drive me crazy, such as the nav meshes. Sometimes I won't even add them or let them work. For whatever reason, rotating stuff in blueprints is just broken. Just broken. Super broken. Like I'll just show you what happens. Like this is messed up. This ain't right. This is just pure bug. Where is it? I was trying to set up a clock, and you would never rotate anything on a clock, right? Right? Wait, oh wait. So, check this out. This is bizarre. I appreciate that. Me not being, that not sounding too old. All right. So let's take this second hand here. Okay, right? So it's at 90. It's actually we're rotating the cylinder. So 90, 0, 0. Okay. All right. So let's just rotate it along one axis here. Okay. Looks good. Now it's changing other weird numbers. Well, look what happened there. I just rotated at that, but now look, it's now. Oh, look, now we're at negative 9990, 60, negative 6187, and 1079. I'm literally rotating it on one axis. Keep rotating it. Look, now it's doing okay. Up now it's at 1170. You see where it's just completely off. It has no idea what it's doing. Rotates again. Now it's at like negative 990, now 719. I mean, you see these numbers, you just keep rotating it around. And what are these numbers? But keep in mind, when it started and I rotated on one direction, it was at, well, supposedly 90, 0, and 0. So you can see the rotation is broken. Let's rotate it this way. That one actually works. Oh, cool for that one. Great. Glad it works in one direction. How about this one? Nope. Now it's rotating weird numbers all over the place. It has no idea what it's doing. So you see, it's got some real problems with rotation. They need to just not be, So I'm kind of waiting for 5.51. Can artificial intelligence grant us, deal with human death and all that? Probably eventually. At some point, they'll probably be able to just transfer our brains into the computer, but then you'll be living in a fantasy world, which, to be fair, there is simulation theory that they've already done that, and we're in a simulation. And then what if in that simulation they do it again, and then what if in that simulation they do it again, and you see where that's going. I would love to live as long as I possibly can. People are like, oh, Bob, immortality bad. Yeah, I'm willing to take the chances on that one. I love life. I always find things that amuse me to do. So I am more than happy to live as long as I can. Doing this incredibly healthy stuff like game dev and drinking. To be fair, this is my second one. That's fair. I feel as though I am forgiven given my incredibly long days. Sign up for a sim? I mean, to be fair, with random health problems I have, I would happily live in a simulated world. Just think of all the waifus I could have. Who's to say I didn't already sign up to live in a simulated world? Could have. This might be a simulated world. Pretty much, Marcus. I would finally, all the important ones ended up with 5.5, so I finally switched. I had to give up crystal nodes, because for some reason that hasn't been updated. And the dialogue plugin I had was already broken. The guy decided to stop doing. He pushed a broken version at 5.4, and then he's not going to do 5.5. So I was like, okay. So I have to pick a new dialogue plugin or make one myself. Yeah. Well, see, I'm willing to give up crystal nodes temporarily to use 5.5. I don't care that much. Like, it's not going to ruin my world if I can't have crystal. I mean, it's neat, but almost every plugin that I was using, I got to keep. I don't use very many. Auto size comments, I just gave it because why not? Daz to Unreal, the most important one, I couldn't do it without it. Paper ZD is just there in case I want to make a 2D version of Tinkat. For a while, the project was a Paper ZD project, it's not anymore. Screen fade's just very handy because fading the screen without it's kind of annoying. It can be done, but it takes a little more effort. UI navigation, all of my menus are built with UI navigation, so the game cannot run without it. So basically, like UI navigation, screen fade, and DAS to Unreal were the most important. DAS to Unreal had a new version of the plugin within an hour on there on the GitHub. That's fair. I mean, you don't gotta move unless you need the stuff. I wanted megalights. I had already tested the preview. I already knew the power of megalights. Because I saw the preview go give me an extra 10 to 15 FPS, and I didn't even completely set it up. I just kind of had a bunch of broken things, and I was like, I just want to see what megalights is like. And I was like, oh, wow. Damn. Liking megalights here. Last couple days, well, actually the last day, yeah, I've been adding my steampunk bulbs to everything because of it. Having real lights is nice because Poppet didn't have a true shadow for the long time because of the fact that emissive stuff doesn't cast shadows. So you would just, the only way I had a shadow was I had a fake light on Poppet herself. It was the curse light. I just made it cast a shadow so it looked like she had a shadow, but she never had a real shadow. That was really big. I was going to show what 5.5 gives as far as 5.5 now available. New animation. It's okay, sure. I don't know what any of that is. Neat. A sequencer thing. Ooh, sequencer. Non-linear animation tool. Global interface. I don't understand sequencer very well. I need to learn it. When it comes to animating things, like on these things, like I don't know. I kind of understand it with specifically with animation, like files themselves, but other stuff I don't know. Especially with like cutscenes, I don't quite understand them very well. Animation deformers. You can squish stuff. Ooh, that's kind of neat. I don't understand how it works, but that means I could, make, comedically squishy things. The map is pretty large. It's basically an open world level. Modular control rig. Okay. Or for common bipedal skeletons, so the usual epic skeletons. Neat, I guess. Metahuman animator. I don't use metahumans. I don't care. Mutable character customization system. Dynamic skeletal materials, animals, and things. Wait, what? What is this? You could change parts of it, I guess. Huh. That might be neat. And pretty helpful for what I was doing. Choosers move to production ready. Awesome. That's part of the new animation system that I'm using for Poppet. So that just, I was already using it. Audio lip sync thing is good. If you need lip sync, that's fair. Okay. Nice. Exactly. We don't need to understand the principles. Just know how to use it is enough. Rendering lumen now can run at 68 hertz. Yeah, right. I'll believe that when I see it. Lumen's rough. Can you even still bake lights? Last I checked, you can only use lumen, and lumen doesn't bake lights. Path tracer. Okay. I don't know about that. Looks nice, I guess. Substrate. I know what that is. Moves to beta, good thing for them. Movie render graph. Wait, what's this? Yeah, okay, I don't understand any of that either. Megalights, yes. Megalights are awesome. Moving on. Virtual production. This looks very much like not something that's going in my game. Perfect. Good for them. I have no idea what this is. Camera calibration. I don't care. I don't care. Yeah, most of the stuff. Mobile game development, good for them. I don't care. I'm never making it mobile. That's Probably incorrect. I probably will at some point. Fab integration. Yeah. Fab. Okay, well, basically it added skeletal meshes and megalites. Stable lumen. Was it lighting? Can't remember what it's called. So you mean I can do screen space or a plugin? I don't know about this disabling lumen. I mean, I guess if I just literally run no dynamic evolution, I guess it's the none option. Suppose. Huh. I guess technically you could run none and bake lights. Guess it's still there technically. All right. So maybe if they can't walk off the ledges. Good idea, because then I can make the NPCs a lot more like um like every other random game where they just stick where they're at. Yeah. Oh, good to know. Imagine unironically baking lights in this day and age. The character movement. Well, they shouldn't be able to walk off ledges at all. I have it set on false. Well, let's check. Counts as a ledge. Oh, I see. Because they can jump, so they don't have to stay on a ledge. Yeah, I like that they're just wandering around doing their things. I'm so happy that I made books. I need to make art for the books. I need to spend a bunch of time in DAZ and make a whole bunch of stuff. Various lore and write a bunch of lore and put it in there so I can just put it in books everywhere. I gotta make, you know, various renders for the magician and stuff too. Yeah. I'm not making for mobile. I'm pretty certain this game will never be on mobile. I can't imagine any world where it would be on mobile, so I won't really worry about mobile much. Like, it's fine, but is it fine? No. Any enemy that can't jump, because enemies that can jump can actually jump off the ledges. I need to remember that in the future, that jumping is not necessarily something I want to give things. These have a jump attack, so that the jump attack is very good. That changes so much. For some reason I thought I had to spawn everything in, but now that I can just literally have everything sitting there, it changes so much. Oh. My phone. At 53% on the camera? Really? How is it at 53% on the camera after 8 hours? Sometimes it's usually like 1% by now. I have to like plug it in so that I don't lose the camera. Hmm. Wow. Okay, so I need to make more enemies, honestly. I could just put all the voodoo dolls in this area and then use different enemies for other areas. It really does feel like a final area when you have all these like voodoo dolls. Look all evil and everything, but yeah, whatever. I'm playing it weird. More exciting when it's weird. But I probably need to go through and make enemies of all the other ones too. I also need to make the little drummers do something interesting. Whitey's already do something. The regular voodoo dolls throw themselves. Patrick already does stuff. Most of these don't do anything of any real interest. I guess I have less enemies than I thought. This ones that are actually good. Annibals are okay, except for that they don't because they blow themselves to bits. You kind of want to limit what they do. They're better off as like minions that are summoned than as just regular enemies wandering around. Which I imagine is just going to be the case with a lot of the more vicious types of enemies. Because realistically, I'm basically using four of the enemies the most, and I guess I technically have four pretty playable enemies. Because I have, these guys here that do the little attack and kind of like poke you. I have uh, regular voodoo dolls that spin and launch themselves, the little biteies that try to, like, launch and bite you, annies that explode. Then from there, the drummers are like the next most likely to be a thing. But everything else after that is pretty not great when it comes to regular enemies. I guess I can look over the drummers. I mean, they launched a little chicken thing. They're not very good. They're not interesting. You do have animations and stuff. They're supposed to beat the little drums in order to do something because they have a bunch of drum animations. I could also make different colored enemies too. Like I could look at this stuff here and then change their color in order to have new versions of things too. Because probably gonna have to do that in order to have enough enemies for the game. Because I don't really think I can afford 100+ models, something. So I'm probably gonna need to double up on some of it, especially for the enemies that are more. Oh, they just look cool. But what do I got for this guy here? Drag these off to the side and load them up. Oh yeah, like the drummer. That's fair. It's like a giant chicken, an undead chicken. It's hard to grab that thing for some reason. He's doing his thing. He's like, "Yep, what's up?" Unfortunately, if you notice, most of the attacks are kind of crap, right? That ain't getting anywhere. They're not gonna have enough range to hit anything, right? Unless it's like 2 inches tall. That little attack ain't getting anywhere. They don't have the epic skeleton. They have their own thing.
Like, that would be okay if they're like tiny. Hit animation, hit animation. Are they drum playing stuff? I need to come up with some attack ideas for someone who's, doing this, right? Like, they really should be some kind of a caster that's based on, pounding their drum. I just can't see anywhere where they're anything else. Because the attacks they have are trash. That is now my new favorite idol. Yeah, maybe support for other enemies. Thing is, it's a Metroidvania, so most of the enemies tend to be pretty solo in what they do, right? They just kind of work in little areas. This isn't really like, RPGs things where they have like, squads or anything. That really does change things as far as how that would go. Um, no, you're also not, you don't have a party either. You just have Poppet, so you're one character versus a whole army of characters would be, I mean, she already does get to kind of wail on things. I pretty much decided that it was more fun to play it like it's like a Dynasty Warriors type of, like, just start slaughtering things than it is to be every fight be super in depth or anything. Because again, it's a Metroidvania. You don't want the fights to take too long in the Metroidvania because you're trying to get places, right? You're always trying to get to backtrack through places. You're always trying to explore new areas. So if every enemy takes a long time, that makes the exploration really bad because it just takes so long to get anywhere, and you're not going to want to. So there is something like that. Don't get me wrong, bosses definitely get to be as complicated as I want. Like, that is 100%. Woohoo! Doot, doot. Also, why there's no blocking in the game because I mean, when was the last time you saw Metroidvania with blocking? Because the combat's not usually that complicated. Like, the occasional enemy can block, but overall, it's not a big mechanic. What else we got? I got this thing here, which I considered having it take pictures of you throughout the entire game, and later on you find it, and like you find a room full of pictures of what you've been doing, which would probably be a pretty cool fight. Like, it's just been taking pictures of you, random screenshots of stuff, and it's just all over at the walls in the room. That'd be so awesome. Problem is, I don't have a lot of rooms for bosses on this floor, so it would have to be a different floor. Like, if you want to be crazy, you could actually have like the laser that comes out of the camera, and this could be a sweep of a laser, by the way. I'm just saying, like, just because it seems like an idol doesn't mean it has to be an idol. Yeah, it was this big. Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay, that's like the coolest walk so far of any of the things. You've been summarily taunted. How do you feel? Eh, 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 eh. Problem is his attacks are, well, his attacks are okay, I guess. He could at least hit you. He could be a brawler. Stitch Mason's already done. Stitch Jaws was bitey thingies. Disemboweler. I have these as well. Yeah, the big problem really with these is honestly that just because they're not on the epic skeleton, it kind of limits what you can do with them. So that's an issue. Oh, he's like, give me that. He's like, spank that, spank that. Pretty much. That one's got a bite. Aww. Patrick didn't have a bite. This guy's got a bite. I made a bite for Patrick. I'm definitely going to use these enemies later. Oh. 8 hour mark is really rough. We're at 8.5 hours. Which makes my day real long. I'm going to enjoy doing something with this one. Like, bring it. What I could do. That. Um. Uh. Lazy here. Probably am calling it the next, 25 minutes. 9 hour stream is usually just about the most I can handle. Lot. Especially when I need to meet someone later today. They pick up a lot of followers today, and a fair number of YouTube subs too. A fair number actually. I think I picked up I picked a few up today, yesterday as well. At one point, I had 5 people watching. Oh, better. And a bunch of people joined the Discord. Yeah, like 3 or 4 people joined the Discord. That's cool. Community is growing quite a bit faster than expected. All right. At a certain point, I kind of start to lose focus. I know how it goes. lack of sleep causes me to start, drifting on things. It's just how it is. Stitch Voodoo does this. I'm just gonna use this to get to the mesh really fast. Let's find an animation. I want to taunt the player. Attack. What is going on with those animations? I don't know. Hmm. You can be honorable. So let's say it shows up, right? He plays this here, and he plays this montage here. He's gonna play it really fast, like a 2, right? And then on completed or uninterrupted, the other one. This, and on completed or interrupted, he'll do this. Same animation. However, the play rate on this will be negative. What's causing that explosion noise? I have to connect the last part. Bank. I think I'll just figure it out later. Probably get called tonight. I hit that point where I'm so tired that I'm kind of not even sure what I'm doing anymore. I'm just like, it's the almost 17-hour day where I just really start to lose focus. Really start to lose focus. Really do actually have to sleep at least 5 hours in a day, or I just 6 is preferred. Obviously, in a 17-hour, well, you can stay in a 17 day, right? It gives you 7 hours. Don't need to eat an hour, drive anywhere, get to work or anything. Yeah, a lot of things got done, so it's not too bad. If anyone's actually on. I almost don't want to raid anybody because then I got to sit there in their channel and try to, talk to them while I'm like half awake. Or they try to into their game and try to, understand what they're talking about while I'm not even here. Like, the brain just isn't there yet. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna. I'm back tomorrow. I'm just gonna not raid anyone. I don't. I'm just gonna fall asleep. Ain't nothing left in the tank. One more day of the week. I want. Not as long as I have the other job too. I'll just end up falling asleep midstream at that point. Halfway there already right now. Good minute there where I was like out of it. So yeah, probably best not to continue to the point where I do fall over. So I'll catch everyone tomorrow. And yeah. Not gonna raid anyone. So feel free to raid whoever you want. Find people, make friends, spread the good word about game dev and why everyone should do it. Bid everyone adieu. You first. Oh, I'll take this.